Good morning, everybody. Christopher Ruocchio here of Suneater, and today is probably not quite the last time I'll say that, but nearly so, because we're going to have to change the name of the channel since the series is over, which sounds like depressing. I kept saying the series is over at the Gala, and people are like, oh no. But it's done. We did it. I did it, I suppose. Book 7 should be, if it's not in your hands already, on its way to you or in a store near you. Shadows Upon Time is out. And somehow, despite being a whole Prisoner of Azkaban longer than Demon in White, is only like a fraction of an inch larger. Good job, paper. And so I hope that those of you who've been reading it already have been enjoying it or have enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you for reading, especially to those of you who've been here since 2018 when this guy came out. You know, Empire of Silence. It's been a long run, although shorter than some. Feels like a lifetime to me, although I guess in a sense it has been. So the plan for today is for me to basically be here until either you all get bored or I fall over or my family needs me. And that third one's probably the most likely condition. But the plan is that I will be sort of talking a little bit for the first hour. And then for the rest of the day, I got a bunch of guests. I sent up a bunch of invitations out to people. And we'll see who drops in, And it's funny. I remember the first one of these I did on the channel was for Demon in White. It was in 2020, and I did this instead of the bookstore event for the obvious reason. And I maxed out at 33 people watching the stream, and that was the biggest thing I'd ever done because I'd done a little bit, on the channel already before then. And when I would do the monthly live streams, it'd be like 7 people, and there were already like 130 of you here, and this has been a theme, and it should be a theme. And I'm very grateful to all of you for sticking it out, for reading the books, for liking them, and I suppose for buying them too, but for everything really, because I was writing these books by myself for a long time, and I don't have to do that anymore thanks to you guys. It's really cool. This is the only job I ever wanted. If you were at the Gala, you heard me say this already. My brother's here. He says, what about those of us who've been here since before 2018? Well, there's you, 97. Thanks, man. It's good to see you here. Don't you have work, Andrew? Shouldn't you be working? Yes, but look, I couldn't really do this job without you guys, right? I owe the career to you, if not, the writing, maybe. And so, thank you. Please know that I'm not forgetting that. So I'll do some stuff for the first hour by myself, and then after that, we'll have some people dropping in. They're being told to stay, however long they want. That might be like 5 minutes. It might be the rest of the day. So, Dad's here too. Hey, Dad. Real quick though, since Gustavo's asking, was the Gala recorded? Yes, it was. I don't know when it's going to get posted. Jacob Minton did all the filming for us, and he's the best. And he's going to edit it for me and get it to me in his time. And I'm out of town anyway for more or less the next month, on and off, and we get the holidays. So I'm not in a hurry to get the Gala posted, but we will have it posted. But if you weren't there, no worries. I'm going to go over the main part. I'm going to do the presentation here on the stream. That's right. I tricked you all into watching a PowerPoint like it's college. So we'll be doing that in just a bit, but I want to talk about the book first. It's hard to talk about book 7 because you have to read the other 6. Most of you have, but I want to start out by saying that we're not going to really spoil book 7. I'm going to ignore spoiler questions for book 7 in the chat. Yes, this stream will be archived for later, Andy, so you should go to work. And so we'll go through the presentation. So we get to see all the new stuff. So we'll do that. But first, book 7, Shadows Upon Time was really the idea. This was like the Suneater. This is the book I wanted to write. This is the book that I had the idea for, right? The Battle of Adaman is like the story, right? And the context around the battle is the story. And so the whole series was like trying to earn this book. This was the book. And so I know a lot of writers, they have an idea for a beginning and they get to the end and they wander off and everybody's like, what the heck was that? But this was where I was trying to go the whole time. If the first pages of Empire of Silence, didn't clue you in, like this was the plan. And it's still basically the same plan that I had when I started. There's more stuff. It's more elaborate, but I said this at the gala, but I'm not a really inspiration-driven writer. I outline a lot. My outline for this book was like 80,000 words long, which is like longer than Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. And of course, the book is almost Way of Kings, so it's very long. And so I'm not the sort of person who just sort of follows whims and counts on the muse or anything. I don't believe in the muse at all. And so when inspiration does strike, though, I try to be attentive to it. I try to listen. And for me, inspiration struck with this one on like the last page, and I realized that the ending that I had outlined actually could change. It could be better. And when inspiration strikes like that, those are the things in the story I feel the most confident about. And for that inspiration to strike on the last page of the last book of the series that I've been working on my entire life was a very special thing. It was a great, great blessing because I suddenly felt good about the whole thing. And so I've seen people, have quibbles with the book, and they don't mean anything to me. I know this is the book I wanted to write, and I'm very excited for you to read it. The other thing I've been saying, and this is a less cheerful sort of thing, is that I feel like in working on the series, I've had a very sick relative my whole life, Hadrian. And I've worried about him all the time. I've thought about him all the time. And now he's gone. And there's a weird relief and a weird peace that comes with that. And maybe that doesn't sound encouraging. But it's like it's the best analogy I've got. And that peace is a really lovely thing. I didn't realize how much bandwidth I was putting into running the series on this platform for so long, and for all that space to be cleared out. The processing power I've opened up for the new project. If you don't know the name, I won't repeat it until we do the trailer here in a bit. Was pretty shocking. I really enjoyed getting into the new thing too, and so not really taking any time off. One story sort of blurs into the next for me. So we're moving on to the new thing. But this is a big month. This is a big day. We have Shadows Upon Time out, but we also I just showed it earlier, have the special edition of Empire of Silence out as well. You can tell it by the gold foil, which is like funny for me because I remember the deluxe edition of Aragon, and they did the gold foil thing too. No extra chapters in this one, but there is a short story, and it's The Pits of Emesh, which is in Tales of the Sun Year 1, which if you guys have never read the short stories, that'll be new for you. I think most of my readers probably haven't read those, so that'll be new for you. And that story is kind of fun because it's written by a critic of Hadrian, and it's got a very different tone about the man and about the whole thing. But it's got a bunch of other features as well, some artwork. They've got the map that Daniel Hasenbos did is running on the end papers, and we've got the boards are stamped. The edges, of course, you will have seen are sprayed. And they have not said they're going to do the rest of the series, but when we were looking at sprayed edge designs, they had a purple one to match the dust jacket. And I said, why don't you do the black one? Because if you do book 2, then they could just all be black and it won't matter. And so, And the other thing, and this is it's not really this month. It was a couple days at the end of October. They put out the revised, or sort of, I guess, new, not really revised, but the new hardcover of Disquiet Gods with the blue title. This one will match the rest of the series perfectly. If you recall the original edition from Bain, because Bain rescued the series at the time, did not match. Shadows Upon Time is the same height. The jacket just slipped a little bit. But these will match perfectly. Your shelf is safe. I know how important that is to readers, even if publishers sometimes do not. And so we got everything square. Everything should match up nicely now. And for the first time in the series history, you can get a matching set, same format all the way through. That's the US hardcovers from Doll Books. So if you are, very particular about your shelves, we got you covered. They're all out now, and I have assurances they will all be out, indefinitely. So if you guys remember the years of there being no hardcovers, the famine is over, and so things are sorted now. Book 7 really is a tome. Yes, Andrew, it is a tome. Will there ever be illustrated editions, Travis? There already are illustrated editions, actually. The Broken Binding, and Rita, and well, why don't you get to the presentation before I answer questions like that? Now, with regard to the chat, there are 172 of you now. Good Lord. There's no way that I will be able to keep up with all of you. If you have a question you really, really want answered, and I haven't seen it, Don't take it personally. Feel free to ask again. If I haven't seen it like 4 or 5 times, please still don't take it personally. I'll have people on here, presentations going. I'm going to miss stuff. And it's impossible to answer every question. At the gala, I managed to shake every hand, I think, and sign everything everybody wanted me to sign. But things are moving fast here on the internet. And so I'm going to miss something. If I miss your question completely, please forgive me. There's always going to be another time. How sleep deprived am I? Coast to coast. Good to see you, man. A bit. I'm very tired, but we're going to do it anyway. I really wish that the book tour could have waited like a year for me to sleep, but no rest for the wicked, and we all are. So here we go. I did want to say, though, to those of you, speaking of coast to coast, everybody was at the gala. I want to say a very big extra thank you to, because, and I said this on the day, we sort of did this with basically no staff. It was really Jenna and me and a couple volunteers and a couple paid recruits on the day. But all the prep work was done by Jenna, and the whole plan was in her head. And so things were a little bit rocky when we started. We were about 28 minutes late getting everybody in the door. And I'm very grateful to everybody for their patience, their understanding, their forbearance on all of that. Your mercy was greatly appreciated. We got everything sorted out, I think, and in the right place. Everybody seemed like they had a really good time. There were a lot of people asking when the next one is. And the answer to that is, I don't know. But on the day, Jenna was like, never again when we got home. But that was awesome. And the next day she was like, so next time. And I was like, oh, no, don't start planning now. I need a nap. But thank you to everybody for your patience. Our check-in software failed. So we were checking everybody in with pencils. And, that's like appropriate. That's like a very Suneater thing. And so I'm really grateful to everybody's good humor on that front. Thank you for coming. It was so great to meet so many of you in person, to see so many of you again. I had cosplayers for the first time. There were 3 Cielson, Krista and company. And my 2-year-old daughter thought that was incredible. She thought it was very, very funny that her dad met some aliens. She really likes outer space and, stuff. So she thought that was very silly, and she's been laughing about it ever since. A couple Hadrians, a couple Selenis, no Valkas, I will note, but a couple Selenis. And there was one Lorian. Man, he was incredible, really, really awesome. I need to send pictures to the artists. I think they'll be really touched. But it was really cool for me. Saw a couple of tattoos for the first time too, which was really cool. I have none myself, and I don't think I would get one. Because I think I would hate it immediately. And so I really, the faith that you all have in me and in my work to put it on yourselves is really humbling. And so, yeah. So I think, why don't I just do the thing? We're 13 minutes in. Why don't I do the presentation? Now, bear with me, because I should have practiced the screen sharing thing better, but I only have 2 monitors, which is way better than 1. But I think I kind of need 3 to do this smoothly, because PowerPoint takes up both of them. I might not be able to see the chat at all, depending on how this goes with the screen sharing. But I'm going to give it a shot, and I want you all to be patient with. This is the same presentation I ran at the gala. I'm probably going to handle it a little bit differently. But I think we'll just jump into it. I think I'm going to hide myself, maybe. Or no, why don't I do the streamer thing? And do one of these. Okay. We'll do it that way. All right. So, well, how did Jenna make me start this? Hadrian's story is over, right? The Suneater is done. The Suneater is done. The Suneater universe is not done, however. It's going to continue into the future. But I have other projects, and those projects will carry on under the umbrella of sort of my revised, reformed company, High Matter Books. Authors always, almost always, have little LLCs for tax reasons, but we decided to put ours to work for us, doing a bunch of different things, continuing the Suneater, of course, being no small part of it. The Suneater is not just Hadrian's story. It is a future history. It is a universe, and already there are things beyond Hadrian. Right, there are the novellas, there are short stories. And that will continue, relatively immediately, relatively speaking. This may be the next story that comes out. There might be one between now and then, depending on when the special editions drop. But this is I have a story in this book, Unbroken, which is being edited by Peter Ruocchio and Sean Speakman. It's being put out by Grim Oak Press through Kickstarter. My story in it is called Life, and Life is set after the events of Shadows Upon Time. And so if you want to see a little bit of what happens after the end of the story, I wouldn't miss this. Go ahead and check them out on Kickstarter, and wait until, I believe, July when the book comes out to be able to see a little bit of what happens. Let's see. And as you can tell from the description here, we go back to Colchis for this one. I won't say last, but for the moment, last little story. The other note I want to make about this collection, and it's nice things maybe putting it strongly, because it's also quite sad, is that the proceeds for this Kickstarter will go to Peter and his wife's cancer relief, because they both have it, and I was very glad to be able to write a story for it. Basically everybody you've ever heard of is in this anthology. Sanderson's in it. I think Terry Brooks is in it. Christopher Paolini's in it. It's a gigantic list. It's like 40 some authors, and I'm very honored to be counted among them and to be able to do what I can there. I figured that what better Suneater story to give folks to convince them to read the book than this. So you won't want to miss this. Check them out on Kickstarter. The campaign is not live yet, so I got plenty of time. Just sign up for notifications, be reminded when they do go live sometime, I believe, next year. And then I think the plan is to have the books in hand by July. Now, I saw this question already in the comment section. Christopher, what about a print edition of the short stories? And I feel I should explain myself. If you are unfamiliar, there are these 4 short story ebook only collections, The Tales of the Suneater. You can see the cover art just roll through there by James Cook, who's done the Diamond Edition stuff. And my plan when I put out Tales of the Suneater Volume 1 was to do it ebook only, because it was shorter even than my first novella, The Lesser Devil, and I felt guilty about charging print prices for it, even if it was like $10, because it was just so short. It didn't feel right in this economy to charge any sort of print price, because you can only make printed books so cheap, right? For something so small. So I thought we'll do it ebook only. Maybe people who don't love ebooks will make an exception for this because it's so short. They can read it on their phone. And maybe some of you did, but a lot of people are like, bro, I don't do ebooks. What gives, right? And that was the plan. My thinking was I would treat this almost like a magazine, and I would do issues. We've got 4 of them out now. They don't come out very regularly. I put one out as soon as I have enough stories to make another volume. Working on volume 5 now, but we're not there yet. Volume 4 just came out in July. The plan was always, though, to compile them into a single volume, and when I compiled them into a single volume, to treat them as then to put them into print and to talk about audio. And I'm very happy to say that I am officially to where I have enough to do that printed volume. It is not quite on the workshop counter yet, but it is on the slate for the coming year. I will be assembling that manuscript and putting the finishing touches on it, because I want to write original stories for it. I don't want anything really to go to press without new material. And so we're working on that omnibus, hopefully for next year. I've said before, it was always going to come after book 7. We are just barely, I don't want to say after book 7, because it just came out today. So that's a little not fair to me, but we are after book 7. And so this is officially it's over the horizon, approaching me. And so, yes, an omnibus of the short stories is coming. It will include all the stories in volumes 1, 2, and 3, a couple of them in 4, and then some new material. The rest of 4 is going to go into a second omnibus that'll be further down the road, because some of the stories in the Tales of Suneater 4 collection were attached to limited editions of the series, whether that's the Diamond or Anderida. Those ones, they're all longer. They're all kind of novelettes. I want to collect those separately and treat them separately. So further down the road, there will be a second omnibus that collects everything, all the bonus material from the special editions, because some of you quite understandably are like, whoa, there's whole stories that I have to buy a special edition to read, and it was limited. That's not fair. Completely agreed. I never intend to keep material from my readers. I just wanted to give the buyers of those special editions something a little bit extra special to incentivize or reward them for their good faith buying those editions. All material will be broadly available in time. It is only a matter of time. And so that is totally on the horizon. I'm looking forward to working on that very soon. Omnibus. Yeah, I should have clicked. Now, talking about special editions, there are 3 special editions currently in production, and I just wanted to take time in doing this presentation to sort of clear things. Pokemon as well, or perhaps better than me. Red version, blue version, yellow version. That's what we're dealing with here. There are 3. And for those of you who missed the memo, the Diamond editions have been sort of rebranded. They're now the High Matter editions. They're being handled by me directly. And so they're no longer the Diamond editions. If you were one of the people who bought the Diamond edition of Empire of Silence, never fear. When we do the High Matter edition of Howling Dark here very, very soon. Apologies for the delay, by the way. This sort of rebrand is no small part of why there was a delay. When we do the rebrand very soon, we will be sending a new dust jacket with an updated logo for your spine. I can't replace the book for you. That's not reasonable, but dust jacket's very reasonable. Jacket for jacket, they don't cost very much to print, and y'all's patience and kindness certainly is deserving of some help on that front. So I can't replace the dust jackets. I can replace the dust jackets. I can't replace the slipcases or the books for you, but this will at least help make your shelves match a little bit better. And so speaking of Howling Dark, I thought I would take a second and show y'all this. Okay, I am seeing some of you say that there is no sound. And so that is not great. Oh, that's not great. Oh, Patrick is here. Patrick, you're early. Hang on. Let me see if I can figure out the sound issue real quick. It's trying to do too many things at once. How do you? Okay. I know what I can do for the videos. I will skip them and I will add them. I know what I'll do. Hang on. Because this is not acceptable. We need the sound. I know how to make it work, though. We'll just work around it. In the meantime, Patrick, you're early. I'll let you know. Hey man.
Hello, you successful men.
I got to figure out how to work around this. So I thought,
what's going on? What happened?
StreamYard did not let the sound through on my PowerPoint because it's asking me to do too many things. So let's see. If I just upload some things, though, I can just I'll just play it through StreamYard when I get there instead. Really, the PowerPoint is just to make sure I don't forget anything. So I will just upload the files that are all already saved on my computer somewhere. So I just have to do it one at a time because they're obviously not in the same place, because that would be too easy. Everybody,
your video is gone or lagging, at least on my end.
Tell you what, there we go. Put that in there, and they're uploading. So yeah, sorry, everybody. I didn't know it was going to have an issue with my audio input versus the PowerPoint, but yeah. So Patrick, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. Very tired.
Wait a minute. Is it giving me trouble with Patrick's audio now too? Oh, you're good. Okay. Yeah, I bet, man. The little one. That can't be easy.
Yeah, you've been there.
I mean, it
you've
isn't
been
easy.
there.
Sorry, what am I saying? I know. Well, I'm clearly so tired that yeah. It was
Gala,
great.
man?
Everything went really well. Once it stopped going poorly, it went really well. We had trouble with check-in, you know, and so that was hard. But we had to check everybody in with pencils because the software failed. But after that, everything went really well, and everybody was really kind and understanding. I need to find one more file to make sure that I have everything, and I don't know where it went. I have a fear that it is on the thumb drive that I unplugged from my computer. Everybody, thank you for your patience with the PowerPoint issue. Oh, everything's still uploading too. That's a problem.
Must be your hatred against the machine, man.
Yeah, I knew this would happen. So we're making some progress, though. So I guess let me just look through. It's not good that the videos don't work, but that's okay. Pedro, do you mind if I just sort of bowl ahead with the presentation? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, and you can chime in from the peanut gallery if you like. Let me just get through it. Yeah, so while the next things upload, the important one's uploading right now. Why don't I just keep going? With the High Matter edition of Howling Dark, if you purchased rights to Empire of Silence, you have first right of order. Right, we'll hold your copy for a month. That will start, as the video said, on February 11th of next year. We figured with Christmas coming up and the Endorida edition of Empire of Silence moved to January, possibly broken binding in that window, that we would push it to February, just to give everybody's wallets a little bit of a break, and also to give us more time to get everything square. We're still waiting on a couple art pieces and a couple other things, and we're very close. The page designer is starting this week, and so on March 11th, any unclaimed copies will go up for public sale without prejudice, without warning. The warning having been that month before then. I know that this is a feature of special edition publishing that gets to some people, but you have to protect the rights of people who bought the first book in the series to buy the next one. That seems like justice to me. If we could print more, we would. If we can print more, we will. No news on that yet, but I am trying to get a second printing license for a second printing. I do not have the legal right to just print as many as I want. Like the man in Utah, I have a license for 1,000 copies. And that's the way it is. Yeah, the man from Utah, yeah. Or the man in Utah. I don't know if he's from there. Can't remember. But yeah, thank you, by the way, to everybody in the comment section who was so kind about the High Matter Books logo. It was done by a designer named Nicole Martino, who is engaged to the guy who made the trailer, Tim Verneel, who has done like all of the videos for me, the book trailer stuff for a long time. And they're just both wonderful, wonderful people. And I'm very grateful to both of them for their work and their help on this. And so here's the cover for Howling Dark for the High Matter edition. The spine design is not done yet, but I thought you could see the whole spread on the art. We've got Vorgosos there, and that's James's take on the Demiurge. James has got a very sort of 80s sort of style, which is to me, that's what science fiction looks like to me as a Star Wars fan. So that's why I wanted to sort of go with this vibe for the art. He's going to start working on Demon in White. next month probably. He's almost done with the end papers for Howling Dark, and we're going to jump right into it so that we can get up to speed, because it's been about 2 years of book for the first two of these editions, the Diamond Edition, now the High Matter Edition. There will be High Matter Editions, of course, going forward, but that's too slow. I'm going to be working on these forever at this rate. And I said this at the gala, but when we did Empire of Silence, we had to do the Kickstarter, and we had to go. We had to start very early because I didn't have the funds to actually bankroll a project like this. Now we do. Thanks to the first book, we were able to put the second book completely into production before we even took orders. So things will be moving a bit faster. There won't be a giant gap between taking your order and delivery like there was with the first book. And moving into the future, we're now in a position where I will be rotating through backup artists, the interior artists, for each book. Taryn Fiddler did the first book. John Barry Ballaran did the second book. And I'm really happy to announce that my friend, that my friend Kevin Keel is going to be doing Demon in White's interior illustrations. And Kevin is just a genius and a wonderful guy. He, I met him at Dragonsteel last year. Patrick met him too. And he was like, he didn't say who he was. He was just like, yeah, I just like, my name's Kevin. I like do some drawing. And then he like turned around his sketchbook and it was like some of the best stuff I just ever seen ever anywhere. I didn't realize, he didn't tell me that he was like a professional artist. And he only told me like a month ago that he's the lead like environment designer for Avalanche Games and made Hogwarts for Hogwarts Legacy. So he just kept that a secret. So thanks Kevin. He's just such a humble guy, but he's just a champion. He was like, do you want me to do some sketches just to show people for a bit of a teaser? Nice. Here's Kevin doing some headshots for the Cielson, practicing, and thought people would want to see the Arctani. So this is Kevin's take on them. This will probably end up being a trading card. But Kevin was just like, you need anything for the gala? Can I draw a couple pictures? It's like, he's the best. He's just the best. I love Kevin so much. But he's going to do the interiors for Demon in White, and we're going to start those more or less immediately. But we also are going to try and start the interiors for not just Kingdoms of Death, but Ashes of Man, Disquiet Gods, and even Shadows Upon Time, so that as much of the artwork is done as far in advance now as possible, just to save time. I hate rushing artists. And my refusal to rush artists any more than is absolutely necessary is largely why Howling Dark has taken so long to get out the door. But we're nearly there. And so moving on from High Matter Books, to my friends at Andorita Books. They were my like original special edition publisher. They started doing limited runs of Empire of Silence with the normal edition on release, and they've done special editions of all of my novellas now for years. They are just starting to get to the main series, and so we're doing Empire of Silence that was supposed to come out in September, and it has been pushed back to I will have to play the video for that, and for that, I think I'm going to have to sort of change how we're doing things here. And roll the tape through StreamYard. Let me see if that's going to work for us. This trailer is not new to people here on the channel. I played a version of it before, but I just wanted to show off Kieran's work again because he is just, I mean, he's such a genius. I've been so blessed to work with Kieran over the years. You know, he, as the kids say, he doesn't miss. And some of his best work is maybe all of his best work is still to come, frankly, because he's going back through and doing all the books with us. He started with the original cover, Howling Dark. And we're back on Howling Dark, actually. And I found that missing video, so I think I've got everything uploading now. So everybody just needs to be patient with me as I get screen share to work again, because that's just the way it goes. And so, see, is that just going to pop back up if I do it that way? Probably not, right? Let's see. That would be too easy, Patrick.
Yeah,
yeah, it's just oof. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to fix the audio issue. So for those of you who don't know, these were all embedded and they were supposed to work properly, but the audio in Patreon in PowerPoint doesn't is not loved by StreamYard. So Patrick, thanks for putting up with me. This is why you're a hero. Let's see. Share screen. This one. Okay. Okay. Is that working? Are we good? Are we live? Yeah, looks like it. Looks like we're live. Okay, good. Thank heavens. Okay. Phew. What a nightmare. You know, they always say like never actually do PowerPoint. This is why. But this is what we had for the gala. So why is it now not working? Can we go now? Can we go? Okay, cool. Oh yeah. Okay. We've all seen that already. Same sort of deal. We're limited to 1,000 copies with this one because the way fine presses work is they like sublet rights from the normal publisher. And normal publishers don't like to give infinity rights to publish a book away because that's what they bought from me, right? So it's limited. It's also just, it's hard. Fine presses are smaller companies. They can't afford to print 10,000 copies. It's you know, it's crazy. You know, they would just sit on them and lose money in a lot of cases. But so if you purchase The Murdered Son from Andorita Books, if you know, you know, you've already got license to get this book, first dibs, but they only did 750 of those, and there are 1,000 of these. So there are 250 that are going to be open season when this does launch in January. We don't have an exact date in January yet, but we had a quality issue with the metallium cloth that went on the cover. Just the whole batch of fabric was bad. And so it wouldn't take the UV printing they're doing. And so they had to throw it out and try again. So sometime in January that will come live. If you want to grab this edition, you need to go to andoritabooks.co.uk, as you see at the bottom there. It's going to be great. Rob is such a genius. These are like a lot of the same materials as from Folio Society, but I got special permission. And this is already ahead of us now because I hit enter one too many times to show some of the artwork from Howling Dark, because Kieran is already maybe, you know, quarter of the way through the color work for Howling Dark. So this, of course, is from Vorgosos, and this second one is for the end of the book. As I said, you know, Kieran's doing some of just the best stuff he's done for the series, since he has more latitude to do different things, you know, different with these scenes. And it's been really fun. It's just such a great guy to work with. We haven't done the cover yet. If we did, I was going to show it to you because it's going to be, well, you guys could probably guess which scene it is from Howling Dark. A lot of hands. It's going to be great. But yeah, so Patrick, it's good that you're here because you could prevent me from saying something I shouldn't, because the last special edition I want to talk about is Broken Binding, who are of course ahead of everybody else because they are a machine. You know, they've done
well, to be fair,
they've done books 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I mean that's true. But and Renee is also a machine. I mean, the man is just like, here's a masterpiece, another one. So we've done. They're up through books 6, up to book 6 now. 6 and 7 are coming out soon. Maybe Patrick can tell us more about that in a second. But first, this isn't the cover. This is the cover board art by Peng Lu. Peng Lu has finished all of his artwork for this. Patrick, of course, you've seen this already. Patrick made this in a cave. In a box of scraps.
YouTube, man.
Really, and Peng Lu. So this is the cover boards, and this is the reversible jacket that Penglu did for us. Renee has not started his work on this yet, but soon is my understanding, because books 6 and 7 are coming sometime in the first quarter of next year, right, Patrick?
Yeah, most likely, yes.
Yeah. I haven't written my introductions yet, so I assume that you will be, approaching me with the shock stick to make me get back to
Soon, man. Soon.
coming. It's and then that about does it, I think, for special editions. But the thing that everybody, I think, probably came to the Gala for, and the thing that a lot of you are probably asking when you're not asking me about book 7, is what's next, Christopher? What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? Are you writing fantasy? Are you writing fantasy? I already have. I already have. I don't know if how many people watching know who this guy is. Know about my Adaman stories. But for a couple of years now, I've been writing these sort of very old-fashioned sword and sorcery fantasy stories set in a world called Roke. They follow this guy, Adaman, who's sort of a Conan type character, and I thought that I would put together a bit of an introduction for everybody who is unfamiliar. And so I think, Patrick, have I shown you this?
What? Which one?
The Adaman video.
I don't think so.
It's,
so I'm watching this for the first
it's
time.
actually my favorite one.
Okay.
Everybody, I think I'll go ahead. And by the way, guys, I'm completely ignoring the chat. I see there are like 100 comments, and we just gotta get through this. So switching back and forth between PowerPoint and the videos. Yeah. So here goes. There's that. When Tim, who does the videos for me, I sent him the script. He's like, "Can I go full heavy metal magazine with it? Do like the VHS grain and just go like all early 90s, like please." And he sent it to me. He's like, "Is it too much?" I was like, "No, more." And so we went all in with it, and I couldn't help but laugh the whole time we were playing it at the Gala because it's just so great. Tim's the best. I know he's done stuff for you guys over Broken Binding too.
That's thanks to you, man.
Yeah, Tim is just he's so good at what he does, and he's just such a generous fellow. But anyway, I'll put this back up on the screen for everybody who maybe missed it. So this is like sort of a classic kind of Conan style sword and sorcery epic fantasy. And really, what's the difference between those? It's whether or not the magic is good or evil. And here the magic is very, very evil. And Adaman does not like it very much. having been touched by it and having suffered at the hands of it. There are 5 stories with these right now. So if you want to get a sense of what my fantasy looks like, you can right now. This one you can read absolutely free. It was originally in Galaxy Magazine. We've just put it up on my website. That QR code will take you there, and you can check it out. In which Adaman rescues some children from a barrow. But of course, not everything is as it seems, because there's it's me. There's a little bit of a slant with this. It is classic sword and sorcery, but it's sword and sorcery by way of 90s anime, by way of JRPGs. It is a fantasy by way of Final Fantasy, in a way, and so it's got a bit of a touch from there. And people just say, well, isn't that just Fritz Leiber? Isn't that just Jack Vance? And maybe, right? But I hope folks will check that one out. As for the other stories, we had some new artwork as well. You saw in the video. Here's, of course, the art for the Barrow King. This is all by Kevin Keel, by the way. And my favorite thing about Kevin's art is that he actually draws it. I have the original of not this one, but the next one in my office. Pencil, ink, it's great. And this is for the Shrine of Lost Stars, which is in a book called Swords and Larceny, which is edited by my friend David F. Sharirad and a guy called Mark Finn. Mark Finn literally wrote the book on Robert E. Howard, a biography called Blood and Thunder, which is like the last book I read. So I feel compelled to mention it. It's great if you love Conan, if you're interested in the man. I think about Howard a lot because you don't know he ended his life when he was 30 and I'm 32. So I think about that rather a lot. In this story, this was a heist story, that being the theme for the anthology. Adaman has to rob this walking castle. And I mentioned earlier that Kevin is a 3D modeler for Avalanche Games, and he actually built this in Unreal for me. And give me just a second. Good, you good, Jenna?
I kept my laptop charger.
Oh, yeah, they're in the bag. Sorry, my wife is coming up to grab some stuff. And so that's the Shrine of Lost Stars. And the third story is called The Pilgrim Road. And here I'm going to annoy people in the audience a little bit because I started writing a lot of these stories for my Patreon. I felt like I wasn't doing enough for them, and I wanted to start doing more. We did this. We started doing trading cards as well. I'll talk about those right at the end. And so this one is available through Patreon. You do not have to join the Patreon to get it, though. You can just purchase the story on the Patreon by buying the post. This one, Adaman is protecting a caravan, and there are giant wolves and some marooned air sailors and a duel. It's great. It's one of my favorites of the bunch. I think it's a great fun. And this is also the first picture Kevin did for me. I have the original on my wall. So it's very special to me for that reason. The fourth one is called The Wages of Sin, in which Adaman goes hunting a witch, and this is probably the darkest, most terrible thing I've written. I usually don't worry about having gone too far. This time I did, and I had my wife check it for me. So this is actually the first thing of mine that she actually read cover to cover, which is very funny. And I think it's a much better story for it. And I don't have art for it yet. Kevin says by the end of the year, but that one is also just on the Patreon. And the last one is called A Knightess of Van. And that is actually going to be in the Grimoire for Dragonsteel, which is coming out in just a couple of weeks. So the next new thing that I have is this story. And it is actually the perfect one to get a sense of this world and this character. I really hope people check it out. Also introduces this new character from the artwork about whom I will say nothing. I just hope y'all will check it out on the day. I think it comes out on the 4th of December, which is the first day of Dragonsteel. It's so hard for me to not say Dragon Con. I haven't made a Dragon Con. And then let me make sure. Yeah. So the question again, I've seen so many people, and I picked on Martian Luther, who's probably here at the gala. Or no, it was Mel Rubius. I picked on Mel Rubius because Mel Rubius had been saying in the Discord, Adaman's got to be the next series, right? It's got to be the next series. It's got to be the next series. And the answer, and I can finally stop sharing the PowerPoint. To that is, of course, no. I've bamboozled you all. There is another, as Yoda would say. Is there a physical copy of Adaman? There is not yet, unless a couple of the stories have physical copies. Knight of Savan is in that Grimoire book. Shrine of Lost Stars is in Swords and Larceny, and you can get print copies of Galaxy Magazine for Barrow King, but there isn't an omnibus yet. As with the Suneater stories, there are not enough of them for me to really make a reasonably sized book yet, and so we have to wait a little while Short stories used to be the heart and soul of science fiction, and now they're kind of a difficult proposition. The market for them is not very great. Anthologies, collections, those do a bit better. Give it time, but we will get them all together for you. But I do have one more thing, and Patrick, I think you have already seen this one. But my new series is not.
Yeah.
It is not Suneater. It is a third thing. Daw Books has given me a contract for three books. It is a trilogy. My goal with this is to write shorter books because I want to write differently. I want to try and push a sort of different style, a different way of storytelling. I don't believe that books that are longer are necessarily better. I think the best book is the shortest form of itself, even if that is 400,000 words. But I've been reading a lot of Conan, and I've been reading Tolkien. I'm perennially rereading Tolkien, and there are different ways to do set pieces and to communicate with the reader and to communicate theme and things like this. And with the new series, I want to write differently. So my goal is to write 3 sort of tightly written fantasy novels, and they are epic fantasy. They are not. There's no modifier there. As classic fantasy, as classic as I can get. I want to get fantasy back to the beginning, back down to brass tacks. Without further ado, my last little bit here is to show you the new thing I'm working on right now.
Almighty Pythos, God Lord, Sun Lord, Lord of the Earth, O Burning One, hear me, your servant. Your servant who has need of thee. Here I am come, home from long exile, home at last as you commanded. Father, Lord Father, my King, your son returns too late. Would that I had been here, Too late. Too late to aid you, Father, Lord. Too late to save your life. But I will set your house to rights. By all the gods, I swear it. By burning Cathos and kind Calanthes. By all Elendros, I here swear. Iris, war god, man killer, messenger, deliver this, my oath, to my father's shade in your good brother's house. Carry it down into darkness, to the depths below this world of men. I, Atonus, son of Adyatanis, prince of Ragos of the house of Arandis, I will kill his killers and drive them down into darkness, whoever they may be.
There we go. So that's the new thing. The Doom Song Saga is the new fantasy. I have outlined the first book already. I'm working on the outline for number 2, but I haven't actually written a single word of the new thing. And I just got a picture that my family was watching this downstairs, and I know for a fact the 2-year-old is scared of the trailer. So I hope she's okay.
Why?
The hands, she does not like them. And it's like kind of, the voice is scary. So my friend Carlos Ferro did the voiceover for this. He was Da Vinci in Assassin's Creed and Dom in Gears of War. He was
yeah,
he was
that's
in
him.
TNG. I've known Carlos for a really long time. Actually, we used to sort of travel together for conventions. There was this book booth that would go around, and it was a bunch of authors and Carlos. And I would sell books, and he would sell autographs. And so we've been friends for going on like 8 years, 9 years maybe. Do I cut a blank purchase order at this point? You could if you want. But I don't know who's going to be voicing it yet. But Carlos expressed interest, so that would be really fun if he did. We gotta have talks and stuff. But I saw somebody ask if it was Greek themed, and the answer is yes. So this is not Greece, but it is a fantasy world that is based on the Mediterranean of the late Bronze Age. Centrally Greece, but also sort of the Hittites and the Phoenicians, particularly Phoenician Spain, and a little bit of the ancient Basques and so on. But it is a fantasy world with a completely different history. The gods are different, but like the gods of Olympus, they are not very kind. But it is based on some of the old Greek myths. And when I said in the lead up to releasing the news about Doomsong that it was going to be obvious. Like once I told you what I was doing, you would all be like, oh, of course, right? He did Rome in space. Now he's doing Greece with I don't know, different gods. No big surprise. But I'm really excited about it. And I think, and as an extra thing, since we're here, I couldn't really have brought this to the thing. For years now, I've been saying I have a fantasy map somewhere in my office that I've been working on for a long time. It's not done, but I've been working on this for a while. My daughter, somewhere over here, contributed a huge scribble that I've worked to erase. So we're working on it now. This will obviously not be in the book. Someone much better will redo it. But there are no really spoilers here. So that's the map. It really does exist. It's really been here the whole time. That is one of my things. My daughters are apparently waving at the TV. Hey girls. Phoenician CR with the ball worshippers alert. Yes, probably. It's not just Greek, right? It's the whole world, and the map's different. Obviously, there's a lot of different features to it and stuff. But I saw a couple of people asking the big question, and Patrick, I can't remember if I told you this. How many point of view characters? There are 2. You get a whole extra one with this series. I'm really spoiling you all. This is the story of 2 siblings, a brother and sister, Adonis, who is the Prince of Ragos, his sister Daria, and they both share the stage in this one. Adonis has been tasked by the sun god Kythos to avenge his murdered father, and Daria assists him in this act, or pushes him to it, depending on your interpretation or your perspective, let's say. And Daria is interesting because she has the gift of prophecy, having once spent the night, let's say, with the same sun god, for which she has been horrifically burned as a consequence. But she does have the power. I meant to mention this earlier while I was listing all the cool things I got this month, but it's still on my desk. But I also took this from Two to Ramble. They left it in my house. It's their little mic shield. So they were like, I hope we didn't leave anything. And I came upstairs and immediately found this. So here we go. Anyway.
Pretty exciting, man.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. And to be perfectly honest, I'm most excited about working with Jamie Jones, who I've been a fan of since before I knew his work was his work. Jamie lives here. He lives about 20 minutes from me. So we had lunch about a month ago, maybe. And Jamie and I also went to the same high school. We had the same art teacher. But I was in art class my senior year in high school, and I was doing a landscape from a Magic the Gathering card because I was that kid. And he's like, "Do you know Jamie Jones? He was in this class like 10 years before." And I did know Jamie Jones, and I was a big fan, but I didn't realize he was also like the concept artist for Man of Steel. And say what you will about Man of Steel, but that was the best Krypton in any Superman thing ever. It was really cool to be able to say, Jamie, that was the best Krypton. That movie is great. What do you think of the rest of it? And I mostly like it, to be honest. But man, the art direction is so cool. He's such a genius, and he's such a nice guy, and such a such a deliberate thinker too. We were talking a lot about like 19th century symbolist painting, and he's like, maybe we'll go that way with this one. We'll do a little bit of the symbolist thing. And I actually am supposed to get cover art like within like a month or so. He's gonna start working on it soon, which will be really, really fun. So I'll have a cover before I have a manuscript, which is the first for me.
Nice. Yeah. Also, he's gonna be done with it really soon.
Yeah, he said I'll have a sketch maybe before the end of the month, and then the final maybe by the end of the year. Yeah. We'll see. But I'm very excited about it. It is proper Greek archetype. It is proper Greek, but it goes its own way. Drawing from the myths, right? But sort of remixing them and moving in their own direction. And so we'll be doing that. But yeah, it's 2 point of view. And so that'll be more fun. It is third person. I am not in a hurry to do another extensive first person thing. And hey, Mike's here. Hey man, thanks for coming back after your whole weekend with me.
Hey guys, what's up, man? I'm just happy after this weekend I'm still invited to events. It's really awesome. I didn't
it wasn't you we were going to throw out. So
you gave me a live microphone, and I'm still allowed to be invited to these things, so I must not have done awful. So thank you again for.
No, man, I couldn't have done it without you. There was
you keep posting stuff now, Mike.
I thought, hey, I'm going to do this event and then spend 8 hours in airports and travel and all that, and then I'm going to come home and record a bit. I haven't recorded anything since I got home. Just wiped out. So I can imagine, Christopher, you're probably just like dead.
Oh yeah, no, we had people in the house all day Sunday. One of my this is the most me thing I could probably say, but one of my beta readers is a Catholic priest, and so he said mass for us at the house, and he did do it in Latin, just as a treat, which was very cool. I actually never had mass at home before, so it was very first century, very cool. And he's just a wonderful guy. But he stayed with us, and had a couple other folks over. Richard and Austin came by Sunday and yesterday. We recorded for like 3 hours.
Did they finish the book in time? I know
they
did.
Wanted to
finish the book. We did.
We did. We were not in time. We were supposed to do the interview on Sunday.
Yeah, they asked for an extra day. Yeah,
but they asked for an extra day. So, which is very cool. They spent an extra, night's worth of hotel money to get the video
amazing.
done.
I was like, Austin, that is an amazing job of being an introvert, that we're at this gala with like 300 people and you're over here in a corner reading right now. That's incredible.
Absolute dedication. Well, he was way behind Rich, so he had to catch up. But we recorded for like 3 hours maybe yesterday, and Mike, I don't know if you saw, but they left their mic shield, so I have a trophy.
Okay, nice. Collecting scalps. Awesome.
Yeah. I was debating whether or not I was going to make that joke.
I was so bummed I left that high matter sword that someone brought me.
I've got it. I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, everybody thought it was mine, so it's.
Hey guys, it's this big. It goes from bookshelf. Christopher got the real one.
I should go get it. Hang on one second.
Still,
I'll show everybody.
What is that? A real high metal sword? Oh, he's gone.
No, it's a 3D printing. It's a 3D.
Okay.
Hey, did Christopher just do a me and drop out of his own live stream?
Yeah, super. So it's ours now. This channel is ours.
All of your Suneater are belong to me. Have you finished Shadows Upon Time? Of course you have. You've already finished.
Yeah,
it, right?
I did.
Okay.
It's awesome. Have you started it? Not yet.
You're no, I'm still finishing Empire of the Dawn. So it's like you're the responsible reviewer, and you actually read your review copies before the book comes out. Yeah,
now, it's only a few lately. I've just been so busy. Like right now, I think the baby is crying, so I gotta go really soon.
All right, sweet. I got this. You guys heard this weekend. I can hold this thing down, man. But what you've done for the art direction for this series has been amazing, man. I'm sure Christopher's told you already, but I want to make sure I give you the props for that, because I remember when you wanted to include me in it, I was like, I have no idea how to do art direction, and you're like talking about like what rings are on the correct fingers and stuff. I was like, okay, Chris, he's got this. So I'll just pick a scene. But that scene I picked, you did an amazing job with it. And I just got books 4 and 5. So I'm very excited to see what they do with 6 and 7.
You got all the books, right?
I just got 4 and 5 recently. So
okay.
Did they even start on 6 and 7 yet?
We're not done, but almost. Yeah. What's going on?
I'm back.
I can hear you, but I can't see you. Can everybody else see you?
Us right now.
Hello.
I tell you, man, StreamYard is just
It's so weird.
You
It's
guys
just-
can't
it's
see me
just
still.
something.
Yeah,
I
we
s-
can hear you. We cannot see you.
But you popped in right before you popped back off earlier. So when I did my live stream, my 100,000, I had like 18 people on here.
Did
I
it
couldn't
work
get things
now?
to work right either. But see, so other people
Nah.
are saying they can see. So hey, as long as you guys can see, that's cool.
Okay,
Oh,
so I guess
really?
that's the important part.
Okay.
But also Dave is here from the deep blue sea. Hey, man.
Hey, I won't.
Hi, Dave.
I am on a cruise ship. I don't know how good my reception
Oh,
is.
which ship you
so
on?
I am on the New Amsterdam of Holland, America.
Okay, great,
Yeah.
great. Yeah, we're
In
big
the- in-
cruisers. We do it every
We
year.
are in. I'm gonna turn the camera around. We're this is La Paz, Mexico.
Wow.
Nice.
Allegedly, I will not be leaving the ship today. I have too much work to
No,
do.
staying on the ship while it's in
But,
port's great. There's no lines or anything.
Wait, I'm invisible now? The stream is saying?
Yep.
Yeah,
Uh,
howling dark, man. You're howling dark.
It's showing the color of your heart, Christopher. The
Did
darkness.
this change it? I changed the screen layout. See if that fixed it. My camera is out. Okay, hang on one second. I'll just restart it. Carry on.
Wouldn't be a live
Oh,
stream if there weren't some
put us
kind of
close
technical
up.
issues.
Wow, it's like three of us really big right now.
Well, this all okay. Everybody, am I back?
Nah.
What the heck?
Full darkness, man. Chris, by the way, I gotta go for now. The baby is crying.
right.
Congratulations on
Yeah,
Shadows
man,
upon
take
Time
care of
release,
that
man.
baby, man. It's good to see you, brother.
I know how that goes,
Patrick.
Patrick. Well, hopefully see you back later.
Yeah.
Tell the little guy
Yeah.
hi.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Everyone can hear me, but they can't see me.
There we
all
go.
right.
No, you're.
Oh, I'm
There
back.
you are. It was Patrick's fault. It was all Patrick's fault.
Maybe it was
It
just
might have
the.
been somehow.
Maybe it was like the format. Weird. Anyway, yeah. So Dave was not at the gala because he was
Is a hater?
on a boat.
He was a hater.
terrible.
No, that's a good excuse. It's a good excuse. Vacation.
But Mike, I found your sword.
Outstanding.
Yeah. So
Thank
here
you.
it is. Yeah, they 3D printed Mike a little
It's
Heimer
gonna look
sword.
awesome with my 9 copies of Empire of Silence on my shelf. It's gonna be
Yeah.
amazing.
You know,
It's gonna be amazing.
and so there it is, half mortal on the stand.
Thank you for grabbing it, man. I forgot all about it. until
Yeah,
you
no
texted.
worries. I will figure out how to safely ship it to you. If you don't mind, I'm gonna leave town like tomorrow, so I might be a second. But then I got this one. There's a guy called Isaac makes wooden swords for fun, basically.
Which I stole from him and walked around with for a while. I was like, "You got a lot to let me carry some of this
Let
stuff for you." He's
me-
like,
yeah,
you just want to play with the sword, don't you?" I was like, "Yes, I do."
Yeah, and then my brother ended up with it, directing traffic for the rest of the day. But this is based on James Cook's design, which is very cool. And it also apparently was responsible for having sent a mysterious Chris knife to Rich and Austin a while ago, which was like a
Cannot
year
be
old.
sheathed until it has drawn blood.
Yeah, so it's like a weird threat actually to receive a Chris knife in the
So I have
mail.
to say,
And
I
yet,
would take that as a threat.
and yet it all turned out okay. But yeah, so that was cool. I was not expecting people to give me gifts. That was very kind, and to have spent so much time on a gift too was really cool. I got
You weren't expecting it. People didn't let me pay for a drink all weekend. I was like, "This isn't my event," but thank you. So
well,
yeah, I was
you're
expecting
a
something.
celebrity. I keep trying to explain to you. Did I read Latro before my new series? No, I refuse to on principle, so that we don't repeat the same Gene Wolfe problem. Not going to happen. So that's weird. So StreamYard apparently is like only doing 3 people. I wonder if there's like there's a setting that maybe we have going on where it just does this. If anybody knows StreamYard and can tell me,
I quit doing live streams.
we'll find out.
Just always screws up for me now.
Yeah. And so invariably there's someone in the comment who's like, wow, what a bunch of professionals. I expected better. And it's like, man, I'm a professional writer. I do this for fun.
Talk about things going wrong. I was really stunned when you were like, "Hey, do you mind going downstairs and getting those wristbands for everybody? So the staff could get drinks." And I was really shocked when I went down there to find my wife working the check-in counter. I was like, "Oh, what happened?" And that's when I heard about the system going down.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's fine. She wanted to help. So
yeah, we had so Dave, did I tell you on the phone? Our check-in software failed completely. The cameras would not focus on the QR codes, so we had to check everybody in with pen and paper, which is of course like the most Suneater thing possible. But we we had to rely on volunteers to fix that problem. So check-in was a little bit fraught, and I feel very bad for the people who did volunteer who were supposed to just be having fun. I'm very grateful. Fortunately, everything ended up working out after that. We started 20 minutes late, but I just didn't eat dinner, and that solved the problem. So we made up our time, and I think I shook every hand and signed everything. I was supposed to sign one thing a person, but people kept bringing 12 trading cards, and was like, it's really not that hard to do this. I'll just do it, and we managed to get through everything. So
I only heard great things from people who attended. From your side, I'm sure it's impossible not to see the little hiccups and snafus, but I think people had a great time.
Yeah, that's no one's complained to me. So if we did miss anything, we're trying to set it right, and Jenna's working on figuring out if people did not get stuff. So we're mailing it to people. But my line was Jenna's worth about 15 people, and she did everything herself. But we needed about 25 to make it work. And so I think I could say when we do another one, whenever that may be, we won't do it until we have more full-time employees. So we're working on that. So thank you again. I was talking to Rich and Austin and a couple other people about this over the weekend. It's like and this is something Dave said to me a long time ago. So Dave, I'm gonna get this wrong, and you'll be able to say it better than I can. But you really get the readers that you pay for, in a sense, right? And I have the best ones. So thank you, everybody, in the chat here. So I see Harry was here, Marshall Luther was there, Joe Mack was there, a bunch of folks, and Bob Goblin, which is a great name, by the way, and Marjorie, and there were just so many of you were there. It was very, very special, and thank you, and so yeah, the series is all over. And yes, to the chat, I can start paying attention again and answering questions. So I will do my best, and everybody will.
Well, I get to cheat since I'm here. Christopher, do you need me to alpha read your Sword and Sorcery series? Because that's you said the thing, like, publisher told me nobody reads Sword and Sorcery. I was like, so I would love to do that for you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Can't wait.
Absolutely. I'm very excited about it. It's coming along. The outline, like I said earlier, the outline for it might have been before you got on, Mike. The outline's done for book 1. So I'm debating. I wanted to Peter Jackson it and outline the whole thing, and I think there's really an argument for doing that. But I've never done that before. And when we were talking, Mike, to Jay and James, right? Jay was talking about the problem of going too far ahead, and it was the path was just too wild, right? Because he needed to go a little bit further into the wood to see book 2. And I was really kind of feeling that, because that's always been my process. I have a vague cloud of future books in a series, but I know the book I'm working on. And I'm feeling that again. I'm trying to look at book 2, and I'm like, well, I know I want this, and we're going to introduce these characters, and I want it structured this way, but I can't quite figure out what's going to happen and when and in what order. And I wonder if that's, just going to get easier if I finish the book. But
Tanner, I hope that person lets me know. I met so many people this weekend and heard so many names. I couldn't possibly keep up with it, but whoever gave me the High Mare Sword, I hope they'll drop me a message and remind me, just so I can properly thank them, because it really blew me away.
Yeah. I have the same problem. I got so many different things. A couple of them were easy because it was people giving me their own books, right? But I can't. One guy gave me a Roman coin from Hadrian's Rule, and I can't remember the fellow's name, and that was just so awesome. I have 2 now. I have 2 Hadrian denarii. So if I die, I've got the boatman covered. So I think Dave heard me make that joke on the phone already, but I'll make it again. You only polish your material, right? But Dave, you've written a bunch of series. How do you do the sequel thing? Do you plan? Do you plan more all at once? But
I usually know where I want it to go roughly in each of the books, but I don't outline each book fully to the end. I usually don't outline the book fully to the end unless I'm co-writing with somebody, and then I think it's a necessity to avoid a terrible, terrible train wreck.
Yeah.
Usually I write a book when I start writing when I have the first act outlined, and I know the ending, and I know the climax is in between. then I'll start writing, and then the outline will live with the manuscript. I'll add every day to write a chapter and then go add to the manuscript.
Yeah, cool. So you definitely don't like you don't do outlining stuff for like books 2 or 3 or something when you were like working.
I mean, a little, right? I want to know. I mean, for one thing, you want your climax in book 2 to be bigger than your climax in book 1. So you got to think about not making book 1 too big, right? And you got to think about a series of climaxes over 3 or 5 or 6 books. And so I think about that. And I think about a little bit about subplots, like where is this relationship going to go approximately over the next 2 or 3 books or 5 books, right? But I won't outline it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I thought I would, and because I still don't know exactly how it's going to end yet this time. So it's a little bit of a anti-Suneater in the sense. I know what I want to happen, but I don't know how. And so I've been debating how much I want to lock myself in, because I got into the book 2 outline. I started chunking things down, and it just wasn't, it wasn't working. I just couldn't do the outline. And having writer's block on the outline is a new thing for me. So Jenna says, I can fix the stage in StreamYard. It should say my resolution on it. If it's not right, you change it in general settings. I don't see where it says resolution on anything. On the so comments on stage, settings, size. Oh, maybe I do wide. Is that what I do? Maybe that does it.
Let's see here. I got the little cog.
Yeah. If anybody has any ideas, if the chat knows how I'm supposed to get more people in here when more people show up, so that I don't disappear, become a voice, please let me know. Because right now we got 3, and that seemed to be about the limit. We got to 4, and some people are like, "Oh no, where did Christopher go?" 251 people. That's as many real Pokemon as there are. That's great. And so cool. Well, gosh, this is that's the most people have ever been on here. But Christopher, what will the magic system be? There will be no magic system. There will be magic. Dave is the right guy. Dave, I hit this point very hard. The Gala. I have this sense, and I don't know exactly how this is going to translate practically, that the best way for magic to work in fantasy is on the level of meaning. And so like the magic will operate, right, like on the level of trying to convey something to the reader, right? And so stuff will happen because it like is about the drama in some way. And so like characters will have magical properties because they are who they are, right? And not because they do something. And so one example is like, this is fairy tale logic, right? It's like the princess will die if the candle is snuffed out. Why? Right? Well, what's the like energistic connection? I don't know, but you can intuit the meaning there symbolically, and I want the magic to work that way. As I've always said, like the thing about fantasy that's so cool is it takes like all these symbols that we think about in our lives, right, and it concretizes them, right? The example I always give is Fangorn versus Isengard, as opposed to Birnam Wood and Dunsinane Hill and Macbeth, right? Tolkien goes to see Macbeth, and he's like, it would be better if the trees actually moved. And it's like, yes, that would be a lot better, actually. Make the trees move. A literal dragon is cooler than a serial killer who is symbolically a dragon. As much as I love Thomas Harris, Redhead Dragon is awesome. Like, what if a real dragon was just eating people? Like, that might be more fun, right? And so I think the magic itself should be concrete in the same way. So no eating rocks to channel fireball, no novel magic systems about flavors of cheese.
Snorting gunpowder.
Yeah, I thought you were going to troll everybody and say you had like a super complex magic system in your fantasy.
Yes, I should. It's actually, yes, it's based on the Enigma code, and you have to do a lot of math. And
you have to do pi to figure out this chapter.
Yeah, it's actually just calculus is the magic system. Except that I know nothing about calculus, and so it's going to all be wrong deliberately. That's the plan. Yeah, and
okay. Lots of magic systems I've read, I'm pretty sure the author had no idea how they worked either. So
yeah, very often. Okay, so the stage is the small part. So maybe it's this cog I'm supposed to click on. Sorry, a stage is a small section beneath the big screen where you add people to the event. And then in general, I need to hang on. What do I need to do then? Show resolution badge on stage.
You know, like half the internet isn't working today or something, I've heard. So maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah,
but I
maybe.
doubt it because I always have problems with StreamYard.
Shift videos up for comments, banners, a display. We're trying to figure this whole thing out before more people show up. No eating horseshoes to cast iron. No, no, that will not be how it works. There might be stuff that like kind of feels the same, but the yeah, cheese magic would be good. I feel like there's a parody story that probably Dave would be better suited to write.
I will write a parody story one day. It will be a middle grade story about a character who can eat different nuts to have different superpowers, but unfortunately he is allergic and risks going into anaphylactic shock. You can eat like a Brazil nut to get strong, or a pistachio to leap over the schoolhouse or something. Yes, I will write that one day.
It's like a lot of the stuff that Christopher was serving at the event. I knew it was going to be up all night with acid reflux, but you know what?
Mage, that's
when in Rome, baby. You just got to go for it.
Yeah, you gotta.
It's not like we're going to sleep anyway.
Yeah, yeah, you got to do what you got to do, right? But like, oof. Yeah, so I don't know exactly how I plan to implement these things, but I know what I want to implement. So, Fromage, Stephen, Fromage, that's great. You should go do that. CR outlining masterclass when Marjorie. I don't know. I am like not a great teacher. I think. That says my network is 100% at least up to the ISP. Am I having like signal dropping issues? Am I dropping frames or something? Or because Dad, the problem we're talking about was with the streaming platform. It when a fourth person shows up, I disappear. There's something with their formatting that's bumping me off. We're trying to
maybe all that shit talking machines is finally catching up with you.
I like keep wondering like when someone's gonna ask ChatGPT about my feelings on this matter, and it's gonna have an attitude.
I feel like Frank Herbert has basically set me up on this subject. I have a predetermined position.
Yeah, well, he's not wrong, you know.
Yeah.
Mike, how is Huge Book November going?
Well, I finished James's book, and I'm about the 60% mark of Jay's book, and I've got yours next. And then after I finish yours, I'm doing Ryan's, which is the biggest of the bunch. So maybe by the end of the year I can finish all the stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, that's that is a stack.
Not all going to happen in November. I'll tell you that.
None of those are short. See, this
I
is
got
why
like I'm kind of reading it in between to kind of just take the edge off a little bit.
Yeah. Apparently there was like a Cloudflare outage. So if I am, if any of us are dropping a little bit, that'll be why. Gotta do. You gotta choose. Gotta do. Thanks, Mom. I love you too.
It was lovely meeting your parents, man. They were so cool.
Well, they are the best.
Your dad told me some great dad stories and some tips and tricks that I'm going to use on my kids.
Oh, those kind of dad stories. I thought stories about me, and I got nervous.
Well, some you told me about your Uncle Joe that doesn't exist. He told me that story. That was really great. But
yes, yeah. Dad pretended there was another brother because there's a gap between my one uncle and the other that's larger than the gap between him and the middle brother. And he's like, "You're gonna go where Uncle Joe went if you misbehave." So it's a recurring narrative. Yeah,
making up reasons why you were going to break his projector. I was like, I got to use this so my kids will get off my PlayStation 5 and quit making all the controllers drift.
Yeah,
controllers are expensive, That's
yeah, Dad wouldn't let us play. We have a movie theater in my parents' house, and my dad would not let us play video games on it because it would burn out the light bulb. The heads-up display elements would burn into the light bulb.
That sounds made up.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's true, Dad. But well played. Hey Richard. Halfway through Shadows, missed a couple hours of sleep already because of it. Well, thank you. Thank you for your service. Hopefully you don't lose too much sleep. Is there anything I can say about the Suneater releases in Brazil? If not, that's okay. I can't say that much because I actually don't know that much. I know it's happening now. I don't know when the date is, or I can't remember how many books they ordered. I think it was the first 3.
Do you
So
have titles? Do you know the Brazilian titles? The
I
Portuguese
do
titles?
not. The only ones I remember with any certainty are the German ones with the foreign translation. So I know that I don't remember the German, but the German for book 2 translates to The Dark Between the Stars, which is actually a Kevin J. Anderson book. Not quite. I love my German translator, but you have to change things. But I was like, that's Kevin's book. So man, I guess I could go back and find old questions, but if people want to go ahead and drop questions in the chat, we will get to a Japanese translation. Not yet. That is the one I want most of all. I want those manga covers. I want them so badly. But maybe one day. But yeah. Dave, you hadn't seen any giant waves of boxes at your house before you left, did you?
I hadn't, and my kids are there, so I think they will text me if giant waves of boxes arrive. But nothing as of yet, I believe. I'll text them this morning and make sure they know it's coming.
Yeah, I just I feel so bad about that. Thank you for doing that. I'm sending all the Dragonsteel merchandise to Dave's. Father Gabriel said we could hide it in the Newman Center at the university if we wanted to get out of your house. So
nice. Do we load Wednesday? Is that right?
Yeah.
Is Wednesday
yeah.
the day we load in?
We'll load in on Wednesday. Thanks for the help. Last Zombie asked, and Dave, you can answer this one too. How do you keep track of all the elements in universe as big as, well, in my case, the Sun Eater? For me, it's the outlines and mostly just practice at this point because I've been working on the setting so long. That really everything I need is in the outline, and everything that's not I kind of remember, or at least remember don't have a planet where they make a lot of wine. What was it? And then I we'll look around and see what I can find if I can find the answer. So sometimes you end up with 2 wine planets or something, but.
Yeah.
What about you?
This is yes, the same. Also, this is where searchable PDFs are very handy. Also, before I go to write a book, I will reread the previous books in the series. So I have working copies of them. I have sort of tattered, annotated first 4 books of the Witchy War with my notes and including oops, here's a mistake, right? So I will sit down and reread all of those and then write the next one. But yeah, the ability to go back and search and say, wait a minute, what did I call that guy or whatever?
Yeah. I do a lot of Control F rather than I should annotate. I'm just not serious enough. And John and Steven are here. Hey guys. Can everybody see all 5 of us now, or did 2 of us disappear?
I don't see you.
You've disappeared. You got a green screen. What you gonna put the universe in the background or something? What
I do. Man? I'm at work. I took an early break. I'm in the break room with this curtain.
Okay. John, I just want to say you are a maniac because I can't believe you guys are already putting videos out after this. I'm I can't even get the camera out yet. This is it. First thing I've done since getting back.
Yeah, I don't know. We are maniacs, I guess.
But you guys were hustlers the whole time, and you guys were amazing. Thank you for being such awesome, stewards of Carolina. It was very, very exciting for us. And thank you.
It was so special to see everybody in person. It was amazing. It was just all out a great weekend. Christopher, I'm just hopping on to tell you, what an achievement, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, man. I'm sure I'm still invisible over here, but
no, I can see you now.
Oh,
we can see you.
Yeah. Oh, okay, good. We had so much trouble with the formatting earlier. No, man, I felt like I didn't see you at all on the day. It was say to Jenna,
you were kind of busy.
Yeah,
but me that too. I was like, man, you had 400 people trying to meet you. It's fine if we didn't get to talk that much.
I kept getting stun-locked by the crowd. It took me an hour to cross the room to put the sword down after Isaac gave it to me. I was just like this, right? And then Mike is like, can I just have that? And
Yeah.
that solved that problem. But I literally like I could not cross the room. I was holding a Coke can and like a couple boxes people gave me in the store, and everybody's like, "Can I shake your hand?" I'm like dropping stuff on them.
Yeah.
I remember
and it
Jen
was
asked
it
if I could go
was
get something, and it took me like 12 minutes just to get there to get it.
yeah, it was. I mean, it was awesome, right? But I was telling Jen it was exactly like my wedding reception, where like you have all these people you've known for so long who've come so far and often at great expense to see you, and it's like, hey, bye. I remember my friend David flew up from Texas for my wedding, and I hadn't seen him in years, and I literally talked to him for 20 seconds. I met his wife for 10 seconds, right? And later, and I just like, you feel like a jerk, right? And I just
Well, you need to totally let that go. We were like we had time at Dragonsteel last year. This year we were at your event, and your event was so much more kind of intimate and special. I was talking to Austin and Richard from Two to Ramble, saying it was really just like we got to be with your very special family and friends and celebrate this achievement of you crossing the finish line of this landmark series that you just landed. I'm about 100 pages in. I'm already wowed.
No, thanks.
So it was just a special time. It was just very special, just very intimate to be there with you and your family. And all this other stuff, man, you should totally let go. You guys were great hosts. It was amazing to see Mike and everybody there and give out hugs and see faces. It was truly a special event.
Yeah, well, thanks, man. It wouldn't have been the same without you. Certainly without Jacob. We really needed his help there with the text. So
yeah,
he was following me around like I had an animal companion when I was doing the Q&A. It was awesome.
He was on your hip, buddy.
Yeah, no, he it's gonna be great when we get the video. It's gonna be amazing. So, yeah. Oh man, no, thank you both. Thank you all. It wouldn't have been same. I wouldn't have been the same without you. I felt a little bad. In my head, when I was like, we'll do the panel during the signing line. That way, like, people aren't just standing around awkwardly. It didn't occur to me, reverse angle, that people be in the signing line, and I need to rethink the format a little bit. But thanks. I didn't hear a word of it either, so I'm excited to see it when I get the video. So, Steven, how are you, man? It's good to see you.
Good, yeah. I've been watching the photos, trying to catch up with the videos. It looked like it was fun. The cosplay is what startled me. Some people really went all out.
Yeah,
that was just incredible.
I went over to the Cielson guys to get a picture, and they asked me if they could have a picture with me before I got there. I was like, sure.
All right.
They were kind of scary though. They were a little scary.
They were great.
Yeah.
I had never had a costume before, so this was all new for me. There were a few Hadrians, a couple Selenis. There was a Lorian who was really, really good.
Lorian was really good. Yeah,
it was really awesome. The Cielson were the best though, because my mother-in-law got them and was like, "Can I make you take a picture with Christopher?" And like, we wanted to, and we were afraid to ask. So
yeah,
my
they asked me
mother-in-law,
when they were there, "Do you think Christopher would take a picture with us?" Yes, he definitely would.
100%, right? But my mother-in-law like made them before they could ask, which is very funny. I said this at the beginning. It's my 2-year-old's favorite picture of me right now. She's like, "Daddy's being silly," because I was pretending to be scared, right? I was like, and it's like they were just costumes, though. It's like Halloween. Just she gets it, right? Not real aliens, but it was great. It was great. It was really, really cool. I wasn't expecting costumes, actually. The thought did not cross my mind. So
it was awesome.
Yeah, it was cool. So a couple questions. I saw a bunch of people asking about prequel stories. I kind of don't actually want to do that. I think if I did Foundation War stuff, it would spoil the mystery of sort of the world and the lore. I think the prequels are mistakes frequently, and if not always. And so so I don't think I'm going to do that. Maybe some Karn stuff could work, but a prequel you need to make the questions bigger and not answer them, right? And that's a very difficult issue with prequels. And so I'd have to figure out a way to do, especially a Karn story that wouldn't diminish Karn, right? In a way that I like the Star Wars prequels, but seeing Darth Vader as a 9-year-old kid saying wizard actually does take a little bit out of Darth Vader, right?
I thought Solo was worse, actually. It's just a non-ending stream of here's where he got his gun, here's where he got his name, here's Chewbacca. Really, that's the point of this. It's just is it to show us all the props.
Yeah, the only thing I really liked about Solo was the sort of like proletarian uprising of the robots, because they were just all very cute, and it was just a very funny little set piece where you got the like gonk droid like stomping on components and things, and everything's sparking. It's all these like silly Muppets. It's great. That's the only good part of that movie.
The only thing I liked from the Obi-Wan series that they did was we actually saw what the gonk droid was for the first time. Like they're just this box that wanders around and like, what's it for? And then suddenly in Obi-Wan, you see literally clocking in and out in the gonk, and you go, oh, okay. Someone actually thought, we should do something with it, and they finally did. So that was the only benefit for me watching the Obi-Wan miniseries. Disney.
The thing about the Obi-Wan miniseries, it ended.
Yeah.
And I don't want to start this because me and Christopher will just completely
we'll just go the whole thing. The nice thing about it is it gave those two guys a chance to like to hang out, right? They're like they're old friends. Like that's nice. Like it was good for them.
Christopher, when we were at Comic Palooza here in Houston, it was like Hayden's line was out the door. It was like 5-hour wait to get his signature. So good for him, man.
Yeah, no, I'm psyched for him especially, right?
Yeah.
Like it's cool. I feel like he needs a John Wick. Like he needs a career reboot. And he's like a very great physical performer, actually. Similar range to Keanu, right? Like he needs something like that, right? And
I still say that the sequels were so bad it made people love the prequels in hindsight.
So
it could have always been worse.
True story.
Yeah.
But I think
will
it's
say
also
this about
my generation got older, and like I grew up thinking pod racing was cool. So
I have a pod racer in Borderlands 4, and it is awesome.
maybe it works in Borderlands. It did not work for me in the prequels. Hey,
we were too old.
Christopher, I will say, just being starting Shadows Upon Time, you give us little glimpses between the cracks. You peel the curtain back a little bit of the foundation we're here, there. Like you give us little hints and little things, and I like it that way because it lets the audience fill in the spaces. It kind of lets it be ours. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I think it's better that way. There's this sense I have that questions are better than answers, right? They're bigger because they inspire you to come up with your own part of the story and participate. Because really, most of a book is in the reader's head. It's not on the page.
There you go. Yeah.
Right. Like what we're actually doing, right, is trying to jumpstart your own, cognition to participate in the story. That's why I like books better than movies, is because it's participatory in a way that cinema is voyeuristic, right? And that's like better for you. I think like movies are great, but like they're a lot more authoritarian, actually.
Absolutely,
and a lot less sort of holistic and I guess I'll say again participatory. And so you give people
all the $20 words today, man. You should be a writer.
Yeah. Well, it's early. I'm just warming up.
It's late here, so
Yeah, well, that's true.
You need to have a source on hand when I'm on a live stream. All right.
Yeah. Let's just gotta get you the blood work, get his blood flowing. So, but yeah. How did I decide on first person? Well, I've been writing third person for a long time, and it just wasn't working. So I decided to change it. I got to the end of I got to the end of an attempt, and it just it wasn't a finished book, and I thought I would change it up. So this was like midway through college. I was like, okay, I have like 2 years left because I really wanted to have a manuscript by graduation, because I didn't want to have a normal job, which I didn't quite end up. Well, I don't know if working for Bain was normal. Dave knows what I mean. But publishing is not normal. But it was still an office job. I was trying to avoid that. And so I had to finish the book, and to do that, I needed to like think about the book differently. So I switched to first person. What about you guys? Like, I know Mike, you haven't written a book, but like everybody else has. Like, how did you guys make those choices, with perspective and things like that?
I think he's asking y'all a question, not me.
Yeah,
they're all thinking.
Third person can be so close as to be almost like first person, and that tends to be what I write, is one of those two, right? Like what is the person? Whether it's first or third person, the the conceit is that you are sort of a passenger in the head of the perspective character, right? And so everything that's being described is a perception the character has, right? And when you realize that, you can do away with a lot of words like he noticed, right, or she thought, because that's all it is you're in the box of the character's head. Everything is what she noticed or what she thought, right? And you can get so with third person you can get a very similar effect. I'll tell you what I struggle with, and writers do this, so don't feel like I'm criticizing you if you're this guy, but like first person where you do lots of different perspectives, and like the first word is the chapter is the name of the character, man, that does not work for me. It just doesn't. Works for a lot of people, obviously. But if I'm really I, then like it feels wrong for me for I to become somebody else. I think that should be a third person close.
I think for me, books that mix first and third, I struggle with, because that constant shifting. If they're all third person, that's fine. It's different parts of the world, different parts of the galaxy, and that's what I've tended to write. It's only recently I've started writing first person, and it's just one perspective, and it just feels a lot more comfortable for me. I know other people are okay with it. Like I will never write second person. I just won't. Like I've tried reading books like that, and I just end up throwing them across the room because I'm not that person. I wouldn't do that thing. Therefore, I'm never gonna. I just can't separate it. But
second person, present progressive. You are standing. You are looking into the water. You are saying.
You punch the nun in the face. Why? Why would I do that to a nun? It's like, no, thanks. I put it down and walk away. It's too much. It's too much for me. And if it gets worse, you're like, wait, no. But if you're in someone else's head and it's first person, it's not you. It's you're the carrier, as you say, in the back of their head. But I'm experimenting more with first now, and I'm still learning. It's very interesting. Well, are you, John?
Well, we kind of with our first book that's out, it's such a genre mashup and such a blend of styles. I mean, here's our style that we wanted, a bit like a thriller action adventure. Here's some gothic, here's some sci-fi, so we kind of jump around. It's broken up into acts and entre acts. So there's some first person, there's some third, and it really depends on, there's some closer. It really depends on what that section we want, like Christopher was talking about. How do we want to facilitate that head movie? How do we want to pull across that vibe or pull you into that feeling of this section that we want? And, which one works best for that? So we kind of, we jump around section to section a little bit. And I think it's just to facilitate you as a participant to get that visual thing going as a reader.
Yeah, that's really cool. I remember reading like Ilium and Olympus, Dan Simmons, and he'll jump back and forth, not just between first and third, but present and past. And I couldn't like figure out how I would ever arrive at a conclusion like that. Right? I love those books. I think I like them better than Hyperion, but I couldn't figure out why. Right? And like it worked fine. I don't like first person at all, but that's maybe my least favorite. I'd rather read second person than that. But to do all these little pieces in different ways, in different styles and modes was interesting. And of course, it's Simmons, right? So it's all very deliberate. Hyperion, each of those novellas has a different style,
completely,
like imitate a different thing. Even the Cassad section is imitating Caesar's Gallic Wars, right? It's written in historical third, right, where he's talking about himself in third person. And
sure,
and like the thing too is that it's all kind of like false dichotomies, right? Because there are sections in Shadows where Hadrian starts writing in third person, right? He's still a first person story, and you get these books where like a lot of Sherlock Holmes is like this, where it's first person, but it's Watson about Holmes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like that's still first person, but it's also third person at the same time, right? And there are even a couple sections in Shadows where Hadrian starts addressing specific people and starts saying you, right? So there are second person sections in the book as well. And the idea that like you must make a rigid choice necessarily is not true, right? Because you can do things like this. And this is something Gene Wolfe does all the time, right? Is he'll have the narrator not really be the narrator, right? or something will change to the narrator or about the narrator in a meaningful way. Oh, Jordan's here. Don't you have school?
I'm on paternity leave.
Oh yeah, of course.
Wow!
Yeah, I didn't
Congratulations.
really get that because my book was still due. So, and of course, I'm like, I work at home anyway, so I just whoosh, right over my head. Good to see you, man. Hope the flight wasn't too bad.
No, it was great. Good to see you too. Hey, Dave. Hey, John. Hey,
Congratulations, Jordan.
Steven, right?
Hi, Jordan.
Hey,
Yeah.
and hey, Mike, if you're there.
Mike took a break, I think. It was so awesome sitting next to you at the panel, Jordan. We need to get together and talk sometime.
You too, buddy. It was great, and I would love to do that. Yeah. Let's keep in touch about that for sure.
Absolutely. And Christopher, I totally agree. If someone says, "Oh, you need to make a hard and fast choice," and I think artistically, as long as you understand the rule you're breaking, if you take a big swing and try to break it, I think that's where the fun stuff happens.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there, right? The things I remember, the books I remember maybe the most strongly took some sort of real bold choice, either with perspective or like a lot of Wolf is like that, right? Fifth Head of Cerberus. Yeah. Or they did something clever with time, right? My favorite Ian Banks novel is Use of Weapons, which does this thing where like the chapters it starts kind of in the middle of the story, and the odd numbered chapters move to the future, and the even numbered chapters move from the beginning toward the past. So
that's cool.
The big plot twist in the character's origin story plays off, simultaneously with the climax at the end. Which is like, I guess, kind of a spoiler, but I won't say what it is, right? But like, that's why he does it, and it's like, it's very weird and experimental, right? But like, if you did that story linearly, the emotional impact would just be different, right? It'd be a lot flatter, and it would just not be as interesting. Even though it's Banks, it's just interesting. They're trying.
Isn't one set of chapters numbered with Arabic numerals and the other has Roman numerals or something?
Yeah. And in the audiobook, they call the Roman numeral ones sub-chapters so that you can tell that there's something off.
Yeah. Like the first chapter is disorienting. You're like, what's going on? And then you realize the story is sort of spreading in two directions.
Yeah. And there's like probably a way to do that with time travel if you really wanted to pretzel your head around. That could be cool, right? Like this stuff is just neat, right? And by comparison, people are always like, how do you write this like giant series? It's so complicated. I'm like, it's just a straight line, actually, right? It could be much worse. You got House of Leaves on the extreme end, but
oh wow, yeah,
which I would never even attempt, right? I couldn't even read it. I was just so lost, right? But
same, man. I tried. I gave it a shot. I was like, I think there's a great story in here, but I just can't find it. That was just for me. I know people love it, and I think it's an achievement. I really do, but I couldn't crack it.
Yeah, it's cool. I really these are things that interest me, though. I feel like there's an opportunity with technology too to sort of push the structure of books in a way, because I had this joke when I was in college, right, that like the English department had a real chip on their shoulder because like the engineering people always got new toys, right? All the money went to the engineering campus, right? It's like, what do we do? And like movies are new and you can do new things with movies, but like no one's tried to push the format of the book or something. But like doing stuff with like I don't know, QR codes or something, right? For example, it's like a really like obvious way to do it. But like you do silly things like maybe hide stuff in the book physically, right? People have to like like those like escape room games where you have to like break the box, right? There's got to be like some weird silly stuff that you could do with the actual physical medium of print, right? That I think would be fun to play with at some point. And
people are starting to integrate social media into their novels, into modern novels and stuff like that. So you'll get two people will be having a conversation, and then there's a break, and suddenly it's an Instagram thing, and then it's a Twitter exchange, and then it's a text thread or whatever. So that people are integrating it in that way, but I don't know if that's as stylistically experimental as you're talking about.
It's in that direction, right? It's in the vein of playing with like POV and voice and person, right? But
language. I mean, social media has changed how we actually communicate and speak to each other in a written word. So it's pushing boundaries for sure.
Maybe not for the better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean everything is a mixed bag, right? But like I don't know, I like the experimental stuff, but in a sense, Sun Eater isn't really. Well, maybe that's not fair to me. Dave's gonna tell me I'm being unfair to myself. But Sun Eater is like it is like a pretty linear narrative, actually, right? Not that there aren't some tricks, but even those tricks are kind of nested into more traditional, narrative voice. And I think doing weirder stuff eventually would be fun. Doomsong's not going to be that. Doomsong is just two third-person narrators. Doing something weird. People are saying, what about the Karn book? Like maybe this is something, Karn being Karn, that would be an interesting thing to do one day.
Oh yeah, you could mess around there for sure.
Yeah.
One of the things I always struggle with is pronunciations of names. So you could always have a QR code in the back of the book that when you scan it over, it takes you to like a YouTube video with pronunciations of all the characters.
Oh, that's
so like
cool.
You could connect things like that. So like if you're not sure on things, or like you scan it and it takes you to a link that shows you the map, or it's like finding ways to engage people beyond the physical artifact of the book, I think is kind of an interesting way. But then you get all the blending now with like, if you get an ebook and the audiobook at the same time, it keeps track and all that sort of stuff. And you pick one up and put the other one down, and switch methods. There's things like that. So I think there's something coming. They've tried it in comics and it didn't work with like motion comics. Digital is the next kind of platform for comics. That was it.
Yeah.
But with books, I think it's extras beyond the story that adds levels to the world. I think is probably the key thing.
Yeah, well, that's sort of like the thing I'm doing with the trading cards, right? They've got codes on the back that take you to lore pages that mostly are just me trolling my Discord server. One of the ones at the gala that we handed out, we did an orphan card, and the whole lore page just suggests that orphan does not exist, and that Hadrian made him up. Garland asks, "Can I do the sign of the sun disc?" Yeah. So like, if there's the sun, you go like this, and then you encircle it, and then you bring to your forehead, your heart, your lips, you kiss it, and then go back. That's that. See if there's a good question for everybody. Marjorie is very enthused by the idea of the Karn book pushing the boundaries of format. Yeah, it would be fun. Like this chapter is just an audio file. There's no. Got another one here. Nicholas, hey man.
Hey,
thanks for being here.
Absolutely, it's loud here, so I'm going to be muting.
Yeah, no worries.
Unless I have something very intelligent to say.
It's good to see you. Thanks for coming on. I hope the format's still holding. We've had trouble. StreamYard's been like making me disappear, so hopefully everything will work on.
There's another outage out there. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but
they were saying in the chat, but so far so good. We were just talking about doing experimental stuff with format and like integrating digital stuff into the actual text, or like pushing the physical presentation of the book, like the way House of Leaves does, and like this is what the future of, I guess, the medium might look like in that way, which is kind of fun. Just to sort of think about. Let's see. The Nicholas Kotar, yes, the man himself. He's here. Yeah, thanks for coming. Do we lose Dave? Oh no,
nope, there he is.
Dave's on a boat, so yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I think my connection's degrading, and I don't want to like clog up the live stream, so I'm going to drop. But giant congratulations, Christopher, to you, the rest of you. Good to see you, or to meet you for the first time.
Good to see you, man.
Dave, I got your book on the stack, man. I really want to get to it.
Yes, Christopher sent me Witchy Eye.
That's amazing. Oh, wow.
Mike,
okay.
maybe we should do it together. Well, maybe we should find a time in 2026 do it together.
Do it.
Do it after Feist, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah,
hey, it could be a damn good cool Illuminati pick.
It could be. I'd be all for that. That'd be awesome.
Okay. Look, I'm available for live pillorying anytime. So you let me know.
Just throw eggs at him. Yeah.
Good to see you, man. Enjoy your trip.
Yeah, man. Have fun. Eat more sushi.
I will.
Yes, all the sushi, all of it. That's what you do on a cruise. You
100%. Yeah.
Eat like a maniac. Yes.
Yeah, I should have said this right before Dave left, but Dave also, if anybody watching doesn't know, Dave edited the last two books. When I went to Bain, they had him on do the editing on a freelance capacity, and then switching to DAW, my new editor couldn't get brought up to speed in time, and so Dave did the thing. So couldn't have done either of those books without him. I could not have cut. We cut like 80,000 words from book 6 and like 50 from book 7, and which is so painful. That was like several months of work. And then it, of course, took about a month, but I couldn't have done it without him. I wouldn't have known where to start. So, let's see. Nicholas, there's a question for you. Are you still planning on doing the Suneater read along?
That's entirely up to you.
Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, no, I mean, we were gonna record something. We tried to do it before this, but things have been so crazy that we didn't get to. But yeah, we are still planning on doing that. I'm gonna be involved in some capacity. But yeah, we're gonna try to figure out how to roll out. We need to meet after my life ceases to be insane. So, and also on the read along department, Media Death Cult is going to start it in January too.
Oh, cool.
So Moid has been teasing me for years to finish my series. He's like, I'm not going to read it until it's done. And I'm like, fair, man. I totally understand. But now it is, and so he's making good on his promise. But he's put me up against Gene Wolfe. He's doing the whole solar cycle and Suneater next year, and so I'm just going to look terrible by comparison.
That's awesome.
It's fine. Just me and the greatest series of all time. Okay.
I'm going to disagree with you there, Christopher.
I know you struggle with Gene, John, but
I'm just
but too experimental.
Hey, I struggle with Gene Wolfe, and I've never even read him before. So.
Yeah, nah, he's my guy, but it'll be interesting. So,
Christopher, did you intend to redeem Typhon in this book or not?
Or
am I not supposed to ask that?
Yeah, maybe not, but people might not know what that means. So, yeah, maybe a bit. It's a little bit more complicated than that. How did the Pringles man hurt me? He didn't. Gene Wolfe has done no harm to me ever. He's just the best. But yeah, no, a little bit. Of course, no, I can't say more about it. I can't just stop. We're trying not to do book 7 spoilers. It's too soon. It's not fair.
Too soon. Just hit.
Yeah, just hit. I'm not gonna do it. But that is maybe we should just do that video, Nicholas. We should get it together.
Yeah. All right.
Have I been approached by a company like Graphic Audio? I have not, but it would be cool. What I really like are those old school like radio dramas. If anyone's ever heard the like NPR renditions of the original Star Wars trilogy, Mike, have you ever listened to those?
I haven't. Me, audio stuff.
Yeah. Dude, it's so good. Like Mark Hamill's in it. Anthony Daniels comes back. The New Hope is like 6 hours long. They just add so much to it. Like basically do an alternate version of Rogue One in the 90s in this radio drama. And Brock Peters, who was in To Kill a Mockingbird, is Darth Vader. But of course, I know him as the evil pirate Lord Bloth from Pirates of Darkwater. So having Bloth as Darth Vader is great. Almost as good as James Earl Jones is not true, but he is also great. So it's awesome.
I got a question for you, Christopher.
Yeah, man.
Would you ever be interested in doing a read along of the
Christopher?
Oresteia?
That's about the end of my break time.
All right, we got to get you back to it, John. Thanks for being here, man.
I got to go back to
work. Thank you again for everything,
hey,
man. You're awesome.
Mike, it was so amazing seeing you. Special seeing you and Lady Patience, a treasure. Steven, I got your books on the stack too. I want to get to them. Amazing meeting you. Nicholas, Jordan sitting next to you. Christopher, wow, to include me at this event was so special, man. I just congratulations again. What a huge, not only did you finish the series, I truly think in the genre this is a landmark series, man. And I think you've crossed the finish line in such a grand fashion, and I'm 100 pages in. I can't wait to keep going because you already are throwing curveballs just at the very beginning, like something we've never seen opens this book stylistically.
And it doesn't end. It keeps going.
No spoilers. I'm sorry yet.
I'm not saying
what
anything.
An achievement, man. What an achievement, my brother. Love you to death. Thanks for including me.
No, I love you too. Thanks, man. Couldn't have done it without you. So we'll see you soon.
All right, man. See you guys.
Yeah, good luck at work. I like the shirt.
You know it.
Yeah, man.
Fire at Will.
All right, we'll see you.
All right.
Bye.
Man, Will, anybody named Will at the gala had to be just personally attacked. People were just firing at him.
Yeah, literally. Hey, Jared.
Hello.
Hey, it's homie. Yeah.
Oh no, I can't hear anything.
Oh no. We can hear you.
We're gonna assume that's a you problem.
I'm gonna.
1 second. Okay.
He'll be back.
He's back.
He'll come back.
He'll be back. I love you too. /506. Can I say anything new about the fantasy series, Joe? Earlier in the video, I played the trailer for it. You should go skip back and rejoin us. But yes, we can talk about it. It is called the Doom Song Saga, and Jordan was asking if I would ever do a read along of the Oresteia. You mean this one? It's been on my desk for no reason.
Yes, I mean that one because I don't know how much I'm allowed to say about discussions that we've had about your new series, but I figured I'd ask now that you gave that presentation, because if anyone's read the Oresteia before, the presentation you gave will be familiar to them. Oh, there's a sister and a brother, the whole speech about father and vengeance and all of that. And so I was wondering if anyone picked up on that, and if you would ever want to do an Oresteia reread.
Yeah, absolutely. I have been rereading it. So of all the Greek stuff that I'm pulling from, this is like the central one. I'm trying not to get it in any of the ad copy though, because I don't want people to think it's a retelling. It's the series is inspired by the Greek myths of the post-Trojan War period. Centrally this one, but it's not this, right? It shares things in common with this. This is my favorite translation though, Jordan. This is the Tony Harrison one. Have you ever read this one?
No, I think I read the Diane Arnson Svarlian translation of that. Yeah.
Okay. This one is great because Harrison, he was I think he just passed, or maybe I'm misremembering that. He's a poet in his own right, and he translated it into like Beowulfian alliterative verse instead of trying to like make it sound like Greek poetry. And it just rules. It's so good. So you should like totally.
But there is going to be a sister and a brother in your series, right?
That's the 2 point of view characters, Adonis and Daria, brother and sister. And
is there going to be an Agamemnon-like figure returning home from from some kind of large war?
There was one. Yeah. He doesn't make it very long.
Is there infidelity involved?
Sure. Sure. I told you it's we're starting there.
So it's not a retelling.
It's not a retelling. The ending is quite different.
Is it going to be? Is there going to be a legal drama at the end?
No, this is the problem.
Are there going to be furies?
The legal. I'm not going to tell you anymore, Jordan. There is no legal drama. There's going to be no courtroom. But
back before you were famous, Christopher, you were on my channel, and you said that when you finished your series, you would read Red Rising. Now I wonder if you're too famous to follow through with your promises.
I maybe. I don't know about too famous, but too.
See, now he's like, oh no, I can't because I'm writing Greek-themed fantasy, and see, I don't want to be in. Yeah.
Well, as everybody knows, Pierce Brown probably invented Greece too, and so I have to be really careful.
Not the movie, surely. Come on.
Yeah, but not the movie.
One day it'll happen, and I'll get you and Pierce both on a live stream, and I'll just sit there and be like, "What have I done?" Because
I think I'm going to meet him in a couple weeks.
So out of my element by this point.
He's a Dragonsteel, so I.
Oh, nice.
You guys should do like a celebrity boxing match.
Yes, that would be great. Also, Jared, hi, we got you back.
Yes, I'm back.
Or just generate an AI video of YouTube fighting.
Yeah, we'll let the AI do the boxing.
That's okay. To be fair, you started your series after Pierce started his, and you've already finished yours, and their books are all longer, so you win.
Got him. I can take him. He only sells 10,000 times more than I do. We'll be all right. It's not the same weight class. That's the problem.
But wait, how are Christopher's series and Pierce Brown's series similar? I thought Pierce Brown's class
they're not at all
on Plato's Republic.
But you'll see a million freaking booktube videos out there about if you like this, you would like this. It's like it's not the same at all.
I thought Christopher was space Roman, and I thought his was space Greek.
No, it's still Roman.
You're making distinctions, Jordan, that most people don't keep in mind.
Oh, okay.
like it's just old stuff.
I
don't know much about Red Rising.
Yeah,
it's old stuff. Okay,
it's about as deep as they are both Roman space, is my understanding. So my favorite bad reviews that I get are when people say, you ripped off this thing that I have never heard of, right? You know, you know,
Warhammer.
Well, those things I've heard of, but I have never read Warhammer. I have no intention of reading Warhammer. Obviously, I know what it is because it's everywhere, but I hadn't even heard of Red Rising because I was working at Bane Books and I was only reading Bane Books because I had to read Bane Books for my job.
Yeah.
So I was like this, and then people are like, "This is clearly Red Rising." And I was like, "What's that? Is that about the Russian Revolution?" And it isn't. It sounds great. You know, but I haven't.
I made a video that said, "Stop comparing these two series." And so many people agreed, and Richard and Austin like agreed, and then they made a video comparing the two series. I was like, bastards. So it's just always going to happen.
Yeah, so it's just the Space Rome thing, and it sounds awesome. I'll read it when I can. And now I'm free to.
You
I just
do
don't
have
know
more
when
as what your interest in your education is, much more so than you are as writers.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting him. You know, if I get a chance, he's going to be busier than me for sure. So
he is the most handsome man in fantasy. So.
Yeah, he's successful and stupid handsome. It's kind of not fair, honestly.
Yeah, well, it's certainly not me. So,
I mean, I'm as hetero as they come, and he looks at those piercing blue eyes, and you're like, "Why is my shirt coming off? I don't understand."
Is it hot in here suddenly? Wow.
It's like, wow, I think I got like a little weak in the knees there for a second. Really weird.
Pierce Brown. I mean, wow, that is official name. I mean, you know.
Yeah, we're never going to avoid comparison,
weird,
though, like Jonah's saying, right? It's just how people think, especially in our corner of the world, right? It's just the publishers don't help.
Publishers demand you put it's Game of Thrones meets blank, or it's Dune meets blank. It's just whatever the big movie
it's
or
the
or,
easiest
or
shorthand to sell a thing. This is how they do it.
Like, I mean, how many times can we have it's Game of Thrones meets Gladiator? I mean, how many times is it going to happen? There's a billion versions of this apparently, and weird. I've read some of them, and I never really got that out of any of them.
Yeah,
and it's not like Game of Thrones isn't drawing from an older story.
Sure.
In real life, right?
Yeah.
But you know, so like that's why I got them to keep it out of the ad copy for the press release and stuff for the new series, because I just don't want to lead with that in writing, because there are so many Greek retellings anyway. It's like kind of its own genre, and this isn't that. This is a fantasy series. It's just a fantasy series that's not in England or France. It's in Greek. You know, in Greece rather. Sorry. Sleepy. It's been a very long few days, but like it's not a secret that this is sort of like where the new thing starts. You know, it's not just that. There's a lot of post Trojan War stories that get wrapped up in it, and I like change stuff too. So like, as I'm free to change stuff, and I go beyond Greece too. There's going to be a lot of like I was saying earlier, like Phoenician stuff with it as well, because we're going to go further than Orestes does in the original. We're going to travel different places, all of which I have made up and are new. So,
can you say Guy Gabriel K of you?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's still a little bit more abstracted from our world than K's is. I think.
Just make sure there are 2 moons so people know it's actually fantasy.
It's funny you say that. That's of course I'm going to do that. I have 3 moons in the Adaman stuff, so you know 2 is a good number.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have to also explain that it's not Adaman to people, because this has been like the big move. Everybody's like, "Is this actually all Suneater?" Right? And I'm like, no. No. I
gotta take off, guys. I really appreciate you having me on, Christopher.
Yeah, man, it's good to see you. And tell the family we say hi.
All right,
it's awesome seeing you this weekend, man.
Yeah, you too. Talk to you later, guys.
Yeah, later.
Pleasure.
Oh man.
Can you say how far you are in the first book? Then have you done like the first draft? It's done. You're in it.
I wish. It was due at the end of the year originally, and I have not started it because stuff just keeps happening, and I have 2 very small children. But I've outlined it, so you know we're moving along. But I'm probably at this point not going to start until January, so I'm not going to start until after it was supposed to be due. Okay. But they were like, hold on, this deadline was like kind of ridiculous anyway. We'll just move it. So everything is cool.
Yeah, we talked about it. They'll push you if they can. So
Christopher, who is more tired right now, you or Jenna?
100% Jenna. She needs more sleep than me anyway, and she and she was sleeping less, getting all this done. Event planning is harder than writing. I think it's certainly like more like crisis stressful. But so she's taking the day off. She's gonna go take the girls to like the playground or something and go see her parents. So that
Taking
I can
the
do
day
this.
off and just doing some full-time childcare.
Yeah, but she hasn't done that, and like she's been like locked in. You know, she's like really like wanted to. Like it's you know how it is, right? You you wrapped up in work so long, you like feel like a bad person, and you know, and so she's, you know, she wants to go do that. But we pulled off a great show. My brother's here. He ran the sales table. We did pull off a great show. It all worked out. We had a Jared, you missed the story, but our check-in software failed, so we had to check everybody in with pencils.
Great.
Which like very apropos.
The sort of last stand of the demons.
Yes,
sort of
they were trying to stop it, but everybody had a good time. Yeah, and
that's great.
Jonah,
I'm so sorry I had to miss it.
No, you had important stuff to do. Far more important stuff than me. Like the haircut, by the way, looks great.
Thank you. Thank you. My wife's a big fan. I miss the long hair, but my wife's a big fan, so it's staying for a while.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't know how that goes. But I wasn't saying that playgrounds aren't hard work, though, Jonah. It's just that my wife wanted to go to the playground. It's been a long time. But yeah, hang on. We had some questions. See if I can find one that we can. There's more Red Rising stuff. Hang on. How are we ever going to avoid comparison? The best stories are retold many times over. I don't think we are going to avoid comparison. We could just at least avoid putting it in ad copy. I think that the like Name of the Wind meets Dune thing like did me more harm than good, actually. But I don't know about you guys.
Please no associations with Rothfuss in public, right?
Yeah, well, you know, it was more fashionable at the time.
Yeah.
You should just go around and brag. Be like, publisher likes me way more than they like Rothfuss. Way more.
No, I don't know that that's true. I still sell way less.
Or just do what Larry Correa did in book 6 of that.
Really? With 7 books, you sell less? I doubt it.
Those books sell like you wouldn't believe. It's incredible. You know, this is something that's really interesting. And like I understand it too. Like I like the first one. But the bestseller list on the Nielsen Index for science fiction and fantasy are so stable. It's like the same title every week, all the time. Science fiction is like multiple editions of Dune, Andy Weir, Ready Player One is still there, even though I haven't heard anyone talk about it in a long time, right? And then it's like Pierce Brown and Star Wars books.
Everything. That's why.
Parker, hey man, are you in an airport? Hey man, can you hear us? Maybe not.
I'm gonna take that as a no.
Oh shoot! Oh no!
Frozen.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
Yeah.
It was louder on the YouTube, and now I can't hear you guys.
Yeah, you got us now. We can hear you.
Bummer. I'm at a philosophy conference. I'm gonna stop in later. Just saying hi to everyone. Christopher, you're the man. Insane launch. Everything's insane. Awesome. I'll be back later when this is not blowing up the feed and ruining everything for everyone.
Yeah,
All right.
We'll talk to you later.
See you guys.
All right, bye.
This is so weird. I can only hear like half the people in this call.
Oh,
I haven't
really?
heard anything from Mike, even when he opens his mouth. That sounded more negative than I meant it. So I had to call in on my phone because I'm just out in Austin right now. But I got to run. But Christopher, I just want to say congratulations.
Yeah, man.
The book's great. I hope it sells really well. I hope you're thriving. And, you know, someday I will show up at one of your events and actually won't cancel.
Yeah, well, someday I'll manage to get to Austin. They can't, you know, it didn't work out this time.
I'll try not to schedule my daughter's baptism on the same day. So,
well, that's really important. So,
yeah,
if I had been the other way around, I would have canceled the whole thing. So,
all right, cool. Right. Well, take care. Congratulations. I'll see you guys later.
We'll see you. All right, bye. Am I still frozen? Marjorie said I was frozen.
It's on and off.
Yeah.
Oh no,
it's coming and going. Just the different.
My dad checked my connection. He said it was all good.
Christopher, have you talked about this yet? I came in late, but do you know anything about advanced sales, like in terms of numbers?
No. The only thing I know is Quail Ridge told me that they had more than 1,000 pre-orders for signed copies just in their store. And like last time they were like 20% of all my print sales. So if that's true, then this is twice as many books in print in aggregate than book 6. So that'll be crazy, right? That'd be great. 200% increase, huge. Very happy about that. So we'll see. I did see one of my friends sent me the it's number 74 on new releases on Amazon. So that's as high as I've ever been, which is really cool. But I was told, my editor emailed me this morning that I would get a sales report like next week.
Well, number one in our hearts, Chris.
Yes,
number one in our hearts.
Yeah,
I bet you if you go to your science fiction tab, I bet you're probably in the top 10.
Yeah, probably. It's exciting. I was number 1 in like alien invasion stories or something. That's the funny thing about like, because of all the Amazon micro genres, you see all these like books come out. It's like number 1 bestseller, and they mean like science fiction alien invasion story short story collection number 1. It's like, well, there were 0 of those out this week, so good job. So it's like kind of it's like a gold star in first grade. It's like, yeah, number 1. There we go. But yeah, sure, number 1 bestseller. Put it on the cover. But I was gonna say something, and then all the chaos, it went away. It'll come back, or it won't. But
number 1 in June Meets Name of the Wind stories. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Quail Ridge was also telling me that I'm like this close to outselling Fourth Wing for the year in their store. So, haha. Just one store.
That's awesome. Keep going. Let's go. Do it.
Keep pushing.
That's
pushing. Keep buying, everyone. Keep buying.
One store. You can buy signed copies. Anyone watching this does not know, you can get a signed copy of Shadows Upon Time at quailridgebooks.com. I want to say a link is in the description, but I might have forgotten to do that because things have been so crazy. But Quail Ridge Books is my local independent bookstore. I go in there every 2 weeks or so to sign everything they've got in stock. So if you want to get a signed copy, you can do that. I am about to be out of town for a while, back and forth. And we've got Thanksgiving coming up. So sooner rather than later, because I think I'm going to go in tomorrow. So if you guys want to order a signed copy, you can do so there. But that's always true. If you want to order one in 3 months, I will sign it for you. You just have to wait for me to sign it. It's not Amazon. They don't just have them ready. Troy said, are there any plans to collect all the short stories, novellas, and hardcover? Yes, I mentioned this. I did a presentation at the beginning of this live stream. So if you want to go back and watch it for more details, yes, I'm going to do that. That was always the plan. I'm going to work on it in the new year. We just I had to wait until book 7 was done for all sorts of reasons. Am I one of Dawes' best-selling authors now? Yeah, I'm probably top 5, but I don't know for sure. Number 14 in sci-fi on Amazon. Hey, that's not bad. Not quite top 10, but we're getting there.
It's day 1. It's day 1.
Oh, yeah. Parker said that he didn't know he would just be dropped in like that. He was just peeking and see how everything worked.
Hey, also, by the way, that doesn't count audiobooks. I know a lot of people, at least the feedback that I got at the Gala, is a lot of people are just like, they're waiting. I mean, they're buying it to support you, but they're waiting just for the audio to actually listen to it. So does that count? In these,
yeah, totally. Numbers? Yeah. It counts differently. The audiobook's a different format. So if you look, like the sales ranking on ebooks is going to be different than the sales ranking on hardcovers. All of that like gets collated, obviously, like by the finance department, but so it all gets to the same place, but each title is adjudicated separately in each format.
How long is the audiobook? Like 50 hours? And I'm going to have people telling me tomorrow they already finished the audiobook.
44. Wow. So they would be hard pressed.
I was at James Kristoff signing the day after the book came out, and I was like, show of hands, how many people finished it already? And several, they're like, they just stayed up all night listening to the audiobook. I'm like, that's incredible to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very weird thing for me as a writer, Stephen Nicholas. 44. I don't know how you feel about this, but like my experience of the book is that it's actually like a year long, right? And so when people are like, I read it in 2 days, it's like, how? That's not possible. You can't do that.
Unless you're Brian Lee Durfee. He's just a robot, so
he's a machine. He's a machine. Yeah,
he might actually have read it in 24 hours. So
yeah, well, the thing about Brian too, right, is that he can't see so well, and he doesn't do audiobooks, so he's speed reading like this. I love Brian so much. He's the most wonderful guy. But I don't know how he does it. I just couldn't do it. I would fall right asleep. The two
His
little
own
kids.
books are monstrously big as well. I've got the first one here just to read at some point, and I keep looking at it going, that's such a chonker. I don't know when I'm going to get to it, but at some point I'm like,
Brian's such a goofball. You never really expected. Like, he's a damn good writer. Like, I thought his series was really freaking good. And that was on me because, like I said, I just knew him as just this funny guy. I didn't expect this book to be that damn good. And I'm like, well, why? It's just because a guy's funny don't mean he can't write. So.
It reminds me, like the second book signing I ever did was at a Barnes and Noble, and my dad came, and I told the bookseller my dad was coming. The bookseller got nervous because he thought Hadrian's father was biographical. It was like drawing from life.
They put Alistair on his name tag.
Yeah. Jenna put Alistair Marlowe on his name tag for the gala. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Well, he thought it was great, but like my dad is the opposite of that, actually. Unless I was in trouble at like age 14, then it maybe a little bit. I think Dad's still watching, so but then I deserved it. Like if I was in trouble, like actually it was because I did something wrong. I do listen to audiobooks at like times 2 speed. Actually, I listen to audiobooks at like 1.5. I listen to YouTube at times 2 speed. But
that explains so much.
What are you trying to say, Nick?
The speed of your talking, Christopher.
Oh no, that's just trying to keep up with Jenna.
I talk too fast, and then they tell me they'll watch my videos on 2 speed. So I'm like, do I sound like a chipmunk? Jesus.
Probably.
No, I'm just trying to keep up with my wife. She talks so much faster than I do.
This is true. This is accurate. I was
Mike knows.
Holy Speedy Gonzalez when we met. Yeah.
Well, I told Mike this, and I say this with great affection, right? But when we did the video, Mike, you and me with Ryan Cahill, right? There were so many people in the comments. It was like, it'd be really nice if Ryan let Christopher talk. And then Ryan came over to our house for dinner, and then Jenna proceeded to not let him get a word in edgewise for the entire meal.
That is amazing.
And I was just cackling the whole time. See Ryan be like, "Ooh, like how do I say something?"
He's trying to get a word in somewhere. He's desperate.
I like to see him short circuit live.
It was so funny. Jenna's just a tidal wave. When we were dating, I brought her over to my parents' house. Just like, Christopher's so quiet, and my dad is like, "What? Who are you talking about?" And it turned out that Jenna was like, "Oh, you were just being nice," and I was like, "Yes, we're dating, of course."
I was listening.
I was paying attention.
I was paying attention. Yeah,
I wasn't on my phone, staring at that tree. It was great. How many of my family members have read the books? Both of my brothers have. Both of my parents have. My father-in-law has. My brother-in-law has. I think that's it. My 12-year-old cousin read the first book, and I felt very, very bad about that. Actually, I was like, "Ooh, maybe not." My uncle was like, "Well, you wrote it. It's fine." I'm like, "I wrote it for grown-ups. Yeah, sure."
It's uncomfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling. It's weird when like so 2 stories about this. My dad read book 4, and he was like, "What did we do to you? Like, where did this come from? What's going on?" I was like, "Nothing. It's just made up." And then the same book, my father-in-law called Jenna and like actually was like, "Are you like safe at home? Are you okay?" All the sales and stuff. And Jenna's like, "Yeah, what are you talking about?" Because Jenna hasn't read a word of it, actually. Right?
Interesting.
Same here. Everybody assumes that the wives are the first readers. Nope.
Yeah, no. Jenna read one of my stories because I needed her perspective on something. One of my short stories, but it's not her thing. She's like a vampires kind of gal. So
Same. She's read some of my mother-in-law has read everything I've ever written. She's like, "When's the next book? When's the next book?" But my partner, she's like, "I read some of them."
Yeah.
Like, well, okay.
It's probably for the better because I think no criticism could hurt us more than our spouses, right? Because someone asked me one time, like, "What does your wife think of your videos?" Like, "No, she don't watch them." And I'm glad because she would probably do like, "Hey, what were you thinking about with this?" I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm never talking again," So.
Yeah, the converse of that is I know a couple writers whose husbands or wives are their biggest fans, and that's a weirder dynamic even than that, right? It's
I think I would
feels
hate
strange. Yeah, I would not like that at all.
It's
actually.
So Joe Abercrombie, one of his beta readers, is his mother, and she has been since the beginning from the Blade itself. So he gave her like an early draft, and one of her first comments was, "Yeah, but is it true?"
Oh,
Like in terms of scenes, like she'll read a scene and go, "Yeah, but is this truthful?" And he looked at it and went, "No," and he went away and like to make it feel legit and feel real and feel earned. And his mum, as far as I know, still reads all his books and gives him direct and honest feedback on every single Joe Abercrombie book. Because she doesn't
like
hold back, apparently. So I really want to meet Joe's mum now, just
Yeah,
to see what she's like.
Sounds like
No
Gru's
kidding.
mom in the Despicable Me
She was
movies.
just
I'm
like,
sorry I have kids, but Gru and his mom in those
doesn't
movies
feel
are like, he's like, I
truthful.
stole the moon. And she's like, no big deal. So that's kind of what it sounds like.
Yeah, no kidding. Like, man, actually, like, what a gift, though. Actually, right? It's hard to find someone who can be that direct, right? Without being like mean too. Like, that's an impossibly valuable sort of thing to have. It's just
my mother tried to read. She's read some of mine. She doesn't read fantasy. She read the first one, and it's about a book about a war. And the first comment was, "There's an awful lot of killing," and I was like, "Yeah,
yeah."
Yeah, but okay." So I told her not to persist, and she keeps insisting on reading all my books.
I don't think my mother even knows what YouTube is, so
that's probably for the best, though, isn't it? Like, the stuff that's on there.
my brother as kids, she was like, "Oh, you guys like your little Star Warsy Trekkie thing, whatever, go have fun with it." So not her bag.
Yeah, that was kind of so. My mom's like a big fantasy nerd growing up, mostly like movies. I grew up on like sword and sorcery films from like the 80s, like Beastmaster. It's like my mom's stuff, right? My dad likes Star Wars, Indiana Jones, whatever, right? The blockbusters he grew up with, but he's not like a reader at all. He read to me when I was little, but he didn't like. I made fun of him at the Gala for this. He read one book my whole childhood. He had a copy of Failure is Not an Option about Apollo 13 on his nightstand for like 10 years. Because like all of Dad's hobbies are practical.
Irony.
Like, yeah, I know, right? Because he did not finish it. I actually don't know if he ever did finish it, but he read everything. The minute I got a publishing deal, he was like all in, right? And that was really cool for me, actually. If he's still watching, I've said it before, but like that meant so much to me, actually, because the first time Dad said Cielson out loud, my brain short circuited. I was like, who told you? Right.
I'm glad Christopher brought up Beastmaster because that was a staple when I was a kid. I thought that was as cool as fantasy movies were going to get. Right. I tried showing it to my kids. They were like laughing out loud.
They wouldn't like Kroll, would they? These days.
No, they actually kind of like Kroll because they like the star. They like the big creepy spider just because I think that's because they know I hate spiders. But they like that one. But like Beastmaster, they were laughing so hard they just left. And I was like, is it really that bad? They kind of liked Willow, but not as much as me. So I think the 80s fantasy is kind of hit or miss with them.
Beastmaster is pretty something. I love it, but it's one of those movies like in college I would show people if we were like drinking.
Yeah.
It's like kind of perfect for I'm pretty
sure that movie was responsible for my first crush. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
But yeah.
The thing about that movie,
they can't get enough of Dark Crystal.
The thing about that movie that's so great, though, is that the screenwriter had enough clarity of vision to know that killing one of the two ferrets, spoilers, was the most heartbreaking choice they could have made, actually. Right. It's like, it's not any of the human characters, right? It's not
that crushed us as kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It
was no Artax. Nothing was Artax.
No, I'm still not over it. We're just not
all
over
the time,
it.
Christopher, whenever they're like, what happened to you? Well, you let me see the never ending story when I was 5. That's what happened to me.
Yeah.
This is why I'm gray. This is it.
I'm 47 and that scene still hits me hard. So
I realized I've ignored like 2 super chats, which is like bad form in these things. Udi asked, are there sea peoples in the new series? Maybe. Also, excellent question. But maybe. I sort of subscribe to the theory that the sea peoples might have been the Mycenaeans because they had like a pretty strong piratical culture. Actually,
right? Sea people who live in the sea, or like
no? So there's a group of people in the Bronze Age that are attested to in like multiple different cultures' accounts. They came in boats from the ocean and they just wrecked everything, and nobody knew who they were or where they came from. And we have like very little explanation of who they might have been archaeologically because it's just sort of textual references. And one of the theories that it's actually the Proto-Greeks because the sort of early Greek kings, the Wanaxes of like the Mycenaean civilization, were like clearly pirate warlords, actually, right? And they were definitely sort of like Mediterranean Vikings, you know. And so it could have been them. And so Agamemnon himself actually may have been one of the Sea Kings, right? And so in a sense, if that's right, then absolutely yes. But otherwise, who knows? And
I'm just going to pretend they were mermen.
Yeah, it would be better if they were.
To be real. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be better if they were. And
Read Richard Swan, he's got mermen. You're okay.
Yeah.
Brian Lee Durfee has some scary ass mer people. Man, it's messed up.
I actually have to read Brian's stuff. I never have. I have all 3 of them. And I just have never. They're so big.
He names his animal companion Beer Mug. It's a dog, and he names a lot of other players after old Raiders players, and it works.
What a legend! I mean, it worked for George Martin, right? Making all of the minor houses in the Westerlands like DC superheroes, right?
And Sesame Street characters, yeah.
Yeah,
some of the Tullys were Sesame Street characters, yeah.
And like the Three Stooges show up at one point, and it's it's very, very serious literature, all caps, right? I know a thing or two about doing something stupid like that, but the Three Stooges the one always kills me. And then Ian said, Suneater is possibly the best series I've ever read. Well, thank you, man. Can't wait to start book 7 today. Thank you for this, Ian. Thank you for reading. Yeah.
Christopher, how do you avoid hating your characters after writing some mistakes?
Avoid what, my characters?
Hating them after writing some mistakes.
I don't know. I never have. The only character I don't really like anything about is Urbane. There's like nothing redeeming there, I think. Like no virtue at all, actually. Whereas I think Sirianni's intelligence and sort of charisma are virtues in a vacuum, right? Urbane's the only character I don't have any affection for. But like I kind of do just kind of love them, actually. I think that like there's an analogy, maybe some people watching roll their eyes to in writing to being like God, right? And like one of the ways in which that analogy I think should hold is that you should kind of like love all the things that you've created, except Urbane. And so like it's I don't know, I feel bad for Sirianni. I feel bad for.
You have affection for Calvert?
I feel pity for him in a way that I don't for Urbane. But Calvert is he's right on the edge. Right on the edge. He's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But he's like a cool robot suit, right? Like, he's at least got that going for him. Urbane's not even cool. He just has a hat.
Hearing you pronounce these names, I'm realizing what advantage audiobook listeners have over me. Because before this weekend, I was calling her Celine, and you know what? It's too late. I can't go back.
Mike, you're touching on the Discord.
I know. I had no idea it was such a thing until
favorite argument with me.
So, yeah. So is this why you put in the three
yes
word? So
yeah, I talked a lot at the gala about how spite is like a primary artistic motivator for me. And one of the ways in which this is manifested is the Selene pronunciation argument, because it's Selene, right? So she's named after Cleopatra Selene, right? Who is the sister of Alexander Helios, right? The children of Mark Antony and Cleopatra, sun and moon, right?
This sounds made up.
It does, but it's real. And so
historical stuff sounds made up. Yeah,
yeah. It's often weirder, right? Than
well, I was saying that Jay's series, Empire of the Vampire, has a character named Selene, and I've been saying that so long. I was like, I can't change it now. After this many books of saying, okay, well, now when I read book 7, I'll make sure given that she's in it, I'm sure she might be, that I can change it now. But I did learn a lot here in some of the way that some of these characters' names were saying. I'm just glad I was saying Switch correctly. It wasn't like Sweet or something,
Dutch, yes.
Or Polino, so
but
right.
But we've had this ongoing fight because my Discord server knows that I am speaking the truth, but they're winding me up. They keep
Samuel pronounces it wrong in the audio.
that's part of it too. So I'm really hoping there's a sentence in book 7 where talking about her name and clarifies that it's 3 syllables. I really hope he says it wrong and then says 3 syllables and leaves it in.
In fact, I think you actually put it in all caps.
Exclamation point there.
It's in all caps in the original text.
Yeah, as it should be. But but yes, so I've been trolling them back and forth about this for years now, and they've been returning the favor. Salami the Mean Dream Master, that doesn't rhyme. What a terrible name. And she's also not mean. She's like the nicest character in the whole series. But please read The Three Body Problem. One of these days, maybe. My book also has.
Are you serious? You didn't read The Three Body Problem? Because you put in the Dark Forest thing in there. It's in there.
Did you know that you ripped it off, Christopher?
No. What are we talking about?
The Dark Forest. What is it? Dark Forest Paradox. It's in your book. You didn't know it, but it's there. This is the
I have no idea what this is.
Okay, so it's an idea that it's actually very dark, but the idea is that the only way you can survive in the universe is by being as quiet as you can, because as soon as you make a blip, every single so the reason that we don't know of any sentient species existing is because they've all killed each other off.
Sure.
So the only way you can survive is by being as quiet as you possibly can. So as soon as you make a blip out there, everybody's going to come and get you. And there's this really dark. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. But
he didn't make that up. Carl Sagan talks about this in Cosmos, right? When he's going through, it's like the last episode. He's going through like reasons about the what's is it the Drake paradox or the Drake equation?
Fermi paradox.
Yes, sorry, Drake equation, Fermi paradox. Right. Yeah, like there are all sorts of solutions to this problem. I didn't know.
Yeah, I think my Amazon device just letting me know that your book came out, Christopher. Should I play it for the crowd?
Yeah, go for it.
44 hours.
Play notification.
Notification from Amazon Shopping. An author you follow on Amazon, Christopher Ruocchio, released a new book called Shadows Upon Time, The Sun Eater, Book 7. If you'd like to learn more, I can add it to your Amazon wish list. Want me to do that?
No, I think I'll just talk to the author right now. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's official now. The robots have spoken. But yeah, no, I haven't read it.
You're saying your name wrong on purpose because of what you write about them, Christopher.
Yeah, I know of it. Obviously, there was no escaping it, but I haven't read it.
Ruocchio, Christopher Ruocchio.
That's someone else. Do I have any dream casting for the characters outside the main cast? Polino, Lorian, William, the 23rd. The only one of those I have an answer for is I would really like Jude Law to be the Emperor. That's my. I based him in small part off of his performance in The Young Pope, not the new Pope. The new Pope sucks, but the Young Pope is great. But I based him off that performance minus the American accent. And
I always kind of picture for William. I always picture the guy in that show Homeland, ginger guy in Homeland.
Oh yeah. What's his name?
That's who I always kind of just based off of the Demon in White cover.
Damon. I'll think his name in a minute. Yeah, him.
But you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's kind of what he looked like on the cover. So.
Band of Brothers is all back to that.
Yeah, Band of Brothers. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's in
there. Christopher probably also ripped off. I mean,
World War II. I mean, you know how it is, Mike.
Copy of one. I mean,
Damian Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Brandon Bullock. There we go.
Yeah, Mike. You know how it is. You turn 12, you're assigned Roman Empire or World War II as a young man to be obsessed with. I was assigned Roman Empire. So.
And I wasn't kidding in that thing because I was just talking about James's new book and saying how much I loved he did some ancient Egypt stuff, and I said it's futuristic, so it feels kind of like Stargate SG-1, and that's why I put that thing in there when I started our Q&A, saying that I actually have this to keep us honest because me and Christopher will sit up here and talk about Stargate SG-1 like a lot because after talking about it on that video, I was like, I just want to go watch some Stargate now. It's been a while.
Yep.
I know we talked about Stargate SG-1 a lot in the past. Yeah.
I stalled out in my last rewatch. I have 4 episodes of SG-1 left and like 2 seasons of Atlantis because I started interlacing them, and that always
drains. The end and you stopped?
Yeah, I always leeches my momentum to do the like going back and forth thing, but I like really it matters for the first couple seasons of Atlantis to like line them up actually, which is just it's hard to keep up with. But I love all 3 shows. I even like Universe. I might be the only guy, but I like Robert Carlyle.
I fell off. I was trying for a while, but it just I don't know.
Yeah,
wasn't enough. There wasn't enough stargating.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I really like the pilot though, where they're like trying to get the ship to work, and it's very tense. It's great. Will I be jumping into the Night Rain DLC? Yes, assuming I finish Expedition 33 first, but I'm in no rush to do that because it's great.
Dude, see, Expedition 33 got like the most game award nominations ever. Not that I take the game awards seriously. I'm just saying I thought that was really cool that they're rewarding a really, really, really amazing achievement with that game.
Yeah, I'm torn because I still think Silksong may be my game of the year, frankly, because it's also really, really great, and I've been waiting for it for 7 years. I played Hollow Knight when Empire of Silence was coming out, and I finished Silksong about like a week ago. And so for me, that wait was perfect. Actually, it was beginning and end. So, but Expedition 33 is great, obviously, and I love those old school sort of turn-based RPGs. So
I'm just excited that maybe turn-based is going to make a comeback.
Yeah, me too. I will say,
gaslighting people for years, saying that no one wants this. No, yes, they do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. I don't know what it is about. I mean, people eventually get siloed into their ivory towers so much, right? Even people are really, really good at their jobs, and they just don't understand.
Dude, the most recent Final Fantasy was just Devil May Cry in a fantasy setting. I was like, Jesus, this is lame.
Yeah. Ironically, has the same voice actor for not quite the lead. Expedition 33 is like 3 leads.
It's a Daredevil, ain't it? Yeah.
He's one of them, and then another one is a guy called Ben Starr, who is also Clive in Final Fantasy 16. Ghost of Yote snubbed. Ghost of Yote, no, not snubbed. It was justified. What's that, Mike?
Is Silksong a Hollow Knight sequel?
Yeah, Hollow Knight 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
That first one was so hard, man.
2 is harder, but I do think. I don't know. I don't know if it's the like Dark Souls fan in me, but I thought the whining about difficulty was people being babies. I was like, oh, you mean it's a game that I can't beat the first time? I try everything. I actually have to spend an hour trying to beat this boss. Like I'm 10 again.
Man, that first game was rough. Yeah.
Like
old 8-bit Nintendo piss you off. Like they created this to be intentionally unbeatable hard. That's how difficult some of those boss fights were. But, Then I see my kid playing Elden Ring, and it's like he takes one hit, he's dead. I'm like, okay, maybe I'm being a sissy. Maybe.
Yeah. But to get back to the question, yeah, I'm gonna play the Night Rain DLC. I stopped on account of I stopped playing Night Rain on account of Silksong, so I'll loop back. It's just in time for me. Get good. Yes. What do I have against it? It's not as good as the first one. So
okay, I like Tsushima. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, the first one's good, but
we can't stop playing Borderlands 4, so I doubt I'll get to play anything until like 2026. So
yeah. But Expedition 33 is good, Mike. If you haven't played it, you
I know it. I finished it. It's great.
Oh, you beat it? Yeah. Amazing. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got this. I use the soundtrack sometimes when I'm reading. It's great.
Yeah, it is very good. I really, on that note, I appreciate how diverse it is. I was not expecting all the jazz tracks. That was a nice surprise.
It was different.
Yeah, it's really, really, very impressive. Anyway, people, but it's funny though, because I usually when my chat bullies me into doing something, I ignore them for years. But this time I was like, oh, okay, fine.
Was that with Expedition?
Yeah.
Same happened to me. Yeah. I had it on Game Pass, so I was like, why am I not going to try it? And then of course I couldn't stop playing it.
Yeah.
But what I like is it was one of those where it's like, hey, 50 hours you're done. It's not one of those endless games. Like most of the games I see to play are open world and they're endless and you never actually finish anything. Because I am one of those like, well, I'm going to do all the side. Oh, the side quest never ends. There's like a bulletin board. I'm never I'm replaying Witcher 3 and I'm like, I just keep on doing all the side quests. And I'm like, yeah, there's a real story here.
You can play forever on that one.
I'm glad that it had a kind of a cap on what you could do in the game, so I could actually finish one for once.
Yeah, I think the open world thing has gone too far. Tears of the Kingdom came out like a month before my first daughter was born, and I still have not finished it.
Yeah, that's my own fault. I just go around just exploring every single little inch of those games.
I would have preferred a little bit more narrative momentum and focus.
Did you see the pictures for the Zelda movie? Do you have thoughts?
I did. I thought they looked good. It was nice to
expecting. My only thing I'm hopeful about is Nintendo's been so overprotected with their IPs that they're not going to let Mario Brothers 93 happen again. At least that you think.
We don't want to talk about that, Bob Hoskins.
I keep seeing these film studios make the same mistakes over and over again. I'm hoping, after the success of Mario Brothers, they could the new one.
Billion.
Whether you liked it or not, it was very successful. Mm-hmm. Hopefully that makes them say, okay, yeah, let's not be stupid about this.
Yeah.
I mean, we've thought about the Zelda movie since I was a kid, man. So I'm hopeful. I know that the people that are writing it is probably not who I would have picked, but like I said, hope for the best, expect the worst with all adaptation. But Zelda's my favorite franchise in gaming. So
the one thing that makes me hopeful is that apparently the director has been tweeting about his desire to make a Zelda movie since like 2009. And like, that's cool, right? That's sort of like, maybe, I mean, he's not Denis, right? And I don't like Denis' Dune.
Oh, stop it.
But, you know, I have some, but I appreciate that Denis cares about Dune enough to like keep the book on hand and, you know, all of that, right? And it's kind of, it feels similar in that respect. So,
plus you can't really judge it until you've seen the film. It's just 1 month.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fair, right?
Well, at least they don't have like the people that are Rafe Judkins. Well, I mean, we know what he did with Wheel of Time, but you have the people that are doing the Mass Effect show that are already coming out saying like, "Oh yeah, it's not going to be like the game at all, though." And I'm like, so why are you doing it?
Why call it Mass Effect? Why bother?
Because it butts and seats. Like, no, all you're gonna do is piss everyone off, and they're gonna say, "What is toxic fandom?" And here we go again.
Yeah. I don't agree. Dream Master says it should be a show rather than a movie. This is like, I get this with my stuff all the time, right? It's like, it should be a show rather than a movie. TV is better. TV's not better. It's different, right? And I think that, you know, when you're adapting anything, whether that's a book to film or, I don't know, a comic book or something, when you change media, you have to like, you have to change the story to fit the medium, right? And so you have to make changes, right? All of Hadrian's monologuing like has to go. And actually that makes Empire of Silence a much shorter book. And so like you could make it a movie probably, actually, right? And you have an opportunity too to like actually make scenes that Hadrian is not in, right? And you can make like a smart person would have to do this, not a bad, storyteller. That's the trouble really, is there just too many people who are not good at making things, period, regardless of medium. And so with adaptations, you run the risk of handing your stuff over to a fool. But, actually changing the story to fit the medium is wise, right? And so the question is, what's the medium you're changing it to? I think you can make a good movie out of Zelda. I think you could make a good show out of Zelda. It's just a question of what you want. So I saw this earlier and I wanted to answer it. Nathan says, am I correct in assuming I played RuneScape at some point? Very briefly. Why do you ask? Actually, my friend, when I was in middle school, was like ranked number 26th in the world, which was very funny because he was like 12. But I was not as good as him, so I did not play it very long. But I missed that question earlier, and I was like, I was curious as to why. But anyway,
is Harry Lloyd still your Hadrian pick?
Yeah, in my head, Hadrian is Harry Lloyd. But if it ever gets adapted, right, it won't be the right age anymore. It's already like pushing 40, I think. So, have I played Destiny? No. What about you guys?
I tried it when it first came out just because I was really saying, okay, maybe I need to quit being such a recluse, a single player campaign, get on this online thing. I'm just like, PvP stuff is just not for me. Playing the same level over and over again and grinding, just hoping that you get a special drop. No, it's not my style of gaming.
I'm currently I dip in and out of Helldivers too.
Nice.
Kill a bunch of aliens, kill a bunch of bugs like I'm Starship Troopers, and bug out again. That'll do me for now. That's all I got time for.
Yeah. That was the nice thing about Night Rain for me, is that I like Elden Ring so much, but I don't have time to play Elden Ring over and over again. It's like, a 100-hour commitment if you want to be really thorough.
Yeah, my kid's 100% that and the DLC, so he's going back and he's playing Demon's Souls now, like the remaster. And he's
the remaster is bad. He should play the original.
I told him, I was like, this isn't hard for you going back and doing that, because I got him Bloodborne. And hey, what's up, Jacob?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey.
I got a Bloodborne, and he just seemed to kind of bounce off it pretty quick, so I don't know.
Oh, wow. That's like the best one. He's wrong.
I keep threatening to go back and play Fallout 4 because they've added like a whole bunch of extra stuff with the TV show that came out. They added a whole load of stuff.
I waited forever to play Cyberpunk, and they finally fixed it. It's a damn good game now. It really is a damn.
I'm glad
I waited.
It's like
I'm glad I waited.
50 hours or something on Fallout 4 you can play, and I'm thinking, that's tempting, but that's another like 400 hours of my life. I think I'll just stick to Helldivers.
Jacob, how many hours of footage do you have to edit through?
Probably somewhere around 6.
Well, thank you.
I was saying,
dude,
thanks, man.
I'm honestly,
my
thank
favorite
you
part of the
for
show was you be my animal companion, following me around. It was great.
Yeah. I felt bad. Like anytime you went somewhere, I was just like on my knees right behind you.
No, I was like, I hope I'm not in his way, So,
yeah. No, I was following you. But yeah, thank you so much, Christopher, for letting me work the event and have the opportunity. And it just, yeah, what an honor, man. It's such a huge accomplishment that you've had, and the event went great. The crowd was clearly receptive to everything and just went so well, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, well, thanks. We literally couldn't have done it without you, actually. So, you know.
I just recorded it. The event itself.
Yeah,
I had
so many
nothing
people
to do
asking
with
me, so you got like a video camera? Like, I didn't record nothing. I was just trying to work. I was busy
just there.
Yeah, well,
My
the
dad,
chat thanks you. So.
Oh, well, thanks to the chat for giving me that honor. But I think it was like halfway through, my dad came up to me and was like, "You getting any footage for our channel?" I was like, "Are you insane? No."
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I just plan to just pilfer through what you do and make a quick little clip show out of it, with your permission, of course. That's what I
Sure.
plan to do.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, we had to. I think my dad asked Christopher yesterday, like, "Is it cool if we do like a video about the Suneater Gala and just like take a couple stills? Like, we won't play your trailers or anything. We just want a picture of you."
As long as I don't look too much like the Penguin, you know.
Hey, tell everybody about how everyone was wearing. Everybody was dressed like Christopher. That was their cosplay, as they dressed like you. They wore your polo shirt, and yeah, it was really, really cool.
That was, so we talked about like, yeah, the actual, so we had like 3 Cielson and like, I think 2 or 3 Hadrians. We had, I think there were 2 Selenis. There were no Valkas, 1 Lorien, and like 10 Mies. Like I was the most common one, but I knew they were gonna do this because they were like, "Is Christopher gonna wear the shirt?" And Jenna was like, "You mean the shirt he wears every single day of his life?" Yes, he is going to do that. But she told me about it, which was a mistake. So I wore a different shirt, and for like the first time in weeks,
always.
Yeah. Because I have like 12 of these, and I have 12 normal black T-shirts for like when I am doing boxing class or something, or sleeping.
Do you actually just wear black shirts every day? I thought it was maybe just for events. Like that was the one nice shirt that you liked.
No. I gave myself a uniform years ago because I had to. So I used to wait tables, and I wore black all the time because I didn't want to have to change in like the kitchen, because that was, or the bathroom, you know, at the restaurant, because like that's annoying. So I just wore my waiter clothes to class and then went to work. And that was for like 7 years, because I worked like 6 days a week. And it got to the point where when I wore a normal clothes on like my off days, everybody made fun of me for changing. And so I just kind of like got stuck. And so I just decided to like change the uniform after I quit and make it my own. And now it's to the point where I did wear, I was somewhere, I think it was at my parents' house, and my then like 7-month-old threw up on me. So I had to wear one of my dad's shirts, and it was red. And I was like, it was tripping me out. I was distracted. I was like, what is going on? What is on me? Because I just like, I'm so used to it being black at this point that I literally could not handle it. So I'm trapped now. And I also like, I'm super trapped because when I was doing that, my wife was like, that is not going to work for me. Stop it. Never again. So this is the situation. So
I see someone says we got to do like a High Matter official black polo. I completely agree with that.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Get the little, the logos. Yeah, Nicole did such a good job on the logo. I am so grateful.
Yeah.
And then let's see. Oh, hang on. There are a couple of people talking about the waiting. So shout out to Cas Carbone. A bunch of people apparently went. I, of course, took everybody on Friday, but a bunch of other people went later on Sunday and stuff. So yeah, I worked at Casa Carbone in Raleigh. If anybody is in town or visiting, it is the best.
I finally had a real cannoli, not some piece of shit from Costco or something. It was actually really good.
Yeah,
so I got to make all my Godfather jokes. I know they annoyed Christopher, so thank you for bearing with me on that. It's one of my favorite movies ever.
Only heard them every day of my life.
Yeah,
but,
I know.
They never get old.
It's like close. Who I've seen more of that or Star Wars? It's close. It really is.
But Mike, that's why I've only watched them once. Is because everybody I
get it,
reenacts them in my life all the time. So I should cosplay Super Mario. Oof. Yeah. Okay. My yeah. I'll just say oof. Aiming for Luigi. Gotta lose a little more weight and get taller. Will the novellas be get a physical copy? Yes, there's information at the beginning of the stream. Did a presentation on this. It is coming. It is on my to-do list for next year. Hadrian's just dressed blacks as the author projecting. No, not really. I could have made the uniform a different color, I suppose, but yeah. Official, but no, they're black, I guess. No. It's a good color. It is my favorite color, so that helps. But is there a favorite reference in my books that people have not noticed? Probably, but I don't know. I don't know off the top of
my favorite.
The Dio references are the ones. Those are probably people have noticed those, but it's like less frequently. There are a lot of Dio song title and lyric references. Almost no one talks to me about them, but there are a lot of them. So those are fun. There's a lot of heavy metal, like old school heavy metal references that I almost never have people mention. It's funny the things. I mean, it's maybe not surprising that like the other science fiction references are the ones that like get dragged out, but the stuff that's not science fiction does not come up very often. Who would I want to direct the adaptation of my books? I don't really know.
Denis Villeneuve.
No. No, the thing about that is like he's a great director. I mean, like whatever my opinions about his Dune books are, but like it's the same as the people who are like, oh, Timothée Chalamet should play Hadrian, and it's like he's already played Paul.
Artist thought too.
You know, like I think he's a pretty good actor. He's getting in trouble right now because he said he wanted to be a dad, and like he should. That's great. I recommend it to everybody. Seems like a cool guy. He used to make Xbox.
Is that a controversial take? That you want to
Apparently, it is. He's in trouble right now for that.
Really?
But I thought he did really well as Paul. I thought he was awesome in those movies. I really like the cast generally. Some of the costuming choices, not so much. The Harkonnens are wrong, but but I don't think that people say, oh, this is like Dune. We should get the guy who made Dune to do it. It's like that's the last person who should do it. No one who was in Dune. Everyone in Dune should be disqualified for being in Suneater, right? Everybody who's in Star Wars should be disqualified, right? Pick someone else, right? But I don't really, the problem is, as far as like big film directors go, is that we've got like kind of a dearth of like really great visionary ones at the moment. There are a few, but I don't know. I'd almost rather it be like a Peter Jackson, Sam Raimi situation where it's like we got some weird guy that like no one's ever really, they've never really been handed this much money, and like good luck, right? I think that would be cool.
Like the Duffer Brothers, they didn't get they wanted to do it, and the studio Warner Brothers wanted someone more established to do it, and then they went and did Stranger Things, which was basically just it, and was probably a bigger success. So yeah, like that.
Yeah, so I would rather it be someone who like really cared and like had something to prove. So like I definitionally don't know who that guy is. Although my like preferred way of adapting Suneater is I would love to have it animated actually.
I'm with this. The people that did The Expanse, they could do a good job. If they did that, but they had like Apple TV's money. If they did that, but with Apple TV's money, I think that would be really, really awesome.
Yeah.
It's almost like you want the unknown actors, because if you go, even though it ended very, very badly, if you go back to the beginning of Lost, no one knew who any of the actors were. They were all complete unknowns. And it was such a blast that everybody just fell into the characters.
Except for Mariotic Brandybuck. He was about the only, he was like the most well-known name at that time.
And Locke, of course, who'd been in everything.
Yeah, Terry Quinn,
he's been in everything. But apart from that, like suddenly, and those people all became giant stars after, well, most of them. But before that, no one knew who any of them were. So almost an unknown, I think, who just fits the part and can act.
It becomes easier to attach yourself to the character instead of going into it like, oh, I can't wait to see how this actor portrays this character. Like I'd rather just think of it as the character instead of the actor.
Ben, Suneater on Apple TV just makes sense. Apple TV does incredible science fiction shows, man. Regardless of how you feel about Foundation, like the aesthetic looks incredible.
Yeah, the production is incredible. My understanding is
For All Mankind is one of the best shows on TV. I'll stand by that one for sure.
My understanding is Apple TV is just like a complete loss leader. They make like no money on it at all. They spend so much money on it. I think they just make it to like write off Apple's income, which is
a better job over the Netflix.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so no complaints from me. The thing about the Foundation show is the stuff I really like about it is the stuff that's not from the books. I like the Emperors. Yeah,
because like, that was my favorite part of the show.
Yeah, it's the Yeah, Jacob's gonna adapt Suneater. We're announcing that right now.
Hey, we're talking about budget. I don't have that.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll find it somewhere.
You have a camera.
Everybody, check your pockets. See what we got.
Kickstarter.
Right, guys. I've got to go. I've got to go and do some more writing, I suppose, and sign some books.
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, man. Oh, good luck signing. Is that Broken Binding?
Yeah. 2 are done. Third one was delayed, so it comes in. I'm back there Friday. Got another 1,000 to sign. So
oof, you have my sympathies. No.
Fun days ahead.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I'm looking forward to getting my copy at Christmas and sitting down and having a break and just reading book 7. I can't wait.
Yeah, man. Well, it's always nice to see you. Well, have a nice evening.
You guys. Nice to meet you guys as well. And I'll see you all later.
Yeah. Later, man.
He has a great accent, doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh, Steven. Yeah. No, he's the coolest. I still haven't read his stuff. I feel, and he knows this.
I've got
I always feel bad.
Books in there. I know.
Yeah. All my writer friends, I sometimes deliberately don't read it just in case, but I actually I have a couple of them and I feel bad too. It's like I never get around to reading anything. As Jacob knows, because I owe him. And he and John are both like, you don't. It's
Discovery.
fine.
I haven't read Phillips' books, and these are people.
I thought you were just going to talk about how slow I read. You guys don't owe me anything.
No, but I actually Discovery is top of my list now. It's I have that, and I have the new Matt Dinman book I owe blurbs on, and Discovery's first. So
surely Matt Dinman's got to be.
Well, that reminds me. Jason told me to get me in touch with Matt Dinman.
So. Oh yeah, he's friends with him.
I had no idea they were tight. That was kind of crazy. Like, hey, is Jason Cordova gonna be like? Yeah, he's right over here. Let's go see hi. I'm like,
he's in the corner.
Okay.
What is my favorite Lord of the Rings edition that I own? I own the 50th anniversary edition, the blue one, in the single volume. My grandmother got it for me.
Is that the black with the gold plated and the edges are gold?
No, that's the 65th. That's the 65th.
Okay, I have that one.
Yeah,
but I have four different versions. But yeah, the one you're talking about, I don't think I got it.
Yeah, it's blue, and my grandmother's not around anymore, so it's special for that reason. But it's got facsimile pages of the Book of Mozarble in the middle of it, which is kind of neat. They're on photo paper, so someone made them and they just photographed them. But and it's got this big map that folds out, which of course a lot of them do. But it's cool. It's all sort of blue faux leather, and it's nice. It's soft touch though. It's not the glossy, Barnes and Noble, $20 library edition ones. It's cool.
Yeah, last time, because we always watched Lord of the Rings over the summer with the kids, and they like to get the map out and follow along. So I was like, this one's a little nice. Let me just get you a cheaper one. So I got the cheap one that's laminated, that they can use to follow along with whenever they watch the movie. But it's really cool that they do that.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of the Easton Press ones, the green leather ones, because they do all the supplemental stuff, and they all kind of match. Some of the trim sizes vary because it's Easton Press, but the maps in those just are removable. They're just inserts. You can just pull them out like cards and unfold them, which is safer because the 50th they're tied in, so it ends up being half of the short edge is glued to the book, so you have to unfold it, and the map is sort of slanted on the fold so you don't crinkle it.
Yeah, same in the 65th.
Yeah, which all works fine unless you're 10 and you open it, and I immediately almost tore it out, and I was like, oh no, and I was afraid to touch it for years after that. But
that's how I feel about your diamond edition, so much so that at the event, people were asking some of us to sign your books, which already felt kind of weird to me. So people started using it as a yearbook. I thought that was cool. That was a cool idea. I didn't mind that. But one guy had the diamond edition, and he wanted me to sign it on the page with your signature, and I refused.
Oh.
I was like, I will sign the back. He's like, I'm never going to sell it. I was like, I don't care. It's such a pretty book. I don't want to sully it, especially not the page that he signed. So I was like, I will sign the back, and that's what I did. So
yeah, well, yeah, it's his book, but I respect you doing that. So
no, I will not respect your wishes. Damn it!
I got asked to sign a copy of Shadow and Claw at the Gala, which was a little bit.
I saw
that's funny.
The guy was there that had you sign Golden Sun too.
Yeah, Nolan. Yeah,
he was there. He was at the event.
Yeah, he had a different haircut, so it took me a second. He was like, "Do you remember me?" And I was like, "I do," and he was like, "I made you send Golden Sun to Mike," and I was
I still have it. Yeah.
Yes, Nolan.
I did see that somebody was using, like you said, Mike, they were doing like using Shadows Upon Time like a yearbook, and they asked Austin from Cheetah Ramble to sign it, but he had never done
he
his
signed like the
signature.
whole page. Yeah.
He was just like practicing his signature and took the whole page up. And I was like, this is just Austin now. This is just Austin's book.
Yeah. I thought the yearbook thing was really cool. There was
super
I
sweet.
expected everybody to sort of sit down and do the trading card thing. So everybody was
I saw some
swapping
people
those
doing
around.
that too.
But the yearbook thing was a nice surprise. I think that's like a good thing to keep notes on for next time. Maybe we can, do something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because apparently Jenna says we're doing it next time. So, we'll see what happens. Not in a hurry though, because we're hiring people so that Jenna does not lose her marbles the week of again, because she was she turned into a real drill sergeant in like the hour of setup. She's her mother walked in, she's like, over there, and her mom was like, why are you mad at me? Like, what's going on? Jenna's just in like absolute crisis mode. It was hard getting everything set up, and the check-in didn't work, and we figured it out. But like as a consequence, I think some people didn't get like their T-shirts or something, so we gotta send stuff in the mail. It's not really over, and Jenna's like, oh no, it's not really over, and so
as far as like a first year trying this thing out and like things that could have gone wrong, the things that did go wrong were not catastrophic. I think it went pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, no, and everybody was happy, and everyone, unfortunately, my readers have been very gracious. You know who you are out there. But
I wanted to bring this up because it came up a lot at the event. This is the copy that Christopher sent to me before I'd ever even heard of it. And it's August 17th, 2020 for Mike. No strings attached. I hope you enjoyed if you get to it.
Yeah.
Can't get rid of this. This is
sentimental value. Those don't exist
like 9
anymore.
copies of Empire Silence. I was like, well, I can't get rid of this one. It's sentimental value. So.
They're also discontinued, so like that might be worth more than the hardcover. Actually,
there we go. Very cool.
I missed a couple super chats. Scott said, looking forward to getting some dedicated reading time for Shadows to see how I'll hurt him this time. You know it, man. Hope you like it. And
really
Joe
hard
says,
to read out of this, by the way.
Yeah, that's why they discontinued them.
It's so tiny. It's like Malazan, Reaper's Gale size font.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. And then Joe said, are the supplemental stories like Dregs happening in real time? Some of them are. Some of them aren't. Some of them are also documents. It just depends on how they're written, and you just kind of have to guess and pay attention. But some of them are objectively true. Yeah. For sure.
It's a big boy.
Good Lord. How many pages is that, Mike?
It's like 900 something, I think.
Well, not counting the very, very long lexicon at the back. Hang on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of back matter in the first couple of books. They made me cut it out.
719.
Yeah,
this is the copy I read out of it. And I did not crack the spine because I'm just awesome like
Careful.
That. Yeah. My eyes hurt, when I was done.
Yeah. Baker says, flying to Japan tomorrow. I got Shadows ready to roll. Well, thank you. Hope it will be your new best friend and not your
I saw enemy. 2 people on our flight back that had it, and I didn't recognize them from the Gala, so I assumed that they were there. They had
that is very cool. I have never seen someone reading one of my books in the wild. I went to what's the giant bookstore in Portland?
Well, I just feel like someone was going back to Houston. They would have popped and said, "Hey," since they knew I was from there. So they might have. I'd say I met so many people. So
yeah, I was at Powell's once in Portland, and there was a guy who picked it up on the shelf, and I was like not brave enough to say anything. So I just I let him look at it and put it down. But that was the closest I've ever been.
Just go behind his shoulder. You want me to sign that for you? Or?
Yeah. I in the last like month, people have recognized me in public. The best was Casa Carbone was remodeling, and they were tearing out these old stained glass windows in the front of the restaurant, and they were in the trailer going to the dump under a bunch of junk. And so I went in and asked the owner if I could have them. And then I came back with my brother later, so we could dig them out before they took to the dump in the morning. And I was standing in the trailer trying to get these stained glass windows out from under all this like drywall. And a lady walked out, and I didn't realize she worked at Quail Ridge at the time. She was like, "Are you Christopher Ruocchio?" And I was like, frozen because I was like, am I being recognized for being a waiter in the restaurant I used to work at, or is this a book thing? And if it's a book thing, and it was a book thing, and it really sucked because I was covered in drywall dust and, you know, not wearing my shirt. This one I was wearing a normal shirt.
You told me the story. I joked like, yeah, I'm not Stephen King. I'm not ready to the point where I don't have to like dumpster dive yet. Jeez, calm down.
Yeah, you know,
success, not that.
Let's buy more books so I don't have to feed myself this way.
Yeah, and eat the stained glass windows. But I got the windows, so that's cool. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. I just was real mad.
We went to Coleridge Books, and all of Christopher's books were in the store, were signed. So maybe he does do that. You sign them when you go in.
Yeah. When I do like a road trip, Barnes and Noble bathrooms are better than gas station ones. So I like figure out where the Barnes and Nobles are, and I will go in and sign. And
yeah, I had Post-it note on one of the books that says "See you at the Gala," so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's marginally, better than, you still get like a snack and stuff, but it's not gas station snacks. It's a little better, and so that's how I road trip is checking Barnes and Nobles. Dave Butler used to do this because Dave is not here anymore, so I'll embarrass him. But he used to be a corporate trainer who would fly all the time, and Dave has been in like 400 different Barnes and Nobles. His goal was to get them all. And now the way that Barnes and Noble stocks bookstores, they do this thing where if a book is not normally on order, if you go in and request it, they'll order a book for you, but then they'll order another one for the store in the hope that like you have a friend who will pick it up and come in because you ordered it. And so they have like local algorithms, basically store for store. And so now if I were to keep doing this, I think it would actually show material gain. If I were to go and influence each bookstore by going in and signing what they have. And so, hang on, my wife is texting me.
It's like my wife waits until she knows I'm driving to text me. Always.
My 2-year-old has a cough. Just wanted me to know. Trying to figure out what they were going to do today. I do have a super chat though. Lange or Longa says, "Congrats on finishing the series. Thank you, by the way, for the 50. Is that euro? Oh my gosh, thank you. Lost both parents since October last year. I'm so sorry, and your stories got me through some hard times. Thank you, Patrick from the Netherlands. Patrick, I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm glad the books could be of some small comfort to you, and I'm sorry. Thank you for the super chat. I wish I'd read the whole thing before I started my normal voice. I'm sorry.
I think my lunch break is officially over, but I gotta thank you once again, Christopher, for the opportunity to work at the event, and massive congratulations, man. The series in general is a huge accomplishment, and I can't wait to get to Shadows Upon Time. So
yeah, man, I'll look forward to talking to you about it when you do. I'll let you get back to work. Thanks for thanks for being here.
It's awesome. Good to see you, Mike. Hanging with you this weekend, man.
Take care. Later.
Bye.
We love Patience. Was like, he's such a nice young man. Yes, he is.
Who? Jacob? Oh, he's yeah. Oh, my dad is still here. Speaking of, my dad is Talking Stories' greatest fan. Dad doesn't read any of these books, and he doesn't watch book 2, but he watches John's stuff all the time. Hang on 1 second. I need a.
Tell him I don't take that personally. It's no big deal.
Yeah, gentlemen, if you don't mind, I need to check on the kids for 1 second. Jenna, just
no, I don't mind. I don't mind at all.
I'll be right back, everybody.
Multitask.
Mike, have you read the book yet?
I haven't. I'm awful. I'm hosting this event and I haven't actually read the book. I think it was the second one in a row because I did Jay Kristoff's the previous week and I hadn't read his yet. So I'm really bad at this. So,
but you read the other 6, yeah?
Everybody came out with books this big in the last 3 weeks, and I had to do the new Joe Hill one, then the new James Islington one, and it was just like I couldn't do 4 just chonkers like that in a row that quick. But
is the Islington one as good as I think it's going to be?
Is it what?
Is it as good as I hope it is?
I liked it. I mean, the thing was I liked book 1, didn't love it like everybody else. I really liked it, but like I said, not Cap. It was like lowercase L liked it. I didn't love it like everyone else, but I liked it a lot. But I thought the second one was even better because he does just some really crazy things. But I'm hearing some people are like, no, I like book one better, but I haven't heard anybody say they didn't like it at all. So I'll be curious to see where everybody falls on it. But yeah, I liked it a lot. Can I read and review every book this week? I mean, I can't even get my camera out since I got back. This is the first time. I thought, oh, you know what? We got a flight. We'll get back. We'll be back home probably about 4 p.m. I can record like a wrap of it. Hadn't happened. Yeah. So I'm wiped, and I didn't even do nearly as much as Christopher did this week. So is what it is. Yeah, same here, Jonah. I'm actually working right now, from home, and that's about my production level, definitely. And as far as I know, Christopher said he's going to keep this going as long as there's people here. So I was like, "You're going to do a full on like Jerry Lewis telethon?" That's for us old. That's a reference that we make. And he said, "Yeah, because I did that when I did my 100,000. I think I had like a 12-hour video." And the only reason I stopped that is I started feeling like I was holding people hostage. Like they felt like they had to stay. And I was like, no, I don't want to do that. So we'll see. Oh, I know, Cameron. I know. I am the king of sarcasm. No worries, brother. I got you. Gosh, don't these people know I'm busy? These employers.
Oh, is that like a work call or something?
No, I'm just doing both. But yeah, someone make music in the background. I saw that behind you too, and I was like, "Oh man!" He's like, "It's like when I went on my cruise, and they had the coastal slice place making the pizza right there behind the glass."
Yeah, they're roasting coffee over here.
No,
that's
cool.
why it's so loud.
What's my ranking of books 1 through 6? Oh, geez. Christopher, we did have that booktubers panel at the gala, and unfortunately, no one could hear us.
Yeah, I heard there was some audio problems.
So it was, it happens. It's not a big deal, but people were asking us to talk about favorite, and everybody picked Disquiet Gods except me, and where I said I am the anomaly that picks book one, but that's a me thing because book ones are always my favorite. I like Fellowship of the Ring the best. I always like book one, but I said I think that Demon in White is his best book. Does that make sense? And not everybody agreed, but they kind of understood where I was coming from. So I don't know if I could rank them. I just read Disquiet Gods like about a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
So these things are still wiggling around in my head. I don't know. I'll have to wait till I finish to kind of rank them. But gosh, I don't know. I guess it'd probably be easier to ask me, which one do I think sucks the most? Because I think Christopher would like that. Christopher, which one of your books sucks the most?
Yeah. I mean, I think one is my worst book.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, one is the one that that I didn't have a process for. I kind of just noodled at it. It wasn't outlined. It wasn't, a systematic. There was no systematic approach. I just kind of worked on it while I was in college. And I think if I did it now, I would do it differently. I don't know how I would change the plot necessarily, but I would have a bit more of a sense of through line and stuff. So I'm not sure. It's the one I have the most sort of conflicted feelings about. Not that I think it's bad, but like it's the one that I was least confident in while I was working because I just didn't know what to do.
And what ranking books, what sucks about it is you have to put something last when you're ranking them, and then it always feels like you're disrespecting that book. And it's just like, something has to go there. I especially hate doing that with a trilogy because sometimes you're like, look, all three books are great. And it's like, I got to put one of these in last. And that's all anybody's going to focus on is why'd you put that one last? Does it suck? So if I said Ashes of Man would be my least favorite in the series, it doesn't mean it's not great. So I don't know.
Yeah, what I hope for, right, is two things. I hope that there's like a clear front runner, right, or at least 2 or 3 clear front runners, right? Maybe the better way to put it. I hope that there are clear camps, right? There's always been like a very strong Demon in White camp, right? There is increasingly a strong Disquiet Gods camp. I would really like it if the general consensus is that 6 and 7 are the best ones, because that means like, that all the other ones are worth reading, right? But I really appreciate when there's a radical like book 5 is the best one minority, right? And I like those guys because they
I
have
did hear
like
a couple
very
of those
clear
in the Gala.
reasons. They have really clear reasons for it, right? And you know why the book 4 people like it, because they're a little edgy, right? And those guys are cool, right? So there's a bit of a diversity of opinion there that's nice. And it's like with anything. It's like Star Wars movies. Like, really, you're one of the episode 1 people. Like, okay, pod racing is cool, right? But like that's a strange. It's a strange take,
pod racing,
right? It's a strange take, and so you get these like opinions. And that's like, do you like Empire or the original one the best, right? Like Empire is clearly the best one, but if somebody says I really like Return of the Jedi and they have like a good reason for it, I get it, right? And so people arguing about this is nice. I think it's good, and I think if it was obvious, right, what the right answer was, then it wouldn't be as much fun for the community, and so that there's some argument is a good thing, I think.
Do you have a favorite one?
So my favorite one is Howling Dark because it was still the easiest one to get out. That's the one where I like figured out my outlining process and everything, and it was also like very much like we're not in Kansas anymore kind of experience, because a lot of Howling Dark was motivated by spite against the sort of Dune ripoff criticism, which I broadly understand, right? There's a lot of Dune in the first one. It was very deliberate. But the whole sort of point for me in sort of laying out book 2 was to demonstrate all the ways in which that criticism was not right. And I think I did. There are some people who are like, well, there's still references to things and whatever, but like, that's fine. I have tried very hard to take the criticism, to take the good criticism to heart. And by the end of this, and I think book 7 like really shows a lot of that, actually. There was a lot of like little micro complaints people have had that are addressed pretty definitively. And it was stuff that I was planning on addressing anyway, that I was sort of holding back on for this book. And,
Elaine, I was told kings with death people are edgelords, so watch out.
There you go. I mean, but like, there are people who are like, yeah.
Well, I was reading a review copy of that, guys, and Christopher, I asked him a question while I was reading it, and he actually says, "I'm sorry, it's weird." I'm like, your books have always been weird. What are you talking about? That's what makes them great.
Yeah, I'm less sorry about things being weird now. Now it's okay. Oh, did we lose Nicholas? Oh, he upset you.
I guess he disagreed with your picks for your favorite, so he's out.
Yeah.
For me, it's like, look, I mean, honestly, I'm way more of a fantasy reader than sci-fi. So the fantasy elements you had in Demon in White are why I obviously gravitated towards it.
Like the court politics stuff.
And I'm also even while other, God, it feels weird to say something like that. Even while there were other characters still present in the story, let's put it that way, I was a Celine guy from Go. So I was all about Celine.
I mean, she's really something.
I mean, you met my wife. I might be redhead biased, but like I kept saying, you do a lot worse than Celine. You could do a lot worse.
She's a good one for sure. Nicholas, do I need to re-add you? Did you? Yeah, maybe I do. I didn't know if you dropped out on your own recognizance.
No, the internet died.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't.
So I missed everything.
Oh no.
No, Martian. I'm taking a stand. Celine.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, we're arguing about
the third syllable is an exclamation mark. Celine! Exclamation mark. I don't know if I could rank them, man. That would be really, really hard. I don't know, because I mean, I think it's like one of those things when I look back on, it's like there's stuff that's clearer now, and and I feel like that can make it you feel differently about a book in hindsight. Usually, pointing up. So I don't know. I'd have to do a reread, and I don't think I've got the time to do that. So
yeah,
maybe down the line.
I did run into a lot of people at the Gala and just recently emails and things who have been saying like, "Oh, I did start rereading the series for this, and book 1 is a lot better than I remember." Right, which is encouraging, right? Because you write each book in a series with an eye toward the whole series, and if the parts that are less obviously good, I guess, right, are improved upon reconsideration in like the context of the whole series. That's great, right? That means like actually like I was in control the whole time, right? And like that's encouraging. So that people feel that way.
I was blown away with Empire of Silence. It's why I reviewed it at the time when I wasn't reviewing books that no one had heard of really at the time. So that was awesome. And Patience has only read the first one, and she's like, "You're telling me this gets better?" Okay, so
yeah, well, I'll take it, and for that I am very grateful because otherwise I'd still be selling 20 books a week and working at the publishing house. So thanks. I'm sure you're tired of me saying thank you, but
no, it's fine. I mean, your dad was telling me we were here because of you. I'm like, no. If like I said, like I told in that panel you couldn't hear, I said it didn't matter what I said. If your book hadn't been great, it wouldn't have mattered how great I told people it was. So there you go.
That's right.
I'm hoping
he didn't have me lifting, guys. I just said, hey, look at this wonderful thing over here, and they said, yes, this is wonderful. Yes.
Yeah, I'm hoping that with the panel when Jacob gets the video edited, that things will work out a little bit better.
Well, I was actually gonna get in touch with all those guys and say, hey, do you guys want to just like get together and like do that panel on YouTube or something, and just kind of like a makeup?
Yeah,
but I know everybody's just so still travel. Some people weren't even home yet. So I was like, oh, I'll wait, let everybody get back home and stuff, and see where everybody's feeling.
Yeah. So I mean, that'd be cool. But if you guys do it, I'm happy to jump in.
The original plan was you were going to join us at the end. That was the original.
That did not happen. Because people kept coming back around. They found more trading cards and they needed me to sign more of them. The same people came through the line like 4 times. I kept thinking, like this is almost over, and I was like, well, haven't I seen you before? I'm like, I'm sorry.
We were in the VIP room at the look upon high, like being all like the Twilight meme of the guys up in the upper thing. You know the meme I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
No, you don't. Okay.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, with like.
Okay, so you're a meme expert. Surely you know what I'm talking about. So that's what we were doing up there. We were like looking down at all the plebs down below, and I seen everybody busting out those cards, and I was like, wow, you guys. This is like Magic the Gathering, except dorkier. I respect the hustle. This is really, really awesome. They were like trading and stuff. It was really cool.
Yeah,
I didn't open mine.
I sort of figured. Oh, that reminds me. I never did share. So we've been doing these trading cards through the Patreon for a while now, and so it's an excuse to really do more artwork. And there are 20 of them, but only 19 were at the gala because the 20th one we held back.
Card, guys.
And why isn't it
all scarcity?
Why isn't it letting me open this as an option? Do I have to have it open? Yeah. And so, it wasn't ready in time. The art was late. So there's a new Cassandra that James did that it was going to be the other one. So, yeah, Cash Grab Chris is at it again, making trading cards, taking people's money. But here's the other Cassandra art for book 7 that didn't make
Christopher's basically Disney. He wants to see how many times he can get you to buy the same thing again.
Yes, obviously.
He really liked it the first time. It would be really even better when you buy it the second time.
This is one of those criticisms from the Peanut Gallery I don't quite understand. It's like all I have done is say yes to business opportunities. It's
absolutely.
Somebody comes along and says, hey, can we make a fancy version of your book? Yes, I want it. It's for me. And you can have some too. So if you the people are like, oh no, I have another one I have to keep up with. It's like, it's okay. You can let this one go, I was, I just.
Yes, it is, Michael. 19. It wasn't an accident. If you're a Stephen King reader, you get it. Yes. No, I haven't opened mine yet. I'm just glad the Patience grabbed some for me because at the end we were like, I don't even know if I actually went to the stage and took one of those books to have you sign. So I was like, I don't know where anything is right now. So it was
Rui, the cards are only through the Patreon. So you got to go to patreon.com/Ruocchio and sign up there. We might start selling them now. There are more of them. We might do booster packs or something. The problem is if it's stuff that I have to personally fulfill, that takes time. And the Todd Howard of literature, Stephen, ouch.
Damn. So I look forward to the Suneater copy that I can get on my refrigerator. That would be the Todd Howard.
Run Skyrim on your smart fridge. Yeah.
So are those cards the same ones we got at the gala, or are these different ones?
No, they're the same. Yeah.
So I saw 2 like foil packs in the bag. I haven't opened them yet.
this is another thing where it's like, oh, Christopher's trying to just, you know, the cash grab Chris thing. You know, there's a bad review of book 1 before the book came out like 3 months ago. This guy posted a 1-star review of the book and said, I did not care about my poorer fans because all I cared about was getting the hardcovers and the special editions sorted out. And he lived in Australia, and there wasn't a matching paperback set available in Australia. And the reason for that is that my first British publisher, who has jurisdiction in Australia, fired me. They dropped the series after book 3, and another company picked up 4, 5, 6, and 7, and they have slightly different trim sizes. And so it was that or no book at all, right?
Christopher, just admit you don't like the pores. God.
Yeah, of course, it's obviously it, right? No, but I couldn't do anything about it. You know, they have different factories, and I actually had explained this to this person, and I had arranged with him to personally mail. I packed books myself and mailed it to this person.
Oh my God, you're too nice.
So that he could get the books in a matching set. He paid for them, but I ordered them specially and mailed them to him, right? And then he dropped this review years later. After not speaking to me for like 3 years. It was completely ridiculous. Right. And what's more ridiculous is the Goodreads has not removed it. Despite a bunch of, see, Dom said he reported it like 6 times. That's not a review. That's harassment. It's ridiculous.
Does Goodreads ever remove reviews after people report them?
Yeah, you were getting review bombed at one time.
Yeah, book 4, I got review bombed. Someone botted a bunch of textless 1-star reviews on book 4.
Nice.
And Goodreads did remove those. But you know, it's fine if it doesn't. It's not like one star. It won't be the only 1-star review. It's not going to hurt me.
Like Suneater cereal, eat the sun and collect the spoons.
Don't give me ideas, Michael. Don't give me ideas. Genius.
That's brilliant.
That's some real serious product integration right there. We'll
That's terrible. Oh my God, it's so bad. It's so bad.
And I want those spoons now. You know, my grandmother collected collected novelty spoons. You know, like the little tiny
grandmother did that for a while. Yeah. Or Elvis plates. Yeah,
something like that. You know. Doombot says any of the extra Gala exclusive cards just ship them to my house. Yes, if you have any extra orphans, just send them right to him. You see the same guy who's 1-starred Shadow Upon Time. Yeah, that's who we're talking about. Yeah, action figures would be very cool. But you know, I suspect that that they're more expensive, and so I don't know about that.
Christopher, have you sold an option to Hollywood yet?
No.
Why not?
No one's asked.
Really?
Yeah. What about you?
Yeah, I had one for a few years.
Oh, cool.
It expired as soon as the war hit Ukraine. It expired because of the Russian adjacent stuff. Sure.
Yeah, that's hard. It's funny. On that note, the translation market I do best in is Russia, but
that doesn't surprise me at all.
But it doesn't surprise me really either, right? Science fiction's a lot bigger in Russia than fantasy. Germany's like the other way. It's like
also Russians love
Christopher is
a
Russian asset confirmed.
But here's what's funny, right? My Ukrainian edition of Empire of Silence is coming out in a couple months, and they went harder on it than anybody has done with the translation markets at all. They made a whole bunch of interior illustrations. They're like really cool. Yeah.
Wow.
And so I feel it's interesting to me that like both sides are into the series. It's cool.
Again, it doesn't surprise me.
It's
call it Dostoevsky in space and get it over.
Yeah, there you go. That's a hell of a compliment. I hope to live up to it. So if that were true, but hang on. Michael? His art.
The merch ideas are pretty crazy right now.
Yeah, people have. Yes, I like the cereal spoons though. I think that's the move. I'm gonna talk to Jenna about it. We'll see in time.
That's the move for the next one, for the next gala.
Yeah. Will I ever get another alien point of view or Tiny point of view story? Yeah, probably. I want the Arabic translation of Empire of Silence so bad. Yeah, that's going to be really cool. The thing I like about the Russian edition is I can't even read it. I know some of the letters because I know the Greek alphabet, but I don't know Cyrillic well enough to even know what word I'm looking at.
So you know what the Russians do, or they used to do? They used to, so the Tolkien Russian translation actually has the names translated into analogs in Russian. So it's not baggins, it's torbins, because the word torba means bag in Russian. This is a weird, bizarre Russian tradition where they take English language IP and they either completely change it or they translate it in a way that doesn't make any sense. So I'm wondering if they did the same thing to you.
Yeah, it's possible. My Russian translator though is one of the two I've actually spoken to the most. It's him and the German one, and he the way he's talking about it, it sounded like it was pretty faithful. We were talking about issues and trying to localize certain words. The challenge I was most interested in was the Lothrian language is sort of partly Russian loanwords and gibberish, and I blurred the spellings and stuff. And I was like, how did that work? And he's like, mostly it was fine. You made everything more or less completely unrecognizable. And I won't repeat what I did do, but he's like, but in one case, you accidentally used a pretty horrific slur.
Oh no!
So I don't remember which word it was, but I remember what word it turned into. I don't know what the Russian is, but and he was like,
don't say it just in case.
Yeah, I won't. But he,
the Lothrans are just close enough to Hungarian for it to be okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Your gibberish is very Hungarian.
I'll take it. Yeah. Whenever I do those, I borrow a couple languages and then I look through Google Translate. The way I do the human languages, because I can't accurately age English 20,000 years and add Hindi, right? It's beyond me, right? So what I'll do with Jadian or something is pick the 4 languages I'm pulling from, know what word I'm looking for, check the Google Translate on all of those languages, pick the one I think is coolest or 2 that are coolest and smush them together and then change the spelling. That's usually the move.
It works. It works. It looks convincing.
Yeah.
Hey Ben, I am probably the only booktuber that has 0 ambitions to release a book. So no, I'm just here to read them and talk about them.
This is the thing I liked about. So I used to be on Twitter, and the problem with book Twitter is everyone's a writer. There are no readers on Twitter. It's a complete waste of time. Well, I guess you're on Twitter, yeah, but by proportion, all you have is a bunch of people trying to sell their books, and nobody actually reads any of the stuff you talk about. So that everyone's just shouting into a vacuum. And so I left Twitter because I had a hunch that YouTube would just be more humanizing because you could actually speak to people, or at least I could speak. And that Broadly's worked. I think this is one of the reasons why I think my readers have been so kind, right? But I also found that BookTube was actually had people who were I'm not gonna write a book, I just like them, and it's oh, that's nice, that's a nice change, because when you talk to everybody's so desperate to get an audience, right? And understandably, it's just no one ever has a conversation, right? You just try to talk about books and well, in my book I have a novel magic system about cheese, and you should buy it, please buy it, and it's just that's not. It's not a conversation. Oh, Michael's here. Hey, man.
Christopher, thanks for having me on.
Michael.
Hey, Nicholas.
Hey, speaking of, check out the latest super chat now that Michael's in here.
Yeah. There we go. Since there are museum Catholics in Suneater, but no museum Eastern Orthodox, does that mean the schism is healed? The schism is healed. It's not that there are. Yes, it is. It's everyone's back together again. Oh, that's why Michael and Nicholas are both here. We're fixing it right now. I
haven't read 7 yet, but I didn't know if you were going to do something really provocative with the Cielson and have them be a some sort of schismatic group.
No,
I'm kidding.
No.
Did you just suggest that they were going to be the Eastern Orthodox faction? Is that what
I was gonna go there, but I saw your eyes boring into me, and I thought I would make it out alive.
Michael's trying to instigate Fourth Crusade too.
Careful.
Yeah.
Listen, I was well received at DoxaCon 2025, Nicholas. I was actually hoping I'd run into you there.
I was supposed to be there, but stuff happened. So.
Yeah, it was kind of a tough weekend, but it was a great experience. So I can't say enough good things about it.
Good.
But I did get a lot of questions on that. And they're like, how come in your book the aliens are Roman Catholic and not Eastern Orthodox?
I'm sure that's the most common question you're going to get at any sort of religious
at Doxicon. Sure.
Yeah. This makes me glad I'm not an author, because questions like this are just maybe like, because it's a made up story. I don't know, man.
I would you, Mike. That's usually my
Catholic.
answer. Yeah, like because I wrote it this way. Because I did not do that. You should write your book. It sounds good. I want to read the Greek aliens book. Let's do it. The Russian aliens book. Cool.
Well, as a reviewer, I get that. I try to make as criticism as constructive as humanly possible and say why it didn't work. It might be fine for you. It didn't work for me. Well, what book have you written, man? You can't do it any better. I'm like, I don't think I ever said that I could. In fact, I pretty much said, you don't want me to write a book, so I don't know. It's kind of funny. Yeah. That's just the internet. You're out there in the public space. It's going to happen.
That's true. I'm impressed with this stamina, man. I've been in and out for the last few hours, and this is just a tour de force of just, they don't talk about being an author, how much physical power it takes.
I don't know about power, just wind. But I've got the fan over here. It's providing me, so we're hanging out.
I'll say I'm glad this wasn't yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Kathy asks, where are the Sun Eater ladies at? That is a good question. I sent this out to like 50 people, so I do not have any control over who answers. So they were on the list, but I guess the gentlemen have more free time today. I don't know what that says about our civilization. But here we are. I had some anxiety about that. I knew this was going to happen. And do the Museum Catholics have a space pope? Yes. Yes, they do. It works a little bit differently, I'm sure, to accommodate Nicholas and my friends from the East. But I don't know exactly how different. Is it true that Sun Eater was Ozzy Osbourne's favorite science fiction? It's not true, Michael. Third Michael. No, I don't.
By the way, I know we're not supposed to spoil anything in book 7, but I'm going to say one thing in book 7 that nobody's going to hear about, and that's
everyone close your ears.
That's the revelation that there are millions of adorators in the world. So that was billions. Sorry, billions. And I didn't expect that. So that was
by proportion. It's less, but in absolute numbers, it's more. Yes, there is a space pope. There is one. Whoops. Actually, I should have just. I think book 7 actually answers this in like one line, a throwaway line, very briefly. Did Hadrian really crack Ashara and just didn't want to write about it in his book? What a rude question. No, he did not. No. No.
It's funny because I asked you a similar question, but not about Ushara.
Yeah.
He gave me a zipper emoji. Yeah.
I can't remember what the question was, but if it's a spoiler, maybe not.
I said, is Hadrian pulling a Louis from Vampire Chronicles on us and being an unreliable narrator about his?
No. Don't say it, Mike. Don't say it. Don't say it, Mike. Don't clue in the chat. Yeah.
I have, dude. I don't spoil Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't spoil anything. Stuff that everybody knows I don't spoil. So no. I have ways to get around these things. Have code language.
Yeah. Will Hadrian ever travel to Toronto for book-related events? I don't know about Hadrian, but I'm certainly open to it. I just
you think this is Doctor Who? You can go through time and space, but he's going to come to 2025 Toronto
for a book signing. Yeah, I would like to get back to Canada. I did a signing in Vancouver once in like 2019. I'd like to do it again. One of my goals, I think that I would like to just do more book signing events next year, like at stores rather than do conventions, because conventions are a lot of work and they take a long time, and the return on investment for not just the time but also carting the books to the place is just so steep. And you run a lot more risk than doing like a book signing. So I think I might just do book signings. So I want to get out and go to places I haven't been. Largely, that's going to be domestic, but Canada is not too far. So, and if I go to Vancouver again, I can see you, Amy. Hi. Thanks for coming, by the way, to the gala and helping. Will I have anything exclusive at Dragonsteel Nexus? I think the leftover T-shirts from the gala are going with me, but no books or anything. But don't quote me on that because we still have to figure out how many we have and how many we need to owe people who might have not gotten them in the confusion that was the beginning of the gala. So, yes, go to Charlottesville, Virginia, or somewhere close to me. I would love to go to Virginia. The thing about Martian Luther, I think you heard me do the spiel at the gala, but the thing about announcing you're doing a tour is that inevitably what happens, you're I'm going to these places, and people are really? Not my town, the town next to the town you're going to. You're not gonna come 15 minutes up the road. It's you could come 15 minutes up the road, surely. Not in my house, not in my backyard. You're not doing a book signing in my closet.
Look, I'm justified. I live in the 4th biggest city in the country, and they never come here. They make me drive to Dallas to moderate for them.
Yeah, well, okay. So in my case, yeah, that's not fair. But my best Barnes and Noble is in Dallas, in the country, and there was a time when
we talked to the one in the Woodlands. We did the theater or the bookstore for the
but the guy who managed the signing in South Lake, Patrick, he when I was selling no copies. His Barnes & Noble was selling 3 figures a month because he just liked the books so much. And so this is the nice thing about the way Barnes & Noble is doing things now, because they gave power back to the individual stores. They're able to have a little bit more control. And so he just decided he was going to put a table out that was Red Rising and my stuff. And everybody knew what Red Rising was. So they'd go there and they would pick up my books. And that was a force multiplier in that one store of 1,000%. And it was just because Patrick cared. So when Ryan was going to go to Dallas anyway, I was like, oh, my best Barnes & Noble is there. I'll go do a thing. And that's why I put that tour together last year. Patrick crushingly has moved on. He got a better job outside of Barnes & Noble. So I have lost my my strongest bookseller. But things are a little bit better now for me in Barnes & Noble. I think Empire of Silence is now a mandatory stock for all of the stores. So
nice.
We're moving on up. So that's nice.
So is that the code, Christopher, to get people to come to your location for the book signing? They have to get their local Barnes and Noble to just start shilling your book at maximum speed. Does that increase the odds that you'll make it there for a signing?
Yes, actually. Yeah, that's what DAW looked at when they were planning where to go. They were looking at where I was doing the best nationally, and they just like, well, we'll just send Christopher to those states, right, or to those stores specifically. I found this. I went to a wedding in New Hampshire last year, and I called all the Barnes and Nobles in New Hampshire, of which there were 4. Small state, so I was all of them, whatever, fine. And they were all like, "Are you a local author? Do you have a following here in New Hampshire?" And I was like, "No, I just thought I would try." And they were like, no, And so I called an indie store, and they're like. They asked the same question, and I was like, I don't know, but I have a few people online. You're like, you want to come up to Boston? You were there, Michael. I went to 80 people there. So, but yeah, I think this is especially for traditional publishing, right? That's Barnes and Noble being the biggest chain in the U.S. They really care about those store by store statistics. So, I have this sense that actually maybe there's a way to kind of virally game Barnes and Noble just by sending my one's readers to the stores and asking them to buy the books there. Look, maybe get the ebook or whatever, but just go to your local store and ask them if they have it. Buy it there if they do, right? But ask them to order if they don't, and just see what that does.
Special order 60 of them, and they just never show up to pick them up.
There you go.
Yeah,
they got them on the show.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they don't ask you to pay in advance.
So no, it doesn't. It's not. I don't pay at all. So.
No, I'm saying your readers would go in and have their store special order 50 copies and be like, yeah, I'm gonna pick these up and shell them. And that's like, I changed my mind. You guys just go ahead and stock those in your store.
Yeah. And says, which New York City store should I stock? And actually, the Fifth Avenue store in New York likes me. New York's funny, right? Because I go to a Barnes and Noble in like Alabama, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, an author! This is amazing." Yeah, we got like 2 of them. You want to sign them? We'll take a picture. You go to New York, and like no one cares, right? It's New York, of course they don't care, right? I'm not complaining, but it's just so funny. You go in like the Union Square store, which is like the Barnes and Noble, right? It's super cool. It's like 4 stories. It's huge, right? And there's like, "Oh, you're like an author? Cool, yeah, nice." Neil Patrick Harris is doing a signing here later if you want to stay. And it's like, "Oh, cool." I did like How I Met Your Mother back in college. Sure.
Man, I'm old. I just said I love Doogie Howser, but all right.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's good too. Starship Troopers, but yeah, the Fifth Avenue store I think is probably going to be my best shot in the city. I was up there in July and they were actually excited to see me. So, how do I sell in Tennessee? I don't know off the top of my head. But Tennessee's not too far. So anyway, yeah. Michael, how's Pilgrims doing? How are things on the Michael?
It's doing great. The Two to Ramble review this past week actually really kind of launched a whole bunch of new readers coming in my direction.
Awesome.
This is about a year since publication. So yeah, it's been great to the book's kind of getting more trajectory. It had a good pre-launch and a good right around publication date, but it's picking up steam a year later, which is really exciting as I dive into the next one, because you need to be motivated to keep going. I know I don't have to tell you that, but maybe you can appreciate that once you get the party started, it's almost harder to keep it going in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's nicer to write books when you know someone's going to read them. Saying this at the Gala, it's like, I was writing the books for nobody, but now it's a lot easier to convince my wife that I should take time to do it. Smitty, man, thanks for being here. It's good to see you.
What's up? What's up? Some good fellas in here, huh?
Yeah, just hanging out. Mike, but this is my friend Nicholas with the red background, and Michael, both indie writers. And we're just talking about Michael's book Pilgrims, which is having a little bit of a second wind here because Tudor Ramble was just reviewing. I saw them in the chat a minute ago, but I threw them out of my office yesterday. I made them go home. So, yeah. Thanks for being here, man.
You guys are the best.
They're great. Yeah.
There's a lot of great people in your community, but they've been they've just been so helpful to me. I really appreciate it. If they're listening, Rich and Austin, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
Yeah. How are you, man? It's been a minute.
Been a long time. I'm like 32% into Shadows Upon Time right now.
Oh shoot. Okay.
I'm like locking in.
Is that since this morning, or did they give you one?
No, I've been moving. You see my background. It's
nice.
A lot of stuff to do. So since you sent it over, I've been chomping away at it. But 32% in, and yeah,
I forgot I sent it to you. My head is so full of holes right now. The month I've been having. I really wish we'd done the whole Gala thing at the end of the tour because I'm like wiped and I have to get on an airplane tomorrow. So, you're up in like Chicago, right?
Up northeast.
Yeah. Oh, northeast. My bad.
Yeah.
I don't know why. No, Parker's in Chicago. My bad. Because we're trying to head up that way. Northeast. I want to get back to the Northeast next year. I was just talking about how I want to do more book tour stuff, so maybe I'll catch you then.
Let me know.
Yeah,
I'll be around, dude. This series is absolutely nuts.
Thanks, man. Yeah. So book 7's okay so far. All right.
Oh yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I like. I don't want to give anybody spoilers because it's going to be recorded. But the way you started it and the maybe I don't want to say. Maybe I don't want to say.
Yeah. It's been hard. Nicholas was ready to go. He came in here. It's like, let me ask this thing about the ending. And I was like, oh no, don't do it.
Yeah.
Nicholas and I are gonna do like a read along thing next year.
Okay.
So go through the whole
thing. And I heard you have a new fantasy book that's gonna be coming out.
Yeah. I'm gonna post. I ran the trailer at the beginning of the stream, but it's called the Doom Song Saga. It's 3 books, and it's sort of it's not actually Greece, but it's Greek instead of like knights and castles, right? So it's like a fantasy Greece. It's based on like post-Trojan War myths, right? Okay. So it's about king comes home, he gets killed, and his children are tasked by the gods to avenge him, and it kind of goes from there. So it's 2 point of view characters, third person. It bounces back and forth, the brother and the sister, and they both have to sort of contend with the will of the gods and avenge their father's murder. And things, of course, take a few sharp turns. But I first book's outlined. I haven't started it yet, but it was supposed to be done at the end of the year, and that's not happening. So it was a little bit tight. They were pushing me a little, but we adjusted the timeline. So I might have the cover as early as like next month. So
okay, are you expecting seven books?
No, just 3. I'm trying to outline all 3. I want to Peter Jackson it and hopefully avoid the series turning into another 7-book thing. Because Sunday was supposed to be 4, and I was always bad at math, but damn, no.
Christopher, what's the targeted word count on these?
It's funny you ask, Michael, because everyone laughed at me. 200 a piece is like my hopeful ceiling. I want to write differently. Since I'm not doing first person, I shouldn't ramble as much as Hadrian does. But I was reading
a lot to say.
Yeah, well, not without reason. But I was reading a bunch of the old Conan stories, and I was really struck by, I don't know, you guys all read those? I know Mike has, but I was really struck by how short they are, right? But like how much happens in 10,000 words, and how Howard does that, right? Because the stories are still huge, like a whole war happens, right? And so like the way you tell the story is different, right? And you go and look at like Lord of the Rings, and Helm's Deep is like 5 pages, and it's still huge in your head, right? People often, they grow up with the movie, they go read the book, and like that was it, right? But if you don't have that experience, you go into the books first, like it's still this like enormous thing. I listened to the audiobook, and I listened to Lord of the Rings on audio all the time, and I never thought it was 5 pages. Right, it like felt like this huge moment, right? Aragorn's looking out to see the sunrise, and the orcs are making fun of him, and it's like it's really great, but it's not long. And I want to try and capture some of that, like in the technique of the writing, so that the books don't have to be huge, but they're still big. And I really need to sit down and like dial in what I'm going to change about how I write, so that the book can really feel different, because I want it to not be Hadrian, like pretty strongly. I want these characters to feel different, and like the genre being different helps, and there being 2 of them helps, but like it needs to be a different reading experience for everybody. And I think that I think too that like we just like the books are getting longer and longer and longer, and that actually like hurts sales, because like translations don't want books, because every language gets longer than English except Hebrew, basically, maybe Japanese, but it makes it slower for like the book to catch on. So if the books are smaller, there's like good business sense in that. If you're Sanderson, you can get away with doing whatever you want, because you make your money back. But part of what hurt me with Suneater early on was just the books were so big, and I wasn't Sanderson. So stores would order fewer of them, and that meant they printed fewer of them, and that meant there were fewer books to reach people, and I reached fewer people. And so they really want this to be like even bigger, right? Obviously. So they need to be shorter, sort of on a strategic level.
Yeah.
And I know, Michael, I'm speaking your language, because
no, I can't wait for book 1 and 2 to hit this target, and then book 3 to be like 700,000 words.
Right.
Like, hey, I said it would be a trilogy. Yeah.
Yeah. Got it all in there. Yeah. It's sort of like all of Durfee's books are gigantic, but the 3rd one is like you could like kill a cat if you dropped it off the table. It's just.
And that was during the paper shortage too, so that was a struggle for him to get it released. Yeah.
Yeah. At least they let him. They made me split 4 and 5 in half. So.
Well, they wouldn't let him have a hardcover. His 3rd book was paperback only.
Yeah, that's true.
This publisher, do they like give you a target number, or they just leave it to you? We really love 150K, Christopher. And
that's a good question.
200 would be a nice ceiling.
Not anymore. But like, so if you ever looked at like agent submissions pages, they like all say 100 120,000 words, right, maximum, and they like super mean that. Actually, Empire was originally like 128 or something, and my agent told me it ended up being 238, and my agent was like, if it had been that big when you sent it to me, I would have deleted your email without responding. Like, and so it got longer in the edit. My editor was like, it's fine. We published Chad Williams. You'll be okay. But we didn't have the conversation about how like that was going to impact circulation, because they ended up only printing, I think, 4,000 hardcovers initially, and like that's a lot of books, but like it could have been 10 if the book was half the size. Because the more you print, the cheaper it is to make each book. So like now they're a lot more relaxed. When we split 4 and 5, they said 200,000 words was the limit, right? So I had a 318,000 word book, so we chopped it in half, and the back half became Ashes of Man. And I like found another 50,000 words to fill it in and make it work. But with this one's 375,000 words, and initially they were like, limit does not matter. And when I started to tell them how long it was getting, they were like, 380 actually, please. Like you're it's too big now. Because I was and it was 425 when I finished the first
my
one.
goodness.
Yeah, it was actually a Dostoevsky novel, Nicholas.
Yeah.
So I cut 50,000-60,000 words out.
I could totally see where you cut it too. Not that it was obvious, but like I'm like, okay, that could have been longer. That could have been longer if you really wanted to. So,
yeah,
especially getting towards the end.
We were really looking by the end, but I wanted to. They said 380. I got to 373, right? And so I wanted to overshoot their expectations a little bit, so I can be a good sport, right? And it was mostly, I think we did remove one chapter, but we mostly just removed like extra sentences. Like, Hadrian would talk about how cool something was this much, we would bring it down to here, right? So there were, Dave went through and he would just edit, or highlight sentences throughout the book and be like, kindly consider that you don't need this, right? And so we would cut it out. So I actually think 7 is maybe in a way almost the leanest book. Maybe 6 is, but I think the edits helped. So
I think that's right. I agree with that.
Yeah.
6 after 4 and 5, I could really see the editors cutting right there. As long as it is, it's like it really showcases. That's why I'd be desperate to see you with a 125K hard limit and just see what you could come up with. I feel like you might go insane, but the world might.
Well, this is why
maybe not with this series, but maybe it's something else.
Right. So I was hoping. Sorry, I got distracted by a question. Will there be spice in Doomsong?
Yeah, so he got this question at the gala. People want to know if he'd ever write.
Will there be spice?
But
yeah.
Seeing you dance around that question was brilliant, by the way.
I can't remember. I did really, really well at the gala, so I'm going to be more awkward now. But spice probably no. But there is a very strong romance component actually to the story, I will say. But you gotta leave the audience wanting more. I think you can do too much actually, and it's better to it's better to leave something to the imagination, surely. But there is a strong romance component to the latter part of the series, let's say.
Spice melange than spice between the sheets, huh? Okay.
Spice melange, yes. That's yes. I'm writing Dune next, actually.
Outstanding.
I already have. If you believe
Smut Eater, stop it.
Smut Eater. Oof.
Plus, if you need a hand with that, I got Jay Kristoff's number. He can give you a hand on how to write the spice.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm reading Empire of Silence right now, or not Empire of Silence. Sorry, Empire of the Vampire right now.
Yeah, I tossed that question off with a lot more savoir-faire, I think, live actually.
Than the thing was, I was like, oh no, I'd handed the microphone after I realized she'd had a couple, and I was like, oh.
No,
Christopher comes and takes this microphone from me afterwards. Yeah,
no, it was nice. There were several women at the convention who said that they really liked the romance element in Suneater, and they thought I did well, which is important to me because it's very common and frustratingly so, I think, for people to hit male writers for this issue. And some of them are not good at it, sure, right? But like, I think supposing that men are bad at romance is putting it too strongly, and so I'm glad that that part of the series resonated for people. Like it was nice to hear that because it's actually a conversation I don't have very often, and so
Cigar Sutra.
Amazing. Zin, well done. Also, Zin, I haven't said hi the whole time, dude. It's good to see you again. But please, not between siblings, of course not. Coast to coast.
That's true. Robert E. Howard did write some spice. He did, especially consider the time period. What he did was probably like taboo. Yeah,
it was pushing it. I mean, those magazines were pretty edgy in the other 20s, man. But no, not between the siblings. My middle initial is P, not RR. So,
okay, Chris, I have an important question about the next series. Will there be bikini armor? This is a very important question. I need some bikini armor.
No, but that won't probably stop the fanners, so that's okay. You know, but it's okay.
Want some Rosetta style art would be badass.
Yeah, man. What I do want to do, I don't know if this is going to be a Doomsong thing or just in the future at some point. I would really love it if we could bring the illustrations back to just the normal editions, right? Because this was something that's commonplace in like the old pulp magazines.
Yeah.
Right. You just like, you know, these are stories, you know, people are spending 25 cents, you know, 10 cents to get a magazine or whatever, right? And they're like fully illustrated, and we can't do that now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue that's why people were reading sword and sorcery and fantasy books, was because of the art.
100%. This is like a very silly conversation, right? But like, I think that you would get more, especially young male readers, if you just put more pictures in the books, actually. Right. I'm not proposing that you write picture books, but if you just put a dozen black and white spot illustrations in the book, right? I think part of the popularity of Harry Potter, those chapter openers, those are great, right? And they also don't cost any extra to print. The real cost in art is printing, right? The reason those special editions are expensive is because they're color, right? The more color you add to your print plates, the more expensive the whole book is. But if you're just doing black and white illustrations, it's the same ink that the words use. It's okay. You know, and so it's a couple $100, couple $1,000 to really illustrate the whole book. You know, you can get a couple spot illustrations for $200-500 a piece. For a publisher, that's not a lot of money, actually, right? So if it's a big book, I don't see why they wouldn't do it or shouldn't do it. I just don't think they think about it.
I don't think that's a silly conversation. That sounds like that's more ROI, like coming your way if you do that to get more readers.
Yeah, well, this is the other thing too, is like hardcovers are getting too expensive, actually, like unfairly so, right? You know, there's an argument that like, and Michael and I disagree on this, actually, but I think that there's a compromise here because Michael thinks that actually, right, books are not keeping up with inflation. You know, make the ebook cheap, sure, but like make the hardcover a little bit more because you, the author, deserve it, right? And that's perfectly reasonable. Right. This is one of the reasons I do find press editions so that I can like kind of sidestep this issue and try to keep the normal hardcover. I can't set the price on my normal hardcover anyway. But when DOS started reprinting, they said they're going to be $40 a piece. And I said, can we do 39? Can we please get a 3 in that first position? That's going to mean a lot to people. Right. It's the like 1999 trick. Right. It's like it's $20, but like not in your head. It's closer to 10.
It works. It works.
Yes. And
what I'd like to see is if you buy the hardcover, you get the digital copy for free. That's what I'd like to see. I mean, I understand why not. I understand how business works, but it's like, you know, the years we buy the Blu-ray and you get the DVD or the digital on demand, you know, the video on demand version for free.
There's no reason they couldn't do that. It's
But
the easiest thing in the world.
would you? So you would do that combination instead of the physical audio combination?
Right, you could probably come up with some kind of bundle for both of them. I think. You know, there's no reason you should be paying more for the digital or the audio than the actual physical book.
No, I'm with that. I'm with that.
I mean, if you don't want to get it for free, okay, but say, hey, you buy the hardcover for $45. How about $5 we get the digital copy for free, so we don't have to carry around a brick with us at all times. You know, if you want to do both. But again, if people are paying for it, why would they do that?
Who do we write a letter to? Like this all sounds like great idea.
Bezos can throw that directly into the trash once he gets it from us. Yes,
yeah, like, no. That's the problem. Is this is the result of agreements between the publishers and the retailers, right? Because they're all worried about undercutting each other's bottom lines, basically, right? And so the fear is it's not a fear, like they just will lose money if they do that, right? And so the agreements between the publishers and the retailers, their contracts with each other, right, are what sort of determine the shape of the business in this respect, right? And those documents are things that we just like aren't going to be able to get amendments on just by letter writing. Unfortunately, I don't. The solution in that department is to move sort of away from the traditional model, right, and do like Nicholas does all sorts of Kickstarter launches for his stuff, and he does bundles like that because he can, right? And so with projects, so like the thing is there's probably sense for every author to do hybrid approach, right? and to do some stuff traditionally, because the like largest cloud of possible readers are very casual, right? And most of them, like your grandma's friend, they don't know what independent publishing is, right? They go into a bookstore and they see what's there and they're like, I like that one because it's blue, right? I like the art or whatever. Those people don't know anything about any of this. They don't think about it. They just read a book when they feel like it. And you want those readers too, right? So you like want a traditional component, I think, to your business model as an author. But like where you really make your money is the stuff you have more control over. Like for me, that's my special editions, right? I make 100% of the profit on those instead of 10, right? But there's a reason for me to give the other 90% on those books to my publishers and to the retailers, because it helps me reach people I can't reach directly. But I really take care of my family with the sort of inner circle, like the folks who are here, right? Keep up with everything, watching now, right? Keep up with everything that I'm doing. And so like that stuff, right? The special editions or like doing a Kickstarter project, that I'll make a lot more on that. And it behooves me, I think, to do both. And in those cases, do things like give the ebook with the, if you have the ebook tier on your Kickstarter, but then the print tier, they also get the ebook, right? So people know that I feel that way, right? I'll take care of the people on the Kickstarter. That's also like an added bonus to backing on the Kickstarter, right? Because like it's possible for you to do a book through Kickstarter, right? Fulfill, all of your backers, and then give the book to your agent and have them sell the paperback rights to a traditional publisher. You could totally do that. And the thought has crossed my mind. And so you can kind of like hit both parties that way and win. And increasingly, like there are deals cut. My understanding is that like Matt Dinniman like still owns his ebook rights completely. So. So when he negotiated with Ace for his publishing deal, because like it is in his interest to catch those very casual readers in the bookstore, right? These are people who don't even look for books on Amazon. They just are in the mall, right? He like it's useful for him to catch those guys. So he wants the traditional publishing distribution on his print matter, but he wants 75% on his ebooks or 70%. And why wouldn't you? He has the leverage to do that because he's Matt Dinniman. I don't, right?
Not yet.
Yet. Here's hoping. But like, there are like all sorts of options. And the thing I was saying about the art is because the books are getting more expensive and I can't control the prices on my hardcovers. If they just put like even 3 black and white illustrations in the book, you, the reader, would be a lot happier to pay $45 for that book than if there was nothing. It was just text, right? And it costs them pennies a copy actually to get the art in there once you distribute the art costs, because the printing cost is the same. So it would take very, very little to earn the goodwill of readers by doing something like that.
I was going to say, even Jay's arc for Empire of the Dawn, it had all the black and white illustrations in it, like 30 of them.
Yeah, and the question there is how much of the success of that series is a consequence of the artwork, right? And I don't know. Like, have to run an experiment where there was a no illustration edition of the same book and release them simultaneously with the same distribution and control for every other variable and see if the illustrated one did better, right? Yeah. And I guarantee you, I mean, my hypothesis is that it would. So I would like to put black and white illustrations in my work moving forward. So
that'd be dope.
Yeah, that's my hope. I see what kind of leverage. I think I might have the leverage to do that. So we'll see.
All right, Christopher. It's just an idea.
Yeah. Oh, Nicholas, you got to go.
I got to run, but everybody, he sticks the landing. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Well, thanks, man. I am glad to hear it. We should talk soon. I'll be on the road, but when I get back, let's do it. I think it'll be fun. The Typhon point really got me. Yeah, I'm convinced. Let's do it.
All right. Good.
All right.
See ya.
I do have to jump too. I don't want to just follow him, but I do have to jump too. But congrats on a release. I will let you know when I finish. I'll let you know when I finish, but I'm moving along.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's good to see you. We'll talk soon.
Awesome finally meeting you in person, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Cool. I had no idea.
I think we follow each other on socials and stuff. We've chatted a little bit, but we never actually like talked. So
yeah,
it happens.
For sure. I'll talk to you all later, though.
Yeah, you bet, man.
Take care.
Yeah.
What I'm liking hearing, Christopher, is I'm not hearing the word, oh, it's going to be a divisive ending. I'm so glad I'm not hearing that.
Yeah.
That always makes me worry.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I think it's complicated, but I don't. No one's. One person just said they wanted more, and that's a good complaint, because if they were satisfied, then I said too much. So.
Sure, sure. And I always say I prefer my series to be I hate to see you go better than like, don't you think it's time that you go? You know,
Yeah.
because a lot of the series I read do that. They do get to a point where it's like, yeah. So you ever think about doing anything else? You know?
Yep.
So,
yeah. I mean, you could always overstay your welcome, you know? Yeah. Mike, have you met Michael? Now that it's just the three of us. Have you guys met?
I do not believe so, but I
yeah.
did hear Austin and Richard discussing your book recently.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah. I mean, I've heard of your reviews, Mike. I definitely saw your interviews with Christopher on there. So yeah, been a fan for a while. But I'm excited to I'm honored to be here. I'm about to get Shadows Upon Time today, and I can't wait to crack it open.
Awesome. Well, I will be interested to hear what you think. Yeah. Awesome.
Oh, you'll hear from me.
Oh, I know.
No matter
I know.
what. I'm going to definitely bend your ear and
Christopher, you're going to know what I
advantage.
think because I'm going to be texting you nonstop, probably,
Yeah,
like I
what-
always do in every one of your books.
What does this mean? Why are you doing this?
To me like I'm 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
5 might be too much. Let's go to 4.
Yeah. Am I planning on putting out a Disquiet Gods recap video? Yes. I'm just gonna. I missed the deadline. It's gonna be a late homework assignment.
Wait, Jake did a really good one.
Yeah, that's true. If anybody missed, was disappointed in me for failing to post the recap video for book 6. Jake from Nerd Level Rising did one. That is great, and you should go. You should go check it out. So, yeah, do that instead. Jake took the pressure off me a little bit because I just ran out of time. There's just too much stuff. Planning the gala was really. I haven't written in like 2 months. Doing this and prepping for the tour and everything, writing newsletters to make sure everybody knew the book was out. I left that until this morning, which is fine, but like, it'd be better if I'd done it in advance. I just couldn't get to the video. And, with all respect to people who were counting on the recap, it's a lot less important than making sure the new book gets out the door. So the tour is really small. I'm going to Salt Lake and I'm going to Dallas. We tried to go to Chicago. We tried to go to Atlanta. We tried to go to Austin and Houston, because Texas is actually my best state in the country. Texas is my #1 state. And they all, in terms of sales, but I also really like it. But they all fell through except for Dallas and Salt Lake. So it's a pretty small tour with Thanksgiving like so close. It's all for the best. So,
But everyone has their marching orders if they want to lure Christopher to their geography. Go bug your local bookstore, or better yet, a Barnes and Nobles, to start stocking it. Make some calls, and you're more likely to lure him up to wherever you're located.
Yeah, that's what entices traditional publishers. Is they look at where you're performing locally the best, and then that's how we put our options together. So.
I see this question a lot, so let me present it to you, Christopher. Would Cash Grab Christopher ever consider doing a Kickstarter for the Visual Dictionary companion
Visual
guide
Dictionary?
to Suneater?
I mean, that would be cool. A Cash Grab Chris might consider it, but Real Chris thinks it's a good idea, but it is probably not yet. I think something like that, or writing like a Fire and Blood for Suneater, is something I think I really ought to be a lot bigger before I put the amount of work that would go into that. For I think the proportion of my audience interested in something like that, I think is not quite worth it yet. When you think about like the proportion of Lord of the Rings fans to Silmarillion fans, it's like, should I write the Silmarillion or should I write Lord of the Rings 2? Like, I should write Lord of the Rings 2. Tolkien, wisely, I think. Although I would have liked to read A New Shadow, but Tolkien decided not to do that and write Silmarillion instead. But I think the financial incentives are towards writing a new thing, rather than support documents for Suneater. I do want to do
the visual dictionaries for whenever you're having a decades-long writing slump like George R. R. Martin, and that's all he puts out now. It's just visual encyclopedias, which I buy all of.
Yeah. Well, they're cool actually. Fire and Blood's pretty awesome.
Really.
I do think an art book is not unreasonable, but the problem with that is we still have a lot of art to make. The High Matter and Andorita Books editions of the series are only on book 2. So like, I'm not going to do that until we're done. So we got a few years, unfortunately, on that front. But an art book would be awesome because the art is, I've been very, very fortunate in the art department. Do I think there'll be a new Discord or fan group will start for Doomsong? I mean, I imagine someone will start a new one, but I don't think that the existing Discord server is going to go anywhere. I think that y'all are in it for
You
the
can
long
just
haul.
change the name to the World of Ruocchio or something fancy like that.
Yeah, I mean, they could still be the Red Company and just talk about Doomsong. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah. Got a super chat. Oh, it's Nick. My copy of Shadows just arrived. Hey, man. It is a glory to behold. Congratulations. Happy release day. Can't wait for the Art of the Sun Eater book. Yeah, man. Nick knows I've been playing it for a long time. Thank you for the super chat. And I wish someone would start a Sun Eater podcast like they have the Elder Ring.
I'm pretty sure I could probably find someone that would do that.
Yeah, well, if Doom is still here, Doom and Orion, who's the president of the Discord server,
And it had really
are doing
awesome
one.
pens that you gave me. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Orion does the little badges, and the two of them are doing a podcast called The Night Captains. And I met two guys too at the gala who were going to do. They said they want to do Alzabo Soup, but for me. And so I forget their names, Cameron and something. So it sounds like there are at least two. So that's cool. High Matter Discord rebranding. Yeah, they could just name themselves after the company. There you go. Let's see. Got some more questions popping in. I missed so much at the beginning, but to go all the way back now is going to be tough. We've had like 200, 250 people the whole time. Which for 4.5 hours in is not bad. How are any of your future projects going to keep up with the hype the Adaman trailer gave? Adaman is pretty hype, so I'm going to keep writing. I didn't talk about that at all. Like, I am going to keep doing Adaman stories into the next, few years. Adaman's going to be a short story guy for a little bit. I offered an Adaman series as an option, but Daw really wanted to do a trilogy, and I think Adaman is longer than that. When they said trilogy, I was like, well, maybe not that then. Took it off the table, and I gave them Doomsong. So I can't remember how many ideas, 3 or 4 I gave them. And no shortage of plans here. So what about you, Michael? Have you started Pilgrims 2?
I have, yeah. I'm trying to do a better outline. You said yours is 80,000 words. Mine's not quite there, but yeah, it's been interesting just because I wasn't sure I was going to continue with the series when I first started writing it. And the response has been kind of strong enough that I thought, all right, I'll keep the story going forward. So it's going to be set about 11 years after the end of the first book.
Oh, cool.
So get to see what the world looks like when Catholic aliens are in orbit and all the issues that ensue.
Awesome. Do you have a title yet, or is that a secret?
No, but I'm kind of locked into the one-word titles.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say
that's
just as an author advice, like that, if the first book's Pilgrims, I can't have a phrase at this point. I'm stuck with a word.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I would do. But I am a river to my people, right? So when Howling Dark ended up the only 2-word title, and by book 4, everybody was like, what's that about? My plan was, I guess I'll just make book 6 2 words, so it'll at least be symmetrical. So I'm I worry about these things. This is part of, I think Daw threw back 8 titles for the Godstained House, which is the first Doomsong book.
How does that work? So at this point in your writing career, you can't just dictate what a title is. The editor you have to give a proposal list, and they will come back and say which one they like more.
I could have asserted, right? I could have said, no, it's that, right? And they were clear about that. But I felt pretty strongly about my first suggestion. I almost did put my foot down after the 5th rejection, right? I was like, no. But the editor is a sounding board, right? And a feedback machine. And so, it behooves you to listen, right? And if, she didn't like it, right? I still don't quite understand what was wrong with the other title, right? It was The Smoke of Sacrifice, which I thought was great. But the Godstained House is also great. And we got there sort of by pushing, right? And maybe that was worth it, right? And so I usually let these things run their course, even if I think it's like fruitless, right? Just a little bit to see what might happen. And if we hadn't gotten something better than the original title that I proposed, I would have gone back. But I
Is
think
it mostly just like artistic kind of interpretations, or are there like by the way, for folks listening, like these are a lot of our private conversations between Christopher and I, because I am a debut author and he is my sensei in many ways. That's kind of putting it nicely. He's more just like a really made it author who's generous to the rookies that are flowing around the industry. But
no, I'm just Virgil. I'm helping guide Michael through hell. No.
That's a good metaphor right there. But like, is there like, well, your first choice, it's 2 S words, it's kind of alliterates a little bit, so we need to try something else? Or is it just more something like, that's not it, let's try again?
Yeah, well, with a couple of them, it was the latter, but like there was usually some sort of, I'm not so sure about that. They thought, so like the critique of that first title was that it was too literal, right? And I thought it was imagistic, not literal, but we went back and forth about it. Now, can you get something a little bit more evocative and abstract so that people don't feel like they know what the title means, right? And so we pushed back and forth trying to move in that direction a little bit. And like that was an interesting enough sort of critique that I was like, okay, I'm not going to throw out your objection out of hand. Like, I don't agree that it's very literal, but if you feel that way, you might not be alone, right? So you sit there and you think about it, and like the title is a very clear example of how this process works. But I do this with any feedback I get from the editor. Like I'll look at it and my initial response is, always, how dare you, right? It's like, it was perfect actually. But then you sit there and like still some of those things you feel like, no, I'm not going to do that. Right. Not gonna, add a character here. It's too much work, or it's not helpful, or it like contradicts something in the sequel that you don't know anything about, or something like that. Right.
Yeah.
But some of the stuff like bugs you, or some of it's obviously a good idea. Like my first editor on Empire of Silence was like, Hadrian just leaves. Like, wouldn't it be better if his mother like helped him? And I was like, oh snap, that's a really good idea. That's like the best single bit of editorial direction I got in the entire series. It was so great, right? And I just didn't think about it, right? And so, how I made that happen, how I took that note was up to me. But it was like, you can maybe try this. And often when editors suggest fixes or changes in like a positivist way, they say do this or maybe do this. I never take the medicine. I just like, okay, like you don't like the way Hadrian leaves home, right? How do I solve that? Right now, in that case, I did take the suggestion, but almost never do I. And so
it's that famous quote that when someone's like a trusted editor says that something is wrong, they're usually right. But when they offer a solution, they're almost invariably wrong.
Yeah,
whatever
almost.
that solution is.
Yeah, and I mean, I've said as much many times, right? Like, and the fear I think that people have, especially, I talk to a lot of indie writers, right? The fear they have of traditional publishing is that you like get locked into a situation where you can't push back. And like for me early on, it was like not clear like where the line was, but the line is actually like it's your line, right? Like you really can say absolutely, absolutely not. It's not happening. I'm not doing that. It's just like you have to be careful because you're like it's a professional relationship, right? And you need to negotiate that carefully. And like you can't just say like to the editor, "You're dumb. You don't understand it," right? Well, you can, but it's like not good for you, right? You don't want to be the author that like sucks to work with. But at the same time, you can't let them run away with your story. So you have to be careful. I think actually the title is one of those places. I think the publisher can just veto you if they really, 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 really want to. Right. And I think that's a protection. Like if you want to put a swear word in and they absolutely don't, right. Or something like that, that they have the legal recourse to protect you from publishing a book, with a bunch of curse words in it. And, but I've never had that like really exercised against me. Right. My editor really didn't want me to call book 5 Ashes of Man. And I put my foot down on that one because like all these synonyms for man were worse in the title, right? Ashes of Mankind is okay, but like given the sort of like it's an odd number of syllables, right? It's not as good as an even number one because just of how IAMs work, right? And just how people's ears listen. And like
you ever get like Mike Judge, like think of like Silicon Valley or Office Space level kind of inbound kind of critiques. So it's not always an artistic, like coming to something better. This, use an abstraction. It's more just like the word smoke isn't popular today, according to Google Trends research.
Nothing
So can
that
you try to find an alternative word, or do you ever get that sort of thing?
nothing that particular. The alliteration was a point in that title's favor, right? Yeah, see, Dom likes it, but Godsend House is pretty metal. So like I think they're both good. I'm happy we pushed. Nothing is wasted though, Dom. I'm gonna use that as a chapter title. Don't worry. They can't stop me. It's coming in there. But Carbon asked, hang on. I heard Kingdom's Death is really sad, but in a good way. Is that true? I'm on Demon and White. I just started. Yeah, it's true. Book 4 is hard. So, Godsend House does go pretty hard. Yeah, I think it'll be good. There's a lot of compound words in Doomsong, right? So Doomsong, Godstained. The other titles will have things like that for sure. Has very strong FromSoft vibes. Probably, yeah. I'm never getting away from Dark Souls. It's always going to be there. But yeah. So all they can really do is offer suggestions at various degrees of strength. I've never been forced by a publisher to do anything. They're just things that's like, is this the right thing to concede a point on, or like, would it be wise for me to like listen? Because also like, it's the thing, right? It's like if they're feeling a problem with the story in some way, right? Even if you don't agree with them, there's like an opportunity to do something different. So like my first editor had like some questions about the world building and how like space travel worked and stuff. And I could have just clarified it, but I instead like added a whole bunch of stuff to the book. The book got like 100,000 words longer when I revised Empire, where I just clarified it by like totally changing the book. Like I had an opportunity to add characters that, because I was trying to get the book in at 120K, like didn't get to be in the book. Like Valka's not in the original draft because there just wasn't time at that word count. And the way I was writing, I just couldn't do it. So like I used the critique to solve a different problem, which was that I thought the book was too short, right? And so you can sort of you get opportunities to do things differently, and so it's just a negotiation, right? And you do have the upper hand in a sense, right? Even when you're a new author, right? Because it's yours, and they like editors really do like, especially if they're the one who acquired you. They acquired your book because they like your book, right? And they theoretically, right, the way the relationship works is they're trying to make your book more saleable, right? And like their job is to really know the market, and it's to understand the story, and it's to understand your vision, and it's to try and like negotiate the space between those things, right? And and that's hard, that's like a whole big thing. And yeah.
Do you think, having worked in publishing, that there would ever be a good workplace comedy about a publishing company, or is there not enough there?
No, there's a lot there. Science fiction in particular is just like full of characters, actually. There's that show Mythic Quest, right, which is about the video game developer. But in the first couple seasons, so I've watched like 2 episodes, but like F. Murray Abraham's character is like the lead writer for the game. But he like, one of the jokes is that he won a Nebula Award, and like nobody knows what that is, right? And like that's the closest science fiction fandom has come to being like real fandom, like old school Worldcon fandom has come to being in a TV show. And that is a series of institutions that is full of nothing but characters, and a sitcom about that would be great. So yeah, I think it would be fun.
It's one of the few places that hasn't been done. I mean, we've got elementary schools, you've got, I can't think about The Office, obviously, but Mythic Quest. So come on, the next one's publishers. Make it a sci-fi press.
Yeah. It's another paper company, right? Just send in the Office documentary team, like the newspaper show they're doing. Did I decide which characters on the cover? Yes, with one exception. I wanted Hadrian and Valka together on the cover of Demon in White, and we were like going to go a different way with the covers. And they said, why don't we just keep it one character, and why not the Emperor? And so, which was not my first choice. He was like my third choice for the cover. And that was fine. I like that cover too. But my original plan was to sort of do like like the old promo shot of Luke and Leia for Star Wars together, right? He's got the lightsaber out, and have them together and sort of push the romance angle. And they said, nah, maybe one day we'll do that cover instead. But yeah, that was the one time. Every other time I got to pick.
Wait, I think you do romance. Like that's one of the highlights of your series. The Valka Hadrian romance is one for the books, in my opinion. Not that I'm an expert on that subgenre, but I loved it.
Yeah, well, thanks. Were you here when we were talking about that? There was like a whole, there were like 4 or 5 women readers at the Gala who came up to me to highlight that particularly. One of them asked me a question about whether I was going to write more spice or not. Like when I was doing
that,
like,
I was
the
here
Q&A, which is funny. Yeah, but like it was nice. It was nice to have those comments. Because
I like
no one talks about it, so it's nice.
I like that you do. Obviously I get a lot in the Christian circles, especially the Catholic, they're asking, because people ask me for recommendations for, once they've read my book, they go, what's another author? I said, well, you got the Suneater. Obviously it's the GOAT. I mean, it's obviously for everyone, but it's fiction that you'll find is great. And some people have asked about the spiciness level. And I'm like, honestly, Christopher, I think you have the right balance. I think people are, in my personal opinion, are kind of sick of the explicitness. But that's just my perspective. So it's nice when you cut to the, like in an old movie, you just cut to the characters later that day and you know exactly what happened, but you don't have to get explicit. And you can have all those other elements like the push-pull of how these two people with strong personalities ultimately can come together and what the consequences of that are. Yeah. Like I said, I think it's one of the best elements of your series.
Yeah, well, thanks. I think there's definitely like a sort of bifurcation along this issue, right? There are a lot of people who obviously like that stuff, right? And then there are people who who don't, right? And so I think that we're fortunately in a time where whatever you like, there's sort of an infinite supply of whatever kind of fiction you're after at this point. Now the quality level might be variable, but like but yeah, to Christian here, like Valka was not in the original draft of Empire of Silence. The plan was originally Hadrian was going to meet her in book 2. I think originally like on Vorgosos actually, which had more of a court politic angle to it in the original sort of vague thought cloud that I had. But like all of that was abandoned very early and has like no bearing on anything that actually got written. It was just sort of a vague set of wishes. I never really wrote a sequel to the original draft, right? It was Murdered Son. It was a very different book. And so the plan was to bring her in later, but I when I rewrote the book, added 100,000 words, I had a chance to bring her in earlier, which was great, right? Michael, this applies to you too, but like, do you have any, because you have, is it 3 now, kids?
Number 3 will come here in a month.
In the month? Oh man.
Yeah.
Awesome. I knew it was soon, but like almost everybody I know is having a kid right now, and I'm losing track of the timeline. But any tips on balancing home life with a writing routine? I homeschool 4 kiddos. Okay, you got it harder than me, Jacqueline. Oh my gosh. God bless you. And experience some mom guilt when I take time out to write. I experience guilt taking time out to write too, and it's like my full-time job. So if it's not your full-time job, like that's got to be worse. But like I think there at least like I would give yourself some grace and remind yourself that your children actually deserve a parent who takes time, like some time for herself, right? And writing is like it's not that you're not being derelict in your parenting duties if you've got like a plan, right? Someone's watching the kids, or it's your husband's turn, or whatever, and and you make space for it. It's not like you're like someone who's like out partying all night and like come home whenever, like it'll be okay, whatever. It's it's you in a sense you're taking care of yourself. You're doing something you want to do, and a little bit of that is good. We need a little bit of downtime, free time, right? And like it's better to use your free time to like pursue something that's interesting to you than to just sit there and look at your phone. So I don't think you should feel bad about taking some time at all. As for carving out time, man, the way I wrote book 7, I mostly wrote book 7 between 4 and 9 a.m. in the morning, because my daughters would wake up like 8:30 or so, and And with my first one, especially, like she was my baby. My my mother, my mother. I'm so sleepy. My wife, my child's mother. You know, she was working in an office, and even when she was working from home, you know, that was a real job. She worked for the federal government. I worked for myself, so I was the one who was infinitely flexible. So my 2-year-old is still like, why is dad so busy this week? This is messed up. This has never happened before. This is an outrage. And so I would sneak writing in the morning, which is like, I did that anyway when I worked another job. When I was working at the publisher, I just started getting up earlier so that I could write before I went to work, so that my day was not about my job. And I think that Ben Franklin said that, I can't remember where, you know, like, you know, do something before you go to work so that your, you know, employment doesn't own your life. And I think that's really good advice generally, even if, I mean, even for parents, right? And I love spending time with my girls, but I also like being by myself, and that's a hard thing to reconcile. I don't know about you, Michael, if you got any other ideas.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think this will sound sappy, but you do kind of have, like, a lot of writers, including myself, struggle with, you set a goal and then you don't meet it. Like, for example, oh, I was gonna write between 11 and noon today, or wherever your window was, and then something comes up and then you don't, so you get discouraged. So the next day you feel that discouragement is this barrier that you have to overcome before you're going to try to achieve that goal, and then you don't do it that day, and it kind of stacks on top of itself. So you have to give yourself the grace of just any forward progress is good. Like,
yeah.
If you did 10 minutes, that's fine. I also think it is really important to determine if you're a night person or a morning person. And you're only going to know that if you try both, like actually try both, not like reflect on your past in your college or whatever you did. You have to be like, all right, I'm going to set like a week or two aside by making my window like 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. And I'm going to actually try that. Like, even if that's against all of my instincts, because you might find that it does kind of work. And I'm like Christopher, I'm more of a morning writer. Like, if it hasn't happened before noon, it probably isn't really going to happen. And I've been forced to, by deadlines or other things, to have to write in the evening, and the output is so bad by comparison. It's almost like a wasted effort in some sense.
Yep.
So once you realize that, you go like, all right, maybe I just have to get up earlier or make time in the morning. But you actually have to do the experiment. You can't just like use your gut instinct. Like, try both. And then once you've really got good data to determine which one you are, that's the area you target to carve a little bit of time out.
Yep. No, it's funny you say that, because I was like a night person for aesthetic reasons, like all through my teenage years. Right. It was just like, it's cooler to be up at night. Like, I'm lonely and sleepy and sad. Right. And I just am. It's just not true. Like, my dad, my whole life, gets up at like 4. It got up at 4 a.m. to go to work early, so he could be home when we were home from school, which was awesome, and something I never really appreciated when I was a kid. Thanks, Dad. And so there was always a struggle on the weekend, because he was up and he's like, gotta do stuff today, and wake up. It's 6:30 in the morning. We gotta go to the lumberyard and get ready to build a swing set. And I'm like, can we go to the lumberyard at 9? He's like, nope, it's gonna be too crowded. I gotta go now. And and I hated getting up in the morning because I was up all night. But now that I pick my own hours, it's like, can I get up at 4 too? Actually, like that's a good idea. No one's awake then. I can do so much. Even if that's actually just like free time. I was forcing myself to get up super early, and I was falling back asleep a lot on book 7 until I started. This is when I started playing video games again. I was like, I'll play video games for an hour, and then it'll be 5 a.m. and it'll still be 3 to 4 hours before anybody's awake, and I get half a day in. That was more time than I was getting, and I was actually just goofing off a little bit, which was nice. A little more complicated now. There are 2, and the little one is not on the big one schedule. But
well, speaking of which, I actually have to jet.
Yeah, man.
Speaking of those household responsibilities, but Christopher, I'm excited to crack open the books. Thanks for having me on the stream. Huge congratulations. I'm sorry I couldn't make it to the gala, but I intend to be lobbying my local Barnes and Nobles and other things so I can lure you up to Boston.
Yeah,
and I want all the fans do likewise, so we can push more of your books out into the world. But yeah, man, I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, it's always a pleasure. I'll see you later.
All right. Take care.
Good luck with book 2. And then there were 2, Mike, as in the beginning.
Just us again. All right.
Yeah.
Taking it back to its roots. Here we go.
Yeah, feels like it.
I remember the first time we talked, and you had to put me on hold because someone was showing up at your house to like fix something.
What was that? I remember that too.
I don't know. I've slept too much since then.
Yeah, it might have been. So, like, man, the amount of like horrible stuff that has happened in the last couple of years to this house. Like, we had our neighbor's water tank flooded. I live in a townhouse, so that was my problem. And then we lost a toilet on the second floor. Fortunately, we caught that real fast, and so the ceiling didn't fall in. It must have been some of that. We had a lot of water issues early on. But then I was at Dragon Seal last year, and our heater went, and we had a carbon monoxide leak while I was in Utah. And it was
what? Really?
Yes. Every time I leave town, someone almost dies, and I am very worried about this week. So.
Right, jeez.
Every time, right?
So not that it's comparable. I'm just putting my own life experience into this. What I just did these 2 trips with my wife. I can't imagine traveling solo. Like, I think so many times this weekend I would have been in the wrong place. I would have went to the wrong hall, wrong room, wrong location, wrong city. Probably. Without her, I probably would have ended up in New Jersey and being like, Christopher, where is this Union Hall place? So I don't know how you do it. You must be a much more responsible adult than me, because I am responsible in life for just about everything except when it comes like geographically, and I am a complete moron. I can't get anywhere without GPS. I use the GPS to go to work every day, and I go the same way, So
yeah, that's my wife.
That's really more to avoid traffic, but I'm just saying that like that's just something I struggle with. So, I maybe it's part where I say, hey, I'd be lost without my better half, But I don't. The traveling on its own stuff it amazes me how people can do it.
Yeah, I increasingly like it. Airplanes are obviously not great. They're a little too small, but
I'm 6'1", they're awful.
But it's like sort of like eating in your car, right? It's like I'm just gonna eat this hamburger here, right? In the parking lot, and then I will go home, right? There's an element of just being by yourself that's nice sometimes. And I used to work on the plane. I find that harder and harder to do, just because, like, for whatever reason, laptops are not allowed, but like iPads that are the same size are fine. And I don't have a tablet, so I have to put my laptop away, and it's just very annoying. So if the flight's not very long, I don't do any work on it. But I'm just going to play Expedition 33 on my flight to Utah. So
nice. You have what are you playing it on?
I got a Steam Deck.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah,
no, I forgot we're money bags now. I keep forgetting. Sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
good.
don't know how expensive they are. I just remember when my kid first got a Switch, and I was like, holy crap, this really just made the Game Boy completely just like obsolete, didn't it? It really did. And I'm seeing people playing full on like console games and stuff in their hands now. That's just wild to me. Michael, I did get some barbecue while I was there. We went to funny thing, this was a burger place that John at Talking Story invited my wife and I to, and we had lunch with him and Jacob, and we had some barbecue. But the thing is, I'm from the Southeast originally, SEC country as I call it. Grew up in Atlanta. We had family in North Carolina. We used to go visit. That's my mom's brother. Used to go visit him, and then we drive down to Myrtle Beach in South Carolina all the time. So it's nothing new to me. I'm not one of those Texas people who's like, oh, Texas barbecue versus no. Barbecue's good. Vinegar-based, mustard-based. It don't matter. I like barbecue. Now, I've never had anything above like the Mason-Dixon line because I don't think that's actually barbecue. But, I'm not a barbecue snob. Barbecue good.
Cool.
Barbecue good.
Any opinions on the Steam machine? I have a computer, so I don't know that I need one. Although I have the hardest time getting the HDMI connection to work to my TV. So I'm tempted, but that seems like a really heavy lift to solve what should be an easy technical problem. I should just try and figure it out.
I find a lot of times with that stuff, it's just like the energy it takes to figure it out. Like last night, for whatever reason, our Fire Stick just stopped working. And instead of just like spending hours trying to figure it out, I just finally said, let's just use the Xbox to watch the movie that we were going to watch instead of trying to figure out the Fire Stick and the Plex server.
Yeah. I was saying to Rich and Austin when they were here, they're like, oh, you got a PS4? And I was like, yeah, it's a Blu-ray player that plays Bloodborne. Like that's
PS5 was our Blu-ray player still. It still really is. But
Yeah, PS4 is the last console Nintendo notwithstanding, was the last console I bought. I buy Nintendo because you got to get the Nintendo games. But
I always say I grandstand every Nintendo console. I'm like, nah, I'm not buying the Nintendo console. And then a Zelda game comes out, and I'm stuck.
That's what gets you.
Every time. So that's why I'm glad Switch 2 didn't launch with the new Zelda game because I didn't have to do it. Because Switch 2 is literally the same system with a bigger screen. It's the same effing system. You can't convince me. You can tell me about teraflops and all that crap. It's the same.
I mean, that stuff is better. It's basically where the Switch 1 should have been in terms of hardware performance. But
I suppose.
We
played Breath of the Wild on the Wii U because I refused to get the Switch when it first came out. But
outstanding.
My kid saved his money because he wanted a Switch, and that builds character. Make them save up their own money to get one. And then we got Tears of the Kingdom on it.
Yeah, they they're good machines. I like the Switch. It's a good console.
No matter what you say about Nintendo and their consoles, it's like they still their first party stuff is just you can't get it anywhere else.
Yeah, I know that they're polarizing because they do have some like anti-consumer practices that are not ideal. But
they're the Disney of the gaming world.
Yeah, but but protecting their IP is something that I completely understand. Actually, right, and respect them for, because it would be so easy to like water it down and sell it out, right, and holding it together, I think is
the only
nice.
reason I'm optimistic about the Zelda movie is like I just can't. They've refused to make this for so many years. What's different now? So
we'll see.
I still think it's they couldn't handle seeing Sega have so much success with the Sonic movies. I said, okay, maybe we should do this.
that is probably it, right? I'm just like, oh no, finally a good video game movie. Damn,
Sega's doing stuff.
Gotta get in on gotta get on the thing. Let's see. Hang on. Someone asked if I thought Samuel Rukin was going to do the Doom Song audiobooks. We haven't even had discussions about that yet. And my friend Carlos Ferro did the trailer, and
you can't convince Carlos to do them.
He said he'd be interested in talking about it.
Has he ever done full audiobooks? Or
is not. He said the money on them is not great, right, relative to the video games. So maybe, but like Carlos and I have been friends for 7-8 years, I think.
What's so amazing about Carlos is like he's telling me about being on like Star Trek and stuff like that, and he's like I was a Star Trek fan. He thought that was cool, but as soon as I realized the Lancer on this thing, he was way more excited to talk about that.
I knew what that was. He loves the video game thing, right? Like not that being on TV is cool, but like he like I've seen him at conventions for years, right? And the sort of love from the Gears fans, especially the Gears fans, like even more than the Assassin's Creed fans, right? It's just so palpable. Like it's no wonder he loves it so much, right? And it's like that's a fun character, man. Those games are great. Like
those games are excellent, yeah.
But
he made a personalized video for my kid who always played as Dom when we played together, saying "Sup, bitches," and he just thought that was the coolest. So.
Oh yeah, yeah,
great guy.
No, he's
who when we were stuck downtown in a city we don't know, and dark downtown can get a little scary at night, and we're about because they went bar hopping, and then we realized, oh, we're like a mile away from our car now, and Carlos was insistent that he get us an Uber back to our car, but my wife she's like nah, but I was like, are you sure?
It's a long walk.
That's how nice Carlos was. It was only very scary. It was only very scary, but we made it.
Yeah, Raleigh's not that dangerous. I mean, and it's any city, right? But it's relatively speaking, you were probably pretty fine. But sorry we bailed on you. Jenna was done. So
we understood, man. I said you guys weren't going to be done tearing that place down for a while. So
yeah, it took.
We were actually like, are you okay if we leave? That's kind of where we were at with it. So it's like they're telling us to get out of here. So
yeah. Blemmer says the Adaman trailer.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just reading comments. Sorry, I got trailed off there. Blemmer said the Adaman trailer was peak. Was that the Matrix soundtrack in the background? I don't know. Tim picked the music, and I didn't question it. I just thought it was great.
Which one had the heavy metal music in it?
That's the Adaman one.
That was Adaman. I was like, yeah, all right.
Yeah, he just was like, can I make it full heavy metal magazine? 1988 VHS grain. Can we just go for it? And I said, yeah. So let's do it. I thought it was awesome.
No, No, a lot of things winging it at the deal was pretty cool. Like beforehand, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna do some raffles for some questions, and then it's like, oh hey, we forgot to do that. Okay, let's see what happens. You know, so it worked out.
Yeah, Jenna had a lot of plans. The problem, like I said, is that like there's just one of her. You know, and
oh, absolutely,
the team was literally Jenna. That whole thing was Jenna, and you know, a little help from me and a little help from Jason. But it was
now events like that make me realize why event coordinators get paid so much. You know, because you really do are just got to be more deep. You got to be many places at once.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. I think we'll hire a contractor to do the next one for sure, so that we could take a lot of the pressure off and then leave Jenna to make the high level creative decisions, because it was hard, man. We were both working flat out to get this and all this other stuff done. I actually forgot to post the High Matter edition of Howling Dark trailer on YouTube until the next day, which was a mistake. So one guy was like, "Oh, did you owe it to us today?" I was like, "Crap." We really like. There's just been so many growing pains. You know, thank you, by the way, everybody, because things have been so successful. Thank heavens that you know, it's just hard keeping up with everything. The result of this is that I haven't written
before at the dinner saying that, you know, that things are going to go wrong, man. It's just, you know, no one seemed like they were upset about anything. So
no, that was the real blessing. Is everybody
was always going to go wrong. It's just how you roll with it.
Yeah, everybody was really kind and understanding, which is nice, right? There were perhaps other writers, fans might not have been nice, but feel very fortunate to have the readers that I have. So.
Yeah, I say the whole weekend, I think I encountered one rude person, and I think that alcohol may have been involved there. So I'm not going to take that one personally. But other than that, no, everybody was amazing.
Well, yeah, no one get into that. But let's see. Someone asked another Adaman question, but no, here it is. So what is the plan for Adaman? I got too hyped. I thought when you announced it would be 10 books, Corey told me I was misinterpreting your words. Yeah. So there isn't really a plan for Adaman right now, except that I'm going to keep doing Adaman stories for the foreseeable future. I want to do books, but not yet and not soon, because I have to do Doomsong, and I want to do Doomsong. You know, it's not like a consolation prize, but and Doomsong's 3 books, so that's gonna be like the next 3 years, probably 4 years working on that. And they do not, Jason, they do not share the same universe. They're completely unrelated. Super chat here. DJ Fountain says, if I had to make a Suneater TT RPG movie or video game, what would I choose? Video game. There's more money in that one than any other ones, and I like video games. I like playing video games more than I like watching movies anyway. But I think there's more latitude to do something interesting in that department too. So, yeah. How many active Adaman story ideas do I have? Like 4. I need to like actually refine them and figure out if they work. But I have like 4 little pieces right now I need to get together. I'd like to do at least 2 next year, but with the Godstein house, I'm just not sure. And obviously, you know, Adaman Kickstarter, I would need to have more stuff, Joe, before I went any further. Loving the book so far. 100 pages in. Would it be amazing to see the books adapted in one day? It would be. It would be fun. You know, as long as it's a good one. I do think you can have so bad an adaptation that it hurts the book, actually, because people always say that. They're like, you know, a bad movie is not going to hurt the book. I'm like, I don't know. I think a lot of the momentum with Aragon died because of
it. Really did
because of that film.
I think so.
Yeah, and that's not Paolini's fault at all, or the fault of many of the people in the movie. The cast was good. Whoops.
Or do we want to talk about Legend of the Seeker?
Oh yeah, sure.
Because people will bag on Sword of Truth now, but I was like, it was a really popular series before that TV show came out.
Yeah.
And I don't think that was a coincidence. Yeah.
Yeah, it can absolutely suck all the air out of a project if the adaptation is bad. And it can hurt it, because like there are people who, I mean, you still meet people whose understanding of, and this is a good adaptation largely, right? This is maybe maybe the best, right? There are people who think they understand Aragorn because they've seen the movies, and the book Aragorn is like the opposite of the movie Aragorn. He's not reluctant at all, right? And that colors even people's understanding of the book when they go read it, right?
I love that you and my wife both call it Aragorn, not Aragon.
No, I meant Aragorn. I meant.
I thought you were talking about.
I'm talking about Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
No, Vigo's Aragorn.
She called that book Aragorn. Awesome. No, you're talking about reluctant Aragorn. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. Vigo's Aragorn is very different than Tolkien's, right?
Oh yeah, he carries around.
Vigo's amazing. Don't get me wrong, right? But it's like a very different character, and people having seen the movies first, they go into the book and they like just can't see the difference at all. Actually, some people, not every reader, but like a lot of people, you get so conditioned by the film, by the adaptation, that when you go see the original, you can't see it for what it really is. There's another super chat. No, I got them both. Okay. Hector Oliva Space Opera RPG. That would be a great idea. That would be a great idea. I haven't read the Murtaugh book, but what kind of game would I envision? All of them. But Souls-like would be cool. JRPG, RTS, narrative-driven. Yeah, sure, any of them. It would have to be the right story for the right thing, right? Like,
I would think a Legacy of Kain style game, because you'd have a lot of narration, a lot of speaking line.
You could do that too. You know, but like you could do like a Helldivers game, right? And just make it about the war, right? You know, you could do a Souls game and like, I don't know, make it about like, I don't know, Cassandra or something or whatever, right? You have options. You know, it's just like whatever, like making a story is like problem solving. It's like, what's the right medium for this idea, right? What's the word, like when it's prose, like, is this a short story? Is this a book, right? Part of my problem with some of my Adaman ideas is they turn out to be book ideas and I have to wait, you know? So, it's a question of like, what can I do now? What is this idea? What's the best form of this idea? You know, and you have to like work through to figure all that out. Would I give a required reading list for fiction or nonfiction books outside of the sci-fi and fantasy world? I would love to put one together, but not with the brain that I have today. Could we play an alternate Hadrian and have different choices? Maybe. I mean, that's a thought, right? You know, and you know, like you could do something like that, or you know, you could do a different Hadrian story, and the choices that you do have are sort of bounded by
like branching storylines.
Yeah, but you could like limit it like to the book in some way. So it's like you can work within these, like Witcher 3, you have a lot of choices, but like you can't do stuff that Geralt wouldn't do, right? Like all your choices are really in character with.
Oh, so you couldn't join the Seals?
Yeah, right. Like probably not do that, right? You know, because like that's actually role playing, right? We've come to like we have these open world games for so long, right? It's like you just do whatever. It's like actually like you have to be Geralt, right? Like that's why I like The Witcher much better than Skyrim.
There's a good Samwise question there.
I missed it.
Lovecraft.
What do you think the most underrated Lovecraft story is?
I'd be interested in what your answer is on this one.
That is a good question. I like Pickman's model a lot because it's pretty scary. But I think the most underrated one, the one I think about maybe the most, and it's not like one, but I don't know how, and I don't know. So every time I answer this question, it turns out it's actually a pretty overrated something. So like I remember I did a top 10 video with Moid, and I said that Mechanical for Leibowitz was obscure. And in my defense, I was the only person at the time I knew who'd read it. So I wasn't, you know, whatever. Right?
I didn't hear about it until I started this channel. So yeah.
But I think for me, the most underrated one is Celophaeus, which is one of the dream stories. It's about a guy who ends up dying and living on in his dream, right? And I like the dream cycle in Lovecraft, maybe more than the Cthulhu stuff. Because there's the idea of the dreams as sort of nested realities, real worlds that you enter into by sort of elevating your consciousness, right? And like if you read like the Dream Quest of the Unknown Kadath, right? Like Pickman's in it, right? He's turned into this goblin because he's lived in the dream world for so long. He's kind of mutated, and I love all those ideas and those pieces, and everything's a little bit blurrier and a little bit more plastic in that setting than the Cthulhu stuff is, and I think it's really cool. And Celophaeus is very short; it's like 5, 6, 7 pages, and it's just this idea: this guy who he keeps seeing the city in his dreams, and he wants to live there, and he eventually wastes away in the real world. It's I think like one of the stories that's like an inspiration for like Beyond the Walls of Death, Judas Priest, and stuff like that, right? Yeah, there's so much Lovecraft in Priest and in Maiden and Black Sabbath, and
mine is The Outsider, and I know the big Lovecraft fan doesn't seem underrated, but I just say he never comes up with like the Cthulhu's and the Mountains of Madness and that kind of stuff. I like The Outsiders because the idea is this guy he's climbing, and then you realize, oh, he's at the ground level now. What's going on here? And everybody's running away, and you're thinking, oh, there's some monster in there, and you don't realize until the very end of the story what's going on. And I think that's just a story that's kind of just been not necessarily parodied, but copied a lot, and a lot of fiction out there. And I think that you get that with a lot of the stories. Now they're approaching, or they've already eclipsed like 100 years old, and realize how much those have been, loosely inspired so much stuff that we've consumed in media these days. And you get then you're like, hey, this is kind of like that. And it's like, yeah, I'm willing to bet this was probably the inspiration for it. So a lot of people will read Lovecraft stuff and say, oh, I don't know, it's so hard to read and stuff. But I think his ideas and his themes are still very, very good. And that's why I always will constantly recommend them. Like I do with Robert E. Howard. It's like, you don't have a big commitment. You don't have to read a universe. You don't have to read a lot. You don't even really have to memorize names, because it's almost usually like the man or the thing. He doesn't really even give them names. And they're 15, 20 pages long. They're great.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the sort of the virtue of the short story too, right? Like I know, I wrote these giant books, and I actually don't love reading giant books, because I like to like finish things. And so like I've never read Wheel of Time. I haven't read Sanderson stuff just because they're like so big. I just can't commit to them. It's what kept me from watching Doctor Who for so long. There's so much of it,
Yeah, that's why I just started with the relaunch with Eccleston.
Yeah, sure. I ended up going back and like watching
I watched
a lot.
Baker. That was the only old one I watched was Baker. Yeah.
Yeah, but I watched a lot of it. But like it was just too much to like really commit to it. And the thing about the short stories though is that you have to do so much in so little space, and you have to get everything right for the short story to really be great, right? There's sort of there's like a performance, like a high performance element to writing short stories that are really, really good, because there's not time for the reader to forgive you, right? Sure. And so like the idea has to be good. The action has to be tight. The characters to be compelling, right? Or at least there has to be a hook, right? Even if it's not the character, there has to be something that's compelling from one, so that all the pieces are working. And in some writers, and Lovecraft is one of them, like one of those things will be like really, really good, and the rest will be kind of atrophied. Lovecraft's ideas are so wild, right? And the worlds are so wild that the absence of the character, right, as really a force is kind of forgivable. My one problem with Lovecraft is just that he doesn't trust his readers to like understand him. He feels the need to like explain and explain and explain. And it's always like the thing is coming into the room. I'm still sitting here writing with this pen, and it's opening the door, and it's like, we understand, right? Outsiders kind of like The Alchemist structurally, right? Because he doesn't tell you what's happening until the end of The Alchemist, right? Where it turns out like the guy's immortal and he's been just dogging the family for centuries, right? But he tells you the plot twist in all caps. It's like he's afraid you'll miss it, right? Mm-hmm. And like maybe that's like it's the 1920s and nobody's read stories like this before, maybe, right? Kind of a new thing, and he just doesn't trust people. But if he had a little more restraint, I think that's the thing he was really like weak on. Is just you really want to make sure you understood how wild all the stuff he was telling you is.
Oh, Samwise Christopher's told me plenty about Tim Powers. Don't worry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But you didn't. You weren't like all about that. Which is
I thought that when I looked at Stress for Regard, I was like a guy like Philip. Oh yeah, this is definitely an intro book to early horror. I think for a guy like him, because it had all these poets in it and stuff. That would be something to be perfect for him. I like the ideas. I think it went a little out there towards the end, but I like that.
I like the end a lot, where you got like.
I didn't dislike the book. It just wasn't anything where I was like, "Oh yeah, that's one of the best books I've read this year." Definitely not. But I'm more interested, I think, in the Anubis Gates one you always tell me about.
Yeah, I think you like Anubis Gates. I think you'd like On Stranger Tides. If you need a pirate book, read On Stranger Tides. But Declare is really good too. I don't know how you feel about spy thrillers, but this is like a spy thriller if it was Indian. It's like if James Bond was in an Indiana Jones plot. But it was like written by John le Carré. It's like kind of written like Danger Taylor Soldier Spy. It's all these kind of like sort of bookish, it's not like the big action hero spy. It's like the little guy, right? But it's really cool. It's got a little bit of T.E. Lawrence in it too. So it's a little bit of he was like the previous generation of spies. It's cool. It's cool. But Tim is my guy. I got my mother to read though. She's reading Declare now. Or I guess maybe she read Shadows already. So I'd say maybe she's reading Shadows, but she totally did. Hey, Chance, it was good to see you, Gala, too. I haven't started the book yet, but thank you for it. Jake asked if I was influenced by Steins Gate at all. Yes, actually. I like Steins Gate a lot. I had a roommate who was obsessed with it and looked a lot like the main character, whose name escapes me. But he would like dress as him every time we went to a convention or something. No, it's great. It's really fun. My favorite anime though is Cowboy Bebop. It's not even close.
Never watched it.
I know everybody tells you should watch that one, but like I think you would like it. It does get kind of anime in that way that you don't like. There's a character named Edward who's a girl actually, and she is like the tech support kid. She's like the River Tam of the crew. Okay. But she's like kind of a feral child and a big goober. And so I don't know if you would like Edward, but the rest of the show I think you would like.
Does Avatar: The Last Airbender count as an anime, or is it because it's American it doesn't count?
I think technically no, but it is really good. So nobody would nobody would fall.
Yeah, I tell you, the whole thing with me with Avatar was like I just thought this is something you guys grew up with. You're just nostalgic for it, and then I just like, wow, that might be better than Batman the Animated Series, my favorite animated show of all time. It was like that storytelling was too good for a cartoon. It really was. Amazing show. Watched it twice now. All the way through.
It is that good, actually. Right?
And they maybe the fact that it was just 3 seasons, boom, it's gone. I think that's helped its legacy probably a bit, that it didn't overstay its welcome. I haven't done Korra. I'm not really interested in the new one that they're doing because I just don't think that you can catch lightning in a bottle twice. You know, you see all these relaunches and stuff, and what is it always? It's just like, I was just kind of hoping for that thing I loved when I was younger, you know, and it's never the same because I just think, again, yeah, Zuko, his character arc is one of the best I've ever seen. It's incredible, and it's believable. And it's not that, our enemies are so misunderstood. It wasn't that lazy thing. It was a really believable turn. And Iroh is like the greatest.
It was so good. Well, and having Mako too. I mean, he's one of the great actors, right? You know, it's CR is not Legends of the Galactic Hero pilled. Actually, it's on my to-do list, guys. It's on my to-do list. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Batman the Animated Series is great. Everybody, 100%. It's actually the first show my daughter watched. She was very, very small, so she couldn't really see stuff yet. So I was like, well, if I have to sit here and bottle feed you, we'll watch. We'll watch Batman. Get out of the way now. And then we watched all of Pokemon up until Hoenn, and then that was enough. And then she was big enough to watch her own shows.
Pokemon, he watches One Piece, he's watched Dragon Ball. That stuff is just like, I immediately turn to my parents and I'm like, turn it down, it's too loud. Because Luffy, apparently the voice actor for the English dub, he listens to the English dub. I know a lot of people are like, no, you can't do that.
Yeah,
he's doing that anyway. The actor who does Luffy screams every single line, just like regular dialogue. He just screams it, and it's just like that's just too much for me. So
yeah, that's not an uncommon staple of the medium, especially at like that age demographic.
Oh, I watched Vinland Saga. Does that count? A couple seasons of Vinland Saga.
That counts. Yeah,
that's damn near a page for page adaptation. They've added stuff, but yeah, all the stuff that's in the manga is on the screen. It's very good. It's very good.
It is. Yeah. And everyone knows I'm a big Berserk fan. I know that Puck bothered you.
It got to the point where like Puck, like I wasn't even reading Puck's dialogue anymore. Like, and the thing was like I don't feel like the story changed very much.
No, it's just there. He's just the peanut gallery. It's sort of like you can kind of ignore C-3PO. Actually,
it's like he said, "Hey, you know what? We're going to write Jar Jar Binks in the story, but you can just ignore him, and the story doesn't change." That's how I felt about Puck. Yeah.
Yep, I get it. I think he's funny. I appreciate the like Jar Jar Binks jokes, but it is extremely weird tonally, right? If you're not used to it, because it's a cultural thing.
I'll still say Golden Age is like one of the best arcs I've ever read in a comic, like ever.
It's extremely good. It is. It just is that good. It's
one of those
things.
Like when you first start reading Dresden Files, everybody's like, "Oh my god, wait till you get to book 12." I was like, "Oh great, okay, I'll wait till book 12." And then you get there, and it's like, "Holy shit, that's incredible!" So Golden Age, as soon as you read Berserk, people are like the Golden Age is amazing. So you have these expectations up here, and somehow it exceeds them. It really does. It's just that good. And if I'm being honest, I don't think it ever hit those highs again. There's plenty of stuff I liked in arcs that came after it, but I don't feel like it ever hit those highs again. But I also am not current.
Yeah.
I didn't read Fantasia. I haven't started.
Fantasia is not as good as Millennium Falcon. So if you read Millennium Falcon, I
think Millennium Falcon has kind of got away from Guts. You got so much away from Guts. I started being like what Shirky got a big plot in there. Am I saying her name right?
Shirky. Yeah, Shirky.
And is it Isidro or Cedro?
Isidro, yeah.
Isidro, and it's like I want those characters to get their time, but I was like, until Guts got like his armor, I was like, I feel like he's just almost kind of gotten backseated, and I think he did the Casca stuff too long. It's just too long.
I don't disagree.
It's Ross and Rachel. It's Ross and Rachel. It's like you waited too long, and now nobody cares ananymore. Yeah,
it's literally my brother's entire life. Actually, in Japan, that happened in 1997, which was when he was born, and then just a couple of years ago that got resolved. And of course, she's back in Griffith's hands at the moment. So,
how is the? Have you read the continuation with the stuff without Miura?
Yeah, it's good. I suspect strongly that his assistants were doing the art, had been for a long time, because midway through Fantasia, everything gets a little bit more doe-eyed, and it was before he passed. I think he was like way more ill than for longer.
Do you think he knew how the story was ending? And
apparently, yeah. So there's this really great thing, like right between his last chapter and Koji Mori taking over. There's a manga chapter that explains their friendship, actually, and it was a really like almost I won't say as much as I like Berserk, but it really touched me actually as an artist, because like a certain amount of like I'm not old yet, but like I have a lot of anxiety about leaving something unfinished, because it bothers me. I love Gormenghast so much, but there are 2 Mervyn Peake novels that don't exist, and so like
wait, Gormenghast wasn't finished?
No, there are 2 more books. There's supposed to be 5.
Wasn't a trilogy.
No,
because I have the hardcover of the trilogy, the Gormenghast trilogy. I never knew it was.
Yeah,
it wasn't complete.
Yeah, there's a 4th book called Titus Awakes, which there are like 3 chapters of, and there was supposed to be a 5th one, Gormenghast Revisited. So he's supposed to go home. And his wife wrote books that are supposed to be those books. I don't really think they are. I think it's sort of I don't want to say it's like a Hunters of Dune situation, because it's also like
Brian Herbert here.
Yeah, they're like I think they're pretty heartfelt tribute to her husband, right? Because it ends up with Titus becoming Mervyn Peake, actually, and sort of magical realist thing. But I don't think that's what he was writing. It is very sweet. But yeah, I usually recommend if you're going to read Gormenghast, you just read the first 2, because the 3rd one is like starting the 2nd arc that doesn't resolve. So I have a lot of anxiety about not finishing something, and which like I almost inevitably will at some point, right? And like I'll be working on something and not make it, even if it's just a standalone book. I expect I'll slow down when I'm 70 something and not write.
Cameron, it's only my favorite PlayStation game ever, Xenogears.
I never played it. I didn't have a PlayStation until the 4. I was a Nintendo kid.
Yeah, he wasn't born yet, guys.
Through GameCube. True, correct. I was very small, but I was a Nintendo kid to GameCube, and then I got a 360, and then I also had a Nintendo, and I had a 360, and then I went to PS4 after the 360, and then I have a PC and a Switch too at this point. So, even Tolkien didn't technically finish. You're like going to leave something undone, right? And so the Koji Mori thing, he wrote the story about their friendship, and I think I actually cried reading it, right? Like it was very like it was very personally affecting for me. And I would recommend anybody read, like, if you don't want to read Berserk, right? If you just think about like artists not making it, right, and stuff like that, because we all don't. No one gets out of here alive, right? It was cool, like I mentioned earlier in the stream that I think about Robert E. Howard's suicide pretty frequently. Actually, I'm older than him now, and I don't know that I'll have an impact like that actually, right? And to pull that off at 29, 30, right? As an obscure, living in an obscure Texas oil rig town, right? You know, is so sort of special and incredible and kind of humbling to me, right? You know, I think about Howard a lot, but I think
You ever
about this
watched the
sort of
movie?
problem. The one with Vincent D'Onofrio.
Vincent D'Onofrio?
Yeah, it's good.
Very good.
It's a really good. I think he captures him actually pretty well, that performance. Have you ever read his biography? Mark Finn wrote a book called Blood and Thunder.
Yeah, I own it, but I have not.
Yeah,
no.
you should. It's cool. It's all about how Texan he is.
Yeah.
It's like really his argument is that like he should be up there with like all the great Texan writers and be thought of as a Texan writer.
I have heard that if you go through his hometown stuff, it's pretty massive. That's always been on one of our, hey, you know, one of these years when we're just like, we're not going to take a big destination trip. Let's just drive through Texas and do some stuff we haven't done before. And that's one of them.
Yeah, there's a convention they hold in Cross Plains for him, like Howard Days, I think it's called. It's like a whole sword and sorcery thing. It's like it's just a bunch of guys making a pilgrimage, a bunch of folks making pilgrimage out there, you know, to the grave and everything.
You know, I almost let that slip during the gala when I asked you. I was like, is there any other like sandboxes or universes you'd like to play in? And you brought up Conan, and I was about to be like, well, I mean, that's what you're doing next.
Yeah.
I almost let that fly out. So
Yeah, well, Doomsong is a little bit more Tolkien than Howard, but I think after Tolkien, Howard's probably the fantasy writer I think about the most. You know, but the Adaman stuff is like very Howard. It's just Howard.
Wild as I wasn't really a Howard guy until like 2019 when I started this channel. That was when I first read it. And I read all of them. I just blew through it.
Yeah, so like there are some Conan stories that are not great, right? But like the impression people have is that they're stupid. Actually, that like Conan is dumb, right?
Oh, he's
like,
yeah, they've seen the Arnold movie. Yeah,
they've seen the Arnold movie, or really they've just I really. So I got asked to do an introduction for Thuvia of Mars, right, which is the 4th John Carter book. There's a grad student was producing a special edition as like part of a thesis project, right, and asked if I would do the introduction because that's what you do. You ask a writer to do introduction for it. So I read the first 3, and then I read Thuvia, which I never read past the first one before. And what I was really struck by actually was like because the impression people have of those books, right, is that like Deja Thoris just walks around naked and is useless the whole time. And she does spend a lot of the books captured. But while she is captured, she like accomplishes stuff, right? In the second one, I think she's in prison for like a huge chunk of the book with like a lady who wants to kill her so that she can have John for herself, right? It's like a very, you know, it's 1920s, right? But like she actually like survives and like negotiates that relationship and like solves it basically like off stage, right? Like she actually accomplishes a lot of things, and she's like pretty self-possessed actually and kick-ass and dynamic. And this is not like the vision that people have of this character. It's also like she's never really sexualized in the text at all, right? There's some mention that like no one on Barsoom is wearing clothes, right? But it is not meditated on at all. It's just like an element of how like the culture of Barsoom is not Earth, right? And like Thuvia is like she doesn't have any of the, she's not as aggressive a person as Deja Thoris is, right? She's a lot more sort of gentler and sort of political, but she like totally manipulates the situation in her book, right? So that she can survive, but that she can also navigate this sort of weird arranged marriage love triangle situation that she's in to get the outcome that she wants. And like mostly how she does that is by asserting her worth as a person, right? And is like, you are not like, you have to earn me actually, right? And like that is not in keeping with the Frazetta paintings, right? And I think as much as I like Frazetta as an artist, right? Like my favorite Frazetta painting is the one where Conan's fighting the man ape, right? And he's got the red cape, and he's like he's like doing a wrestling takedown. It's a really cool image. The color is cool, right? Frazetta's a genius. But I think that those paintings actually do the text a disservice. And I think Conan might be his greatest victim, actually, because Conan is not a meathead. And I think the art sometimes communicates too much that he is. And there's a lot more complexity in those stories, and a lot more like deep thought, actually, and sort of than people think. And like you read Tower of the Elephant and tell me that either the author or the character are stupid,
Right.
you know, or simple, or just, you know, dumb boys or something. That's a really serious and kind of like beautifully moving adventure story, right? But there's also this like this thing about mercy and pity and compassion and all this stuff, and it's it's also a science fiction story. It's, you know, at the same time as being a fantasy one, it's cool. It's really cutting edge actually for its time. And it's, Howard is a genius, and he was taken from us way too soon. You know, and so I strongly recommend anybody who's always been like, yeah, it probably sucks. Like, you're wrong. Like, go read it. It's really, really good.
No, it's awesome. And I think about Samwise, you're talking about Edgar Rice Burroughs. Is as much as I love Barsoom, I'm ashamed I've never read Tarzan.
Oh man,
I have like 4 volumes of them, and I've never read them. And I'm sure I love them. What I was surprised about when I went back and read Barsoom a couple years ago is I was like, this doesn't feel like 100 years old. You know, it really does. It feel like it could have been written like in the 60s or something. It's like, it's really, his writing style was really very clean.
Yeah,
I felt like, and I think that's what made it approachable for all audiences. And I love the Barsoom series. I can't recommend it enough.
Yeah,
let's go ahead and get it out there. The movie was good, guys.
The movie was
a bad name.
Great, actually. Yeah. I mean, you had Willem Dafoe as Tars Tarkas. What more do you need? It's awesome. You are ugly, but you are beautiful.
And Deja Thoris in that was my crush for many a year.
Yeah, yeah. It's good though. I mean, Taylor Kitsch is not the greatest leading man of all time, but like, I showed it to Jen, and she's like, "Why weren't there 4 of these?" Yeah. Although, having read the sequels, man, I wish they had tried to adapt them. Those get a little bit out there. You know, they're a little bit strange.
It was like Disney realized that they were getting Star Wars, and they said they just didn't care what happened to this movie. They didn't market it. They didn't do nothing with it, and it's a shame because everybody is like, "Oh yeah, that's like one of the is it still the biggest box office bomb, like the biggest loss like ever?" And that's all anybody knows about it. And then they watch it and are like, "Wow, why didn't this do better?" Like, I showed it to my kids, and they loved it. They thought it was awesome. Like, it's a good movie. It really is. It sucks.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because I mean, they're not gonna do it again, you know. And like they started setting up the sequel too. You know, Mark Strong's in it as Matai Shang's, right? So like they're setting up Gods of Mars, and bringing him forward into book 1 and having him sort of push the Red Men around, right? Was like actually a nice change. Talking about John Carter, Jonah, Princess of Mars. But
he was good in Terminal List too. He was
really he's not a bad actor. He's just not, you know, like people will
maybe not leading man in the cinema.
Yeah. I'm with you. True Detective season 2, Stephen, is underrated. It's certainly it's better than 4.
It's just hard to follow up Woody and McConaughey. I think they were both
impossible. I mean, that's one of the greatest seasons of television.
Yeah. I mean, even if people didn't like the way that the resolution went, I was like, it still was like, I mean, from the first episode, just so hooked.
Yeah, just tremendous awesome performances from those 2 guys. But yeah, no.
Flat Circle.
Yeah. The other thing I was really
Flat Circle. Yeah.
Oh yeah. The other thing about Barsoom. Oops, sorry, Mike. I keep doing it. I'm so tired.
No, I'm surprised we're not doing it more, to be honest with you.
The thing about Barsoom, though, that really struck me on the reread is actually like how in keeping with like cutting edge science it actually was at the time. Like, there's a whole bunch about like the geography of Mars that in 1910 they thought was true that he's putting in the book. Like, the mountains are all very small. Like, we didn't know that actually Mars has bigger mountains than us, right? It's talking about all these dry seabeds and the canals and stuff that you get from War of the Worlds, right? Percival Lowell and all that stuff. You know, the early
second book, he's talking about airships and shit. Yeah, so I'm like, this guy was a time traveler, wasn't he? This guy had to be a time traveler, definitely.
Yeah, I'm always impressed with these early science fiction writers for the stuff they do get right. There's a book called Lord of the World, which is sort of an apocalyptic dystopian novel. It's very religious, so like I don't know if people would like it. By which I mean, I read it. It's very Catholic, right? But he has like airports and stuff, and it was written in like 1905 or something. So Flight was like brand new, and he's like, you know, he's already projecting like airport terminals and sort of figuring out the like everyday sort of drudgery of it. And like it feels like the setting is pretty close to like the 1960s, like in a lot of ways. And that was a very like this is a small window of time, but that was like the period of greatest change in human history. Was the early half of the 20th century. And he gets a lot of the sort of everyday life elements of it kind of down in a way that's, just really cool. I'm always more impressed with like Verne getting stuff right and sort of figuring stuff out. Although the funny thing about Barsoom is all the lights are radium. right? And it's like, yeah, missed the boat on that one. All those poor ladies with the watches, they got their jaws falling out. We're not doing radium anymore. So,
what was it when we were talking to Jay and Jay Chris? I was bringing up Neuromancer about how many things he got right about the future, and I was like, holy crap, it's like way ahead of his time. But then there's like a scene where like a bunch of payphones ring. It's like, damn it.
yeah. Well, and they're also all listening to things on tape still, right? They're like in spaceships and like these like big rotating stations. They've all got
some things we
cassettes.
just couldn't comprehend at the time. But
Yeah.
I mean, I watched some old like sci-fi movies from the '60s, and they got like full on like internet networks and shit. And you're like, how the hell were you guys even thinking about this at that time period? It's crazy.
Yeah, totally bananas. Oh man, let's see. We've got some questions from the chat. I have every intention of going all day, but I am definitely losing steam. I am a lot tireder than I thought I was. Bring back the $5 mass market paperbacks. I am afraid that will probably never happen.
Just the paper alone, they can't even do that anymore. The paper plus shipping.
Yeah, I mean they shut down a lot of the houses, shut down mass markets, period, because they just can't. The margins just are not there.
You have to be a really, really successful series now, I feel like, to get the mass market, because I think mostly they'll do the regular paperback or trade paperback, but it seems like a lot of series don't even offer mass market anymore unless they sell a ton of copies. Like Dresden Files has mass markets and stuff, but
yeah,
it seems a lot less prevalent.
Yeah, I know that DAW basically stopped doing them, period. And I think Simon & Schuster told Bain to stop it. And because Bain would, you'll take Bain's mass market paperbacks from their cold, dead hands, but Simon & Schuster made them. So, yeah, I do not.
Do you drink Coke? What caffeine fix do you get?
I do drink Coke, but I'm trying to quit.
I just went 0 sugar. I was like, look, when I went keto, I gave up all this shit. I was like, if you don't want me to like run through a mall with an automatic weapon, you best at least let me have my Coke. And so it went to Coke Zero.
Yeah. I just taste bad to me. I can't. Those artificial sweeteners are.
I get used to it. Like I don't use Splenda or anything. I use stevia drops for my coffee. For just a little sweetener. And at first, you're like, oh, I'll never get used to this. But after about a week, you do.
Yeah.
I get that. Like, there's people who want keto. They're like, oh, you do like almond milk or something. Like, I'd rather just not have milk than have bad milk. Okay. Yeah. So there are some things where I'm like that with you too.
Yeah.
I see people do like energy drinks and shit. And I couldn't even imagine.
Yeah. I went through a phase where I was drinking Reign energy drinks. And I after like a week of taking just one a day, I felt like I was going to die. So
I've heard the crash out from those is like way worse.
Yeah, I did not feel good, so that had to go. But I do drink green tea occasionally. I was pretty
just for my voice.
Yeah, I was pretty much not a tea fan for a really long time. Martin Luther. I cut about 50,000 words. I went from like 425 to 373.
Dude, I had to have some green tea while we were at the event because we were in the VIP area at first, and we're all just like basically shouting to get over to hear over everything. And it's like, I gotta go on stage in 30 minutes. I should probably save my voice. So yeah, I drank green tea while there.
Yeah, Jenna has that pretty bad. She sounds like she'd been shouting all day, but I don't know. I don't think I sound that bad. I had the microphone when I was really
on Sunday. I sounded like I had smoked like 4 cigars before bed. Really deep voice from talking so much.
Yeah, the Dragon Con is the one that really would do me in because that's like 5 days of that. So I would never come home from Dragon Con with my voice.
Well, what I really liked about this, on top of obviously celebrating your series, was just we always talked about for years about having like some kind of convention for like booktubers. I think this is the closest that we've ever got. So it was really cool for me to meet personally to meet a lot of those people, and it was really cool. It's like none of us like introductory anything. It's like we knew each other, so that was really, really awesome. But seeing this, we're always like, but see, this is why no one wants to do it, because no one wants to arrange something like this. Because I mean, look at this; it's just like so much. You don't know how much work goes into it. And actually, I think with you is like if you had not done food or something. I was like, when you said you were doing food and drink, I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my god, there's a lot of work. So. In fact, you guys pulled it off. Mostly just the two of you. It's incredible.
Yeah, the food part I think was the expensive part, but it was the easier part because the caterers came with the staff. Right?
Caterers do all of it.
Yeah, so that was okay. And really, I think that was a big part of Jenna's motivation, is because like we had the same people who catered our wedding, and when we had our wedding, you know, you don't have time to eat at your own wedding. That's not how it works, right? And so Jen and I were like, man, we should like have some of that food again. And then I proceeded to skip dinner because we started late so that everybody could get their stuff signed.
I wolfed down a slider. That was it.
Oh no, dude, I'm sorry.
Time for anything else.
Yeah, we're gonna rethink the timetable a little bit next time. I think. Make sure that we, yeah, you know, get a little more space for everybody, because it was a lot. It was a lot to do as quickly as we were doing it. So. Yeah, I saw, speaking of cutting on book 7, I watched Talking Stories video. Somebody said 200,000, and like that's not true. If I was cutting 200,000 words, I would write 2 books. Like
you were going to cut 200,000 words?
Yeah, they were saying on there. I heard someone say Christopher cut 200,000 words, and that is a whole book. Like I would not do that. I mean, 80,000 words is really a whole book, but
do you always take a Harry Potter book as a reference point for how long something or how short something is?
Yeah, because everybody
you don't use just Sorcerer's Stone. You use several different ones here. So.
Yeah. I know. So Harry Potter 1 is about 70,000. Harry Potter 2 is about, I think, 80, 85, and 3 is about 100. It's a little longer than that. 4 I forget, but 5 is almost exactly 250,000 words. 6 and 7 I don't remember, but between those, you know, you've got like about half 100, you know, somewhere between half 100 and 100 and 250,000, and that's usually like good enough to cover your bases. So I figure almost everybody's read those books. It's kind of like the closest to like a pound and a ton that you'd get in book length, right? For fantasy.
I think that's what Pierce Brown said he cut when he was writing Lightbringers, about 200,000 words he had to throw in the trash. And I was like, that's soul crushing, man. I can't even imagine to go that far and realize, no, I don't like it. That's, whew. Yeah. See someone much brought up too. Yeah.
I would never, I don't want to, it sounds like I'm like taking a shot or something, but I just would never be in that situation. I think because of the
it was during lockdown, and he said he was in a real negative space, and he didn't like how mean the book was. So
no, yeah, well, hey, that's a good reason to throw something away, you know.
And then I read the book, and it was still mean, but still.
Yeah, I was about to say, a lockdown book for me would have been Kingdoms of Death. So you know, but yeah, I think I mean I don't know what his process is at all. Maybe he outlines too, but like the way that I outline, I think, and precludes my writing a whole book that I hate. I think, pick up on not liking the direction of something in the outline phase, like well before. Like, I mean, there are whole chapters I'll throw away or rewrite 4 times or something, but that's not nearly as painful. And you could always like save some of that too and reuse it. So
be right back. I'm gonna get coffee.
Yeah, no worries. Let me see if I can find some old comments that we skipped. Man, there are so many. Thank you all for being here for so long. Good Lord. I probably do what Mike did and go get some water when he gets back. But what is the total word count for the series? It's close to 2 million, especially with the novellas and stuff. Close to 2 million. I missed this one. This is my friend, other Michael. Christopher, can I confirm that I am, in fact, a direct descendant of Homer and I'm just biding my time to drop the 21st century Iliad? Well, Michael, if you're still here, that obviously is what Doomsong is. But, you know, we need the director's cut. You really don't, though, Sarah, because I still did the cutting. Like, it is, there's the one chapter that was cut from book 7 that's like a scene that you don't have. But like with Disquiet Gods, I actually added scenes when I cut the words. And really what I'm cutting is just, I'm like smoothing the prose down. It's like actually the version you have is better, even though it's shorter. If there were like cut scenes, I think that would be interesting. But like people want like the unsplit version of Kingdoms of Death. And that's actually just Kingdoms of Death plus like the back 2/3 of Ashes of Man all at once. Like that's not better than what we have, I think. Chapter 40, Disquiet Gods, still my favorite in the series. Thank you, Sam. Andy is back. Hey man, are you on your lunch break or something? Extended cuts rarely make movies better. I think that's true. I do wish that like we had more of the Villeneuve Dunes, because I feel like a lot of stuff is just glossed over in those. But that's the one extended cut I want that I don't have. I guess I want the Lynch cut of the other Dune because I increasingly just like want to watch that one instead. But yeah, we'll see if I can find more questions. Also, Sarah, hi. Thanks for coming back. The old Christmas card was actually my favorite thing that I got at the gala. It was nice to get something from my grandparents. So thanks for that. But does Hadrian even have free will in the books? Of course he does. It's not even a question. Thoughts of adapting Suneater into a web novel? I'm not opposed to it. Knights of the Old Republic Suneater game would be great. Am I interested in playing the Expanse game by Owlcat coming out? So I am like not up on the Expanse. I watched the first season of the show, but I haven't like read any of the books actually. So but like I feel like maybe starting the game would be unfair. Let's see. Are there any prequel memes in Shadows? Probably. Believe it or not, I do not outline the memes. They just come up organically, which is how we ended up with 2 of the General Grievous meme in Howling Dark, which I feel bad about. I think I removed one in the revisions. So, Yami, I love the short stories you wrote, particularly A Cosmist and Archanaut. How did you come across the philosophy of a cosmism? It's so cool and unique. I think actually that Gene Wolfe uses the word a cosmist at one point, but which is how I got the word. But the philosophy was sort of reasoned to before I knew the word in the Cielson sort of worldview generally, just trying to get them to be what they are. And then it turns out you're actually just rediscovering fire or anti-fire, depending on your perspective. When you come up with these ideas, this is how you end up doing ideas that people have already had, but you like don't know what they are. Charlie's Nose says, I didn't know it came out today. It did. It's out. Go get it, Charlie. Do it. But Ledev said you can play the Expanse game without reading the books. Well, that's good to know, but I feel like I still should do the original first, right? Andy wants to know how many words do I think I cut in total? I don't know. More than 100,000 between the last 2 books alone, but like probably less than 150,000. If I had to guess. What's gonna be the next TV show I watch? I have nothing on my radar actually. I have a lot of games.
I have recommendations.
Okay, well, Mike will help me out. But
which, for the record, guys, I've never recommended a show that Christopher's liked, like ever. So it sounds like it needs to be The Expanse.
Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to go watch it, so maybe I
think you'd like it. Avasarala is an incredible character.
Oh. I liked the first season a lot. So I just it went on hiatus for season 2, and then I didn't go back when season 2 came out. So so I don't know. I have a lot of games on my to-do list in the moment. Expedition 33, Hades 2. I forget what else. The Night Rain DLC. We'll see. Mike, I'm gonna go grab some water. Are you watching Welcome to Derry?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about if I ever he's just gonna lead me on here. Okay. Like as a Stephen King fan, it's hard to watch these things because Stephen King fan fictions usually doesn't go well for me. But I'm not against it because it is all the same people that made the movies. And I thought the movies were fine. They were decent. What I think the show is doing wrong, and personally myself, I don't mind a slow burn, but it really is starting to feel like Gotham. If you remember that TV show Gotham, it was a Batman show without Batman on it. This is starting to feel like a Pennywise show without Pennywise on it. Now, look, if you're a fan of the book, Pennywise doesn't always appear as the clown, but a lot of people who watch just the movies they're going to want to see that version. I want to see Bill Skarsgård in there. And I think that's why after episode 4, they put out that trailer that said in the weeks to come. And they definitely showed several Bill Skarsgård playing Pennywise the Clown bits in that trailer. So I think that they're starting to lose some viewers, maybe from people who are getting a little exhausted with it. But it's like, as far as Stephen King fanfic goes, it's some of that stuff is in there. It is in the interludes in the book. Like they're doing the Black Spot right now. If you know about the Black Spot, you know that's a very big integral part of Mike's story. So it's stuff that I think is earned. Dick Halloran from The Shining, he is actually in that interlude. So that's not just made up for the show. I'm always a little weirded out why they've always got to treat The Shining as if it's like a superpower or the Force or something like that. But it's okay. I think that they're being respectful of it. I don't feel like they're doing what Castle Rock did, where it's like, hey, we got all these Stephen King properties. Who cares? Yeah, hey, cool. There's a dog barking over there. It might be Cujo. You know, it's like whatever. So I think they're treating it a little better than that. But I don't know. We'll see. I can't move the comments. I can't show them.
Hang on.
From my end.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry. Thanks for holding down
Hey,
before.
you're in the dark again. He's doing a Howling Dark cosplay, you guys. Look.
Who, me?
Yes, I love Maximum Overdrive. It's one of my favorite bad movies ever. Hadrian fanfic. I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
Oh, that's Hadriani. There's a vector of my community who ships Hadrian and Siriani in order to make me unacceptable.
Yeah, you know where I stand on certain relationships in the story. I dropped that grenade in your Discord and just walked away. You know? It went a little crazy.
What was this? I missed this.
The thing you asked me not to bring up earlier, that when I texted you to my theory. Yeah, I kind of dropped something about that in the.
I see.
Which, by the way, at what point are we going to let the Red Company Gala thread die? Because I don't think anyone wants to let that thread die, because then it does, and it means it's over.
Yeah, well, you know, all things end eventually. Time runs down, but you know, it's up to them. You know, I don't actually run the Discord. That's all fans.
Did you even go on there, or do you just
not
have
anymore?
Hey, look at this. Yeah,
not anymore.
Oh, Triton. I tried convincing Christopher to watch the new Frankenstein. He's like, I don't know. It's good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I've heard it's actually pretty good.
Oscar Isaac's a really good actor. I think he's the one that has kind of survived the fiery crash that was the Star Wars sequels. He seems to be the one who's kind of like survived after that. I thought he was fine as Leto. You know, obviously we know that Leto's time in the story is not that long, and I think that he played that part well. You know, but I think he was really good in this. I really liked him in Frankenstein. The thing about Del Toro movies is he always wants to romanticize the monsters a little bit, make them a little, well, pretty much the good guy. And I think that the story, Mary Shelley's story, does leave room for that. So it's going to be his interpretation on it. But I do think that some of the really disgusting things that the monster does in the book is kind of toned down just a touch, so they can romanticize some things a little bit. But again, it's not like the 1990s Mary Shelley's Frankenstein adaptation. It didn't just turn into a love story. You know, just because Bram Stoker's Dracula did so well, let's see if we can do that with Frankenstein. It didn't work out. This is probably the most faithful adaptation I think we'll ever get, sadly.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I always like him visually as a director, like all the practical set works. I love Pacific Rim, right? But then it's the monster is good actually. It's like his one trick all the time, and that is a little exhausting. And like the monster in Frankenstein is, he's not all bad, right? But he's not good either, right? He's, you know, it's a little bit more ambiguous and sad than that, right? And complicated, right? So I don't know.
I saw the Wuthering Heights trailer and I was like, are they full on trying to make Wuthering Heights a romantasy? Because holy shit, man. I don't know if that's just the way they cut the trailer to make it look like that.
Yeah, I did not see it. What did they do?
Because,
no.
It's not a red mug. It is for my Georgia Bulldogs, who are number 4 in the nation right now. Yeah, some sports fan. People are like, sports.
Yeah.
Yeah, people who never read the book in the first place, definitely. Because like when I watched that trailer, we saw it before we got what movie? We went to go see The Conjuring, and they showed that trailer before that, which is funny because you think of The Conjuring being like a date movie is kind of funny. But they had a trailer for the Wuthering Heights when we were both just like, what the hell is this? Like when it said, I was like, But are they doing like I was like, they're sure they're just using the same names. And then it said Wuthering Heights. I was like, oh my God, they're full on making it Lifetime Channel romantasy out of it. So it's a choice. Romantasy is selling like crazy. I can understand why they're doing it.
Yeah, it's I'm saying this, it's interesting, right? Like obviously romance is an evergreen sort of thing. People want to read it, but the particular fervor at this moment, right, is like opening bookstores. Like Barnes & Noble opening 60 some stores this year. And that's obviously good for everybody, right? So,
that's what I said at Jay's event is that, we all clown romantasy, we all clown book talk, all that. And I'm like, those are the reasons a lot of bookstores are open, not only not closing, they're opening more. We finally got a bookstore a mile from me. And yeah, you go in there and it's all kinds of romantasy. And again, that's why I'm not going to criticize it, because it's keeping physical bookstores open. So.
Yeah, I don't clown it at all. I don't read it, but I get it. And
I just want people to read.
Yeah, as far as TikTok is concerned, like I am also a beneficiary of that, right? The like whole, best of book talk tag on Amazon is like romance stuff, and like I'm in there, I suppose, depending on your attitude. And I'm very grateful for that. So, it's been cool. It's been strange. So less romance in the world, so people desire it more in their fiction. That may be true. I think, I think that maybe we're in a weird spot with this stuff now. Oh, Daniel messaged me. Would around 3:30 work?
Is Daniel coming on?
Yeah. Yeah. At 3:30, he said. Said he would swing by. He said another 40 minutes or so. I will try to make it. Oh man, is Sirianni basically Griffith with Paul Atreides? No, no, neither.
That's a good question, though.
No, just the hair, But no, neither of those characters really crossed my mind with Sirianni at all. I was thinking about Attila the Hun, and to an extent, Mads Mikkelsen's portrayal of Hannibal Lecter, a little bit, but like also Satan, right? Like the Milton version, a little bit too, maybe. But Attila the Hun is probably like where the real sort of seed was, because I mean Attila was called the scourge of God by the Romans, right? Like they saw him as a chastisement for their this is recently Christianized Rome, but they saw him as chastisement for their failures. So the scourge of earth, right? Earth being the sort of god of the imperial religion is sort of a nod. So
we're doing Last King of Oceanord next year. That's exciting. Yeah? I love Ted. I think his Memories from the Thorn books are amazing, and you know Ted on a personal level, right?
Very, very peripherally. I've met him once.
Oh, okay.
And but of all the big writers that I've met, Chad Williams is, with Jim Butcher, the only two who went out of his way to say hello to all the little writers. Actually, we're at a DAW dinner, and some of the others were there, right? I'm not saying who didn't, right? It's actually not who you think. Big guy was not there, but Tad came by and shook everybody's hand and said hello, and I thought that was really, really cool.
He seems like a class guy.
Yeah, it was really, really awesome, actually. Butcher was the same way. Someone asked how I met Dominic Santiago earlier, Carlos, and there used to be this bookstore that would go around to the conventions around the country. And it was like a pop-up at the cons, right? If you go to a lot of sci-fi conventions, you see the same vendors, right? They travel around the country, in little caravans, and they sell Funko Pops and glasses and shoes and anime pillows and whatever, right? And so there's this one bookstore that went around, and I would get invited. He would invite me to go there, and Carlos, for whatever reason, was one of his guys. It was like a bunch of book people and Carlos. And so I met Carlos there. And so Carlos would sell autographs. I would sell books. But Jim came not irregularly. He would be like one of the top talent for the booth at a show. And he came around and introduced himself to everybody at the booth, right? Which usually folks would come in, and if they were like the bigger writers, they wouldn't help with setup. Like I was there opening boxes, right? And they would come in, and they would do their time for their signing, and they would leave, and their books would sell when they were gone. My books needed me to sell them, so I was there the whole time, right? But he came around and said hi to everybody, and he like gave me I like couldn't find a Sharpie, and he's like, "Oh, take one of my pens. This is the best pen, by the way. If you're getting into this game, you should use this pen." And I used that one for like a couple of years, and it was great. But you fall back into the habit of just using Sharpies, which never seem to last very long. But they're consistent. So I always buy like a 60 count box of Sharpies and work all of those. But Jim gave me a pen that I used for like 2 years. It was great. It wasn't like cross or anything fancy. It was just,
Jim is awesome. Like my
Yeah.
channel was still pretty much in its infancy when he actually stumbled upon I guess somebody sent it to him, my reaction of me reading like his big twist at the end of his 12th book. Someone went to record my reaction and he saw it and just asked me if it was okay if he comes on chat. So I'm like, yeah, of course.
Wasn't that
And
right around like our first talk though? It was like 2020 or something.
Yeah, it was actually the same week. Yeah, it was the same week.
Yeah. As I remember seeing that, because it was like right before me, because I'd mentioned Lois Bujold, and you were like, Jim Butcher talked about Lois Bujold. I think is what happened. Because Lois is a genius.
That was the most nervous I'd ever been because we started talking, me and Jim, and we're about 4 minutes in when I realized I hadn't pressed record. And I'm sitting there like that guy in True Lies when the battery's dying and he's too afraid to tell the guy that the battery's dying. That was me to be like, I'm so sorry, I forgot to press record. Can we start over? And he was so awesome about it. Same emotion, same reaction, said everything he'd already said once we started recording. So yeah, he was really awesome.
Yeah, no, he was really cool. But Tad really struck me. This was my first. That would have been Worldcon 2018. So I had been published for like 2 months, right? And he came around, and it was just really cool. Right now, I've never read Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn, but I knew what it was.
To adapt. Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn would be amazing television. I have no idea why that hasn't been optioned. Because man, there's so. My brother told me this when I first started reading Song of Ice and Fire. My brother's 6 years older than me, and he told me, he's like, man, quit reading that Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn ripoff. I'm like, what are you talking about? I know what this is. And so I'd always heard that the whole time. He'd always said it was a ripoff. Now, when I read it, it's like I didn't think it was a ripoff, but I was like, I could see a lot of things that George obviously loved about that series, up to including, a guy wearing a hound helmet. There's a lot of things that you see. Girl who pretends to be a boy kind of thing to escape capture and things like that. There's lots of things you can look at. If you really squint, you can see it. But it's one of those where I'm like, look, I look at that. I look at what Robert Hobb did, Realm of the Eldlings. I mean, there's no way they were not influenced by Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn. It's just like, it felt like if Tolkien had still been around writing fantasy, that's what it would have evolved to. And I think that one of the highest compliments I can give is say, yes, it very much seems like a modern Tolkien. I think that story is that good and cannot recommend it enough to people if you haven't read it yet. And what's so great about that is book 3 is literally 2 books, but he sold it as a trilogy. So he released it as a trilogy. And Green Angel Tower, since it's kind of gotten the book part 1, part 2 released because the pages were so thin, they were ripping when you turned them to print them in one binding. But yeah, it's an incredible story.
Yeah, I know I need to read it. It's one of those things that's been perennially on the to-do list, and because it isn't 20 books, like it's more likely I'll read that than I'll do Wheel of Time ever, or something like that. I've talked a lot to Betsy Walheim, and she, she's Tad's editor, right? So like talking to her about it is really cool. She just has the just these great stories about about fantasy in the period and about getting that started, and just how excited she was about that series. Christopher, what stood out to me about Pat Childs? He's been on my TBR. So Pat Childs is the only author I acquired when I worked at Bain. He's a hard science fiction writer. The thing that stuck out to me about Pat's writing, so I read a book of his called Farside, and we picked up kind of like an indirect sequel in that universe called Frozen Orbit. And Frozen Orbit's great. It sets up a sequel that I've never read. It's about the New Horizons mission to Pluto, and when they get there, they find old Soviet ships. So it's kind of like a Cold War thriller, but it's set in like 2030. But it's dealing with this post-Soviet sort of hangover stuff. And there's like, I really love that book because there's a lot of like these little interstitials from the cosmonaut one of the cosmonauts who was on the ship that got marooned there. And it's about him sort of like coming to question the Soviet system because someone smuggled him a copy of Lord of the Rings and through Samizdat, which is pretty cool. But the thing that got me about Farside was it was just his writing style. It reminded me of Clark. of Arthur Clarke, because Clarke has a pretty dry sort of technical voice, except that sometimes he has these little literary flourishes, and it kind of elevates the whole thing just a little bit. And like Asimov doesn't have that. Heinlein does. Heinlein has these literary flourishes too, but it just kind of like is like actually like I'm a pretty good writer. Like I have a definitive voice. It's like here it is, right? And he just that combined with a lot of the like sort of like he works in aerospace, right? So he has a little bit of like cutting edge, like this is the science right now, this is where we're at, and kind of extrapolating that just a couple decades to write his stuff. They really read more like techno thrillers and sci-fi novels. And I really, really liked that about his work. And there was just there wasn't a lot in Farside. There's a bit, I'll just kind of spoil some of it. There was a sequence where someone had a knife and they were fighting in space, right, in vacuum, and just there had been no like weapons in the book until that point, and just the like sort of really grounded terror of having a bladed implement when you have to wear a spacesuit, right, like was just very affecting. I really liked that sequence in Farside. But I thought he was great. He's a really nice guy, and he's just really deliberate and thoughtful. And he's really good to work with too, because you work with writers and some of them just they will not take edit or direction at all. And he would like call me like just to hear what I thought about he should. Just like I haven't written this yet. Like, do you think I should do this? It was very collaborative, which was like the one time I really worked as an editor on like a book was on Frozen Orbit, and it just was really fun. Even after I stopped doing, I didn't do the sequel. They reassigned him to Tony Daniel. He called me and was like, I'm kind of thinking about doing this. You know, we were talking about, and it was just cool. It was cool. It was a nice guy. And just a good writer. And I like hard science fiction. I can't write it, but I like hard science fiction. I hope this live stream doesn't burn me out. No, so far so good. My voice is still here. I probably won't make it through to I'm definitely going to stop by dinner time. You know, I was thinking, let's see how long we go, but we're at 6 hours almost.
Chris doesn't have my stamina. Wimp.
Yeah, Mike is. It's the keto diet. Really, I should do it.
No, I definitely didn't follow the keto diet when I was in your town.
No, well, it was a party, Mike. It was a party. Have I watched any Star Trek? Yes, not as much as Mike, and I like it less than Mike. But
I pretty much stop at Deep Space Nine. Yeah. After that, it doesn't feel like Roddenberry anymore.
Yeah.
So I mean, there was stuff. I mean, I tried Discovery when it came out, and I was like, I like things about it, but it was like I like them, but there is its own thing, not as Star Trek. You know, it was as unrecognizable as like modern Doctor Who is now. I feel like, but Deep Space Nine is like peak writing for Star Trek. It really is. It's like as you had Ronald D. Moore was part of that, who went on to do Battlestar Galactica. Like that writer's room is actually pretty sick. If you go back and look at what all they've done since then. And I think that Deep Space Nine is just so unappreciated. People don't talk about it as much as they talk about Next Gen, which I get. Next Gen's incredible. I mean, it's one of those where that was my Star Trek. You know, my parents had, you know, Captain Kirk and the original group, but man, the Deep Space Nine was what I was like. As someone who had watched like Babylon 5 at that time, which a lot of people argue Deep Space Nine completely stole that idea. But I was done with Monster of the Week, Planet of the Week. I wanted some actual storytelling, and Deep Space Nine finally took it that direction where it was like, okay, we're gonna have season-long, you know, story arcs, and they were really good. And that cast was just amazing.
Yeah, I've only seen a few episodes of DS9. It's mostly TNG that I've seen. So when I complain about Star Trek, it's mostly I'm complaining about TNG. I just don't like kind of how sort of like this is a really strange word to use maybe. I don't like how domesticated the characters are. Like everybody is like very sort of flat and kind of that like they feel like they're in an office. I just don't I don't love the characters. So this has always been my basic problem with even in the original series. I don't love the characters. I do like Wrath of Khan, but that's because Ricardo Montalban is amazing. But
he's the best.
He's so good. He's like the only character I've seen in Star Trek that feels like a person. I don't know. But such a great villain performance. I don't know. I just don't love it. Part of my problem is I saw Star Wars first, and as a kid, I just thought it looked stupid. I just thought Star Trek looked worse, and I just couldn't get into it because of that.
I think that was one, and then try to get like sappy here now. That's like I did not have a great relationship with my dad growing up, so that was like always the one thing we could talk about was Star Trek because he loved
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, well, that's cool.
That's why I always had a special place for me. Then same thing happened to me and my brother, 6 years apart in age. We weren't close like you and your brother are. But the thing we always talk about was Star Wars, Star Trek, and we would always watch Next Gen and talk about it, and then it would go back to 6 days of us not speaking to each other. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my brothers and I, mostly what we had in common was like the stuff we were into, right? Games and movies and stuff. Because Matt and Andy had like pretty different temperaments. Ironically, they both read more than me now. They're both big audiobook guys. But like growing up, like it wasn't, we didn't have the book thing in common. And I was like I was a pretty crabby teenager. So like part of that was maybe me. But like, things are different when you grow up, right? And but yeah, Star Trek was like never really on our radar in the house. My dad's not really like a TV show guy. He was like a movie guy. So we watch movies all the time, and the Star Trek films are maybe just Wrath of Khan maybe accepted like not the representative sample of Star Trek. So maybe I just got off on the wrong foot, but I really struggle to get into it. I just don't like it very much. So Andrew says, as someone who was raised on Next Gen, you were totally mistreated on that panel regarding religion and sci-fi. Christopher, you were correct and their arguments were invalid. Thanks. Yeah, I did a panel at MarsCon in January that was about I called it huh? Oh yeah. Yeah, there were a bunch of old sci-fi fans who were mad at me for saying this. I made a panel. They asked me to pitch panels because I was guest of honor, and I pitched one called "There's no chaplain on the Enterprise," right? And there's like a therapist, but that's not the same thing, right? And it was really like, because this is another thing that bugs me about Star Trek's world building is like nobody is religious, and I know that's because Roddenberry is like, well, we're just going to outgrow that. It's like one of the things that we're going to outgrow, and I just think he's wrong. I just like, I mean. Like setting aside, like even when I was agnostic, like I just think that's wrong. I don't see people giving this stuff up, actually, right? Especially if it is true or one of them's true, right? Like then it's definitely not going away. But these things are so fundamental to culture, right? That to imagine that that's just going to go away, right, is crazy. And there were some very silly things people were saying, about like Andrew's saying like they didn't have. But so much time to tell a story in the TV shows that they just didn't touch on it. And like, that's nonsense. Right. But there's always been kind of like a tendency on the part of science fiction writers, not fantasy writers, science fiction writers to like overlook it. Right. And even in Dune, which is like very much about religion, like it's about the fact that the religion is like a social institution. It's used as a lever to like control people in the real world. This is how George Martin writes fantasy too. With the like exception of the old gods in Game of Thrones, right? Like all the new god stuff is like clearly not real, and it's just a social control thing, right? There's no evidence like magically that the Father and the Smith and whatever exist, right? And the power of the old gods might not really be god things, and there's this whole kind of eldritch dimension to Song of Ice and Fire's world building that I really love, by the way. I really love the Lovecraft in there. I can kind of see that in Elden Ring kind of get expressed more, in George's world building. That kind of epic fantasy cosmic horror mashup is really, really cool. I wish there was more of a focus on that in Song of Ice and Fire, frankly. But all the stuff with like Ashai and E.T. and the East is, it's kind of spooky and scary and tentacles coming out of the ocean, right? But sci-fi writers have like always just been like, yeah, religion, we don't have any time for it. And it's like, It was as William says an intentional choice to leave it behind, and I think it's a bad decision. I think it creates an unbelievable future world, actually, right? I don't buy Star Trek's reality as plausible at all for a lot of reasons, but the absence of religion on the part of any of the characters from Earth, the aliens fine, but like the human characters is just kind of crazy to me. Like my biggest.
What they did in The Expanse was kind of neat. In The Expanse, it was like the Mormons were like the dominant religion, and that was pretty much like they were the ones that wanted to go interstellar on their in their next journey, kind of thing.
Yeah.
It was actually a neat little subplot, I thought.
Yeah, I thought that was cool too. Of course,
then our heroes end up stealing their ship for their mission, but
you got to do what you got to do,
Yeah.
But
humanity.
Yeah, I remember there's some of that in the first season, as I recall. It's been a few years.
Yeah. The one for their next, I forget their mission. Their next mission was to go interstellar. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's pretty.
I remember remember a little bit of that because they're from out there, like New Mexico guys, right? So like they grew up around some of that. Makes sense.
I had never heard of this Sparrow series until Broken Binding did it. Now there's like a ton of people telling me like how big it was. I had no idea. But again, I never heard of Canticle for Leibowitz until I started a channel. So
yeah, I have never read the Sparrow, and I am accused of lying about this frequently by people on Reddit. But I haven't read it.
Did you say you read it? You didn't?
No, no.
What are they accusing you of?
There's a bit where a character in Howling Dark's hands are mutilated in a way that is apparently similar to a character in the Sparrow's hands being mutilated. And this is another one of those things where you like accidentally reinvent the wheel. There's a thing in the beginning of Empire of Silence where they're in the Colosseum, and the humans have Hadrian's family have mutilated these prisoners to make them look like Cielson, right? In order to like kill them, in the Colosseum, Ridley Scott Gladiator style, right? And then the Cielson do this to a human too, to make them look more like the Cielson, probably for suspicious reasons, let's say. Doesn't bear thinking about. And the point is that like, actually, like this is a way in which the two species are the same, right? But people are like, he clearly got this from the Sparrow. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about until you just told me about it, actually. So this is like the thing from earlier where they were talking about me in the dark forest thing, right? Like, I have not read those books. But I know what the Fermi paradox is. And I know what the solutions to the Fermi paradox are. And I picked the scariest one. You know who also picked the scariest one? Alistair Reynolds, kind of, and Mass Effect, and this is not a novel solution to the Fermi paradox. It is an old one.
I tried to stop doing it, and I realized people were actually giving you shit about it. I was like, oh, hey, I see Christopher read Hyperion too. He's got the time tombs here in Empire of Silence. Just joking that you'd read Dan Simmons, and I saw people like really actually jumping on. I was like, okay, I'm going to stop doing that because I'm sure he actually gets this from people for real. That aren't working with him.
The funny thing about the Dan Simmons thing is that like Hyperion is literally made up of references. Like that's the point of Hyperion is that it's like, did you read John Keats? Did you read Huckleberry Finn? Did you read Canterbury Tales? Did you read T.H. White's Sword in the Stone? Like, that's why it's called the Merlin sickness. It's like super on the nose, actually. She literally lives backwards in time, right? The way that Merlin does in Sword in the Stone, right? Like, it's literally just idea, right?
Which, by the way, that story, the backwards, no, too soon.
No, dude.
It's last time a book made me cry.
I have not read that since I had children, and I don't plan on reading Hyperion again for a long time.
I'm reading Lovely Bones next year, and I was like, it's the first time I feel like since I've had kids that I could read something like that. It's about you know what that book's about?
No.
Someone's kid gets killed, gets kidnapped and killed, and observing them from heaven, watching the family fall apart, watching the murder, trying to cover his tracks, kind of thing.
No, yeah.
Watch the movie, which Peter Jackson did. It's the only reason I watched it. Watched the movie when my firstborn was like 3 months old, and I was uncontrollably sobbing. So I was like, I'm not going to read the book, but I was like, okay, it's been long enough now that maybe, I don't know. I'm still a softie about my kids. That never goes away. Trust me. It never goes away. But it was just like one of those where I was like, maybe I'm a little less softy about it now. I don't know. We're going to find out.
Yeah.
Like, I read Cormac McCarthy's The Road before I had kids. I'm not sure I could now.
I think I've done like 70% of the crying in my entire lifetime since I had children. It's
I joked I was crying over freaking long distance phone commercials after I had kids. So they turn you into a softie. Big time.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, right? Actually, but Oh, Jordan's back. Jordan, what's up, man? What made I want to write a fantasy story with a ancient Greek, Phoenician, Mediterranean setting? Sorry if you already answered this. Well, okay. I was saying earlier that like spite is like a primary artistic motivator for me. In a weird way, this is like me like being grouchy with Tolkien, because Tolkien is like, we don't have to do any of that sort of classical history stuff. Like the Anglo-Saxons, they don't have enough literature, right? Actually, right? Which at the time was true. Ironically, right, like because of his influence, so much fantasy is, Northern European. But like when he set out to make Middle Earth, he was trying to make a fantasy a mythology for the English people specifically. Because he's like, the Greeks have all their own stuff. We don't have to do it. But fantasy is like different now, right? Like the whole point is you go make up your own thing, right? And you like derive it from existing things or in opposition to different things. So actually, like there aren't a ton of epic fantasy series that are sort of Southern European in origin. There are some, right? And like the Greeks have more than most, probably, right? You know, like Kay's done a bunch of like sort of medieval Italian stuff and some Spain and whatnot, but the whole Mediterranean and sort of looking at like, because the Mediterranean at that period is like Egypt's, of course, always there, right? They've always been there. But like the rest of it is mostly the Greeks and the Phoenicians sort of splitting the sea between them. And those are like two pretty different cultures, but they kind of have some things in common. Not least of which is sort of burnt offerings and ritual sacrifice, which is like what sort of informs a lot of the symbolism for the series. And of course, my background is in I have a minor in Greek literature, which is not the same as like being a PhD in it. But I've read all that stuff and I love all that stuff very, very much. And so it felt like a natural fit. And so as far as the Spain angle, there's just I also like have a weird sort of passing interest in the Basques, just because the Basque language has like been there, we think, probably since the Stone Age, right? It's not related to anything else. So I have this like weird kind of hobby interest in language isolates and like cultures like that like never moved actually and like made it. And that's a very strange, interesting language. And they have their own sort of idiosyncratic mythology that's very different from both the Semitic, Phoenician stuff and the Greek stuff, which is, Indo-European. And so that like gives you sort of three parties basically. And like, that's a good thing. And also like the Bronze Age is cool. The Trojan War is cool. Greek mythology is cool. I do this thing where I started realizing that I can give you all these like really complicated sort of egg-headed answers to why I do things. These are the answers that Jordan likes, but like the reason I pick something is just because it's cool, actually. And I think part of if there's a secret to maybe how Suneater's worked, it's that like it's still cool actually, but it's like also not only cool. There's like a substance there. I'm trying to say something, but like it's still fun. Right. There's still sword fights and like chase scenes and, hijinks and whatnot. And at the end of the day, it's cool. Right. So there was another, Jordan said two things, I think. Also, if I need any consultancy, ancient Greek, anything is my jam. Not that you need, well, Jordan, we'll talk. But yeah, it is, Andrew, it is Greek inspired. Yes.
So what I'm getting from this is that your favorite things to write about in history are things that are cool.
Yes.
I agree with this. This is good.
Yeah.
That's my favorite things to read. Things that are cool.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is that simple, actually. There's that stupid meme where it's like everything you thought was cool when you're 14 is actually cool. Right. And it's like Arnold war, right? Like war is obviously not cool, but there is like a romance to it, right? That like in narrative is cool, right? You don't want to be in a war, but you want to like, you're a 15-year-old kid. You like want to think about it, right? Sword fights are cool, and so, yeah. So I want to do that. So to Jeff's question, is there going to be a collection of Adaman in print at some point? Yeah, I just don't have enough yet. It's not a whole book. Not a whole book yet. Someone also asked where they can see the Adaman trailer. It is in the stream towards the beginning, but I'm going to post it probably tomorrow, hopefully before I leave town. We'll see. The gating factor on that is going to be whether or not my wife has time to do a thumbnail, and she's had the children all day, so probably not. But we need to get it online fairly soon. So
Andrew, as much as he's referenced Pokemon today, I'm waiting for him to fit Pokemon into one of his stories somehow. So
Jim Butcher already did that. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. Codex Alert, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Is the new fantasy a secondary world? Yes, it is not actually set in Greece. It is fantasy world.
One character isn't going to find like a nuke or a gun or something and be like, oh, we must be in some new forward timeline of Earth.
No, there's been a lot of that lately. And I think not this time. So I do like that sometimes. I won't say what game I was playing that did this, and I was pleasantly surprised.
You know, I'm sorry I never really actually got to meet meet your brothers at the event, because every time I tried, we were both like talking to somebody else, and I didn't want to cut anybody off. So sorry about that.
Next time. Oh, Andy's here.
Or Christopher said,
he's still
hey,
here.
I felt like we didn't get to hang out at all. I was like, well, I think you were, a little busy. It's all good.
Yeah, it feels bad, right? You like invite people to like come do this thing all weekend, and then like I didn't talk to John at all on the day, or Richard Austin, I think. So felt bad. Menu asks, what influences scholarist aphorisms on Suneater? Religion, philosophy, my own personal philosophy. Mostly, I mean, there's obviously one that's a little bit of a Dune homage, but a lot of them they're like broadly stoic, right? The goal of the scholiast is to try and sort of level out emotion. So it's just they're supposed to remind the thinker to stop whatever they're feeling. And so, it's basically like trying to find an imagistic way to say sadness is something you don't need, right? Anger is something you don't need, right? It's in the way. So you like try to figure out what a concrete image, right, to convey that is. And so you just pick something. So it took some time. Mene, I realize you made some questions earlier that I missed that I wanted to go back to, but it's hard to scroll through this gigantic chat log to keep up with everything. Meant to get you my tag before I left the Gala.
What's funny is Father Gabriel at our event. I wasn't sure if that was cosplay or not when I first got there.
Mm-hmm.
And Carlos wasn't helping because he was telling me fallacies. I was like, I'm just not going to say anything. I'm just going to call him Father.
Yeah.
Just be safe with it.
Yeah. I was at
Carlos.
Oh yeah, they
Great
both
guy.
are. Yeah. Father Gabriel came to FanX once at Salt Lake when I was there, and he's a Dominican, so he's wearing his like white robes. And everybody thought it was like some kind of Wheel of Time cosplay, and he was like, "No, work uniform." Actually, Carlos was like the first guy who clocked him as like an actual priest. I saw him like the loading dial was sort of running on his forehead. It's like,
yeah,
Father. He's like, yeah. I've had a number of priests write me. So many of those guys are like big nerds, right? And so it's cool. But yeah, Father Gabriel's awesome. We've been friends for a few years now, but he's one of my beta readers. So
yeah, I thought you guys had known each other for a lot longer. When he was telling me that was actually on my Discord.
It was your Discord. Yeah,
he was doing the Malazan, because he's read Malazans numerous times, and he was
he's
on
a huge Erickson fan. He keeps bullying me because I haven't read it, but a huge Erickson fan.
I love the fact that someone managed to find a way to get a Malazan question in the Q&A at your event.
Yeah. There were a few questions that were like turbo in jokes at my expense. And that was one of them.
Yeah, I full on thought I was like, is this supposed to be a Chantry member? When I saw Gabriel.
Yeah, no, it's funny, right? But like the Chantry are just stealing, appropriating a lot of the costumes. The Chantry is like a grab bag of like old religion things that like borrow a lot of like not just Christian but like Egyptian vestments, for example, and like the way they do sacrifices comes from Hinduism, and like a whole bunch of other things. They're just supposed to be like religion TM, right? Is sort of what they were going for. They're in kind of like a new agey way, where you see like a lot of the new age religions will just grab like stuff from older ones to like try and feel authentic. It was sort of a riff on that with the world.
Gabriel peeled my ear back about that several times, but then he also told me he didn't think I was going to like Dust of Dreams. I'm like, well, are you trying to make me read this or not, Gabriel? So
reading Toll the Hounds, or
well, I've been asked because that's the Malazan book I've been stuck on for 4 years, and so I get asked that a lot. Why don't you just admit you're going to quit, bro? And I'm like, if I was going to quit, I'll tell you I'm going to quit. I got no problem telling you I'm going to quit a series.
Yeah, I got about halfway through the first one, and I realized like I just had no idea who anybody was. So
it gets worse, brother.
Yeah, I just My understanding is that I think he's kind of like sort of philosophically my opposite, because like the whole point with Malazan is it's a study of like, a cast of thousands and the influence of like random kind of impersonal events on history, right? It's like all these people did this thing and this other thing happened because of that, and all these people did this thing. It's not really about individual people, right? With a couple exceptions. That's why like there's not a consistent cast or something. And like Suneater's like, here's the guy. He's the one guy, right? He's gonna do the thing. And like and I just kind of I like my way better. I think dramatically it's, I remember I had an interview years ago with Eric Flint, who's an alternate history writer, and I loved Eric very much. But Eric and I disagreed on a lot of things because Eric was like an actual communist, right? Like a doctrinaire, like Marxist, right? And Eric was also one of the most generous people I ever met. Passed a couple years ago, and I was actually devastated because he's like the one author who would call the office like 3 times a week and complain, and it was just it was never at me. So it was always funny, it's like, oh, what is, Marla doing, blah, blah, blah. And he was a lifelong smoker, right? He's an absolute character. And he was interviewing me because on his channel, they did a pop-up channel for a convention. And he's like, why you got all these kings? We're not going to do that. And I think the reason we have so many kings in fantasy, in fiction, and why we like fantasy is because like that's a government that's small enough to fit in a book, actually. And like, you don't want to read a series about like the Department of whatever, and like their board meetings. And he was like, oh, that's a good point. And he was cool. I liked Eric a lot. 1632 is really great, like alternate history, if anybody's ever read those. That series gets way like out of hand. There's like a lot of co-authors come in and write spin-off stories, but like Eric's main line is really good. He's a solid guy. So
well, you read the foreword. I don't know if yours had it. The foreward by Erickson in Guardians of the Moon. Very, very influenced by Frank, obviously.
Oh yeah.
And I think what he was saying that like he was encouraged not to write it confusing like Dune. Don't just drop it in the middle of a world and say, hey, you'll figure it out as you go along, and using a bunch of words are going to scare off readers. And he basically said, F that.
Yeah, I'm with him on that.
Yeah,
I don't think that I don't think you need to hold readers' hands. This is the thing with Lovecraft earlier, right? Like I think Lovecraft thought his readers were stupid, right?
And then he dropped a bunch of terms you have no idea what they mean at the end.
Yeah, but I think
like entities and locations. Yeah,
but I think that you should actually like put the bar higher and just like people. I think people climb up to it actually, right? And I don't know that Suneater's really. It's not Gene Wolfe, right? Like it could be a lot harder. But like I think that I talk a lot about like trying to say less and stuff like that, and I think that part of saying less is trusting the reader to get more, right? And just having faith that people like want to figure it out and they want to keep up. And besides, like you lose so much time info dumping. Just do as little of it as you need to. You have to do some, but like people keep up with like if something's a place name, right? They might not know if it's like a city or a river or whatever yet, right? But like you'll figure it out, just say the thing and
when I first started A Song of Ice and Fire, now the heaviest fantasy thing I had read before Song of Ice and Fire was Lord of the Rings.
Sure.
And you remember thinking growing up with that, you think, oh, there's so many names and locations, but you read so much, you just got used to all of it. And when I started reading A Song of Ice and Fire, I was like, there's just so many names. Oh my God, so many like monarchies, so many houses. Oh my God, it's just like so much. And I just started using the rule of like, if I don't hear that name like 3 or 4 times, I'm just not going to remember it because you had to. There was no more room for information up there. And that's kind of the way that I approached a lot of things. That helped when I read Wheel of Time because there are literally, I think, 1,300 named characters in it. And a lot of the Aes Sedai names all look the same. And I was just like, if you're important, he'll tell me.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I had to approach it. So I did the same thing with Malazan. It's like, okay, if these characters are important, it's going to come back later. And you would have something be like book 7 and make up something. I'll be like, I don't know who you are. You don't remember that one chapter in book 2? No, I don't remember.
Yeah.
So it did come back a little bit. So I respect not having to hold your reader's hands. But I also respect a nice bestiary at the beginning that tells me who all these characters are, or dramatis or something that tells me who they all are. So I admire that you put that. Is it 2,700 named characters? I was really pulling that number out of my ass. So yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot of characters. And at first I was doing the Excel spreadsheet and keeping all these names. And then finally I was like, no, just stop.
Yeah, it often doesn't really matter, right? Like if it's, you know, if it's a really minor like shopkeeper or something, like you get their name in the scene, but like you don't have to track it. And I think sometimes people are trying to sort of like a snake get their jaws around the whole book at once, and it's okay to like miss things. It's okay to not take it all in. But you know, you also as a writer, you have to be comfortable with losing people. So and it's okay, you know, you don't have to write a book for everybody. You have to write a book for you, right? And you have to hope that you, right, are a sufficiently good model reader. So, you know, to have an audience. And for some writers, maybe that doesn't work because, you know, you're too special, right? But like, I don't think you can really be too special, like too idiosyncratic to be successful, because you get like people like, you look at filmmakers, right? You get, you know, you get like David Lynch had a career, right? He's like a pretty weird guy, actually, right? And like his work is like pretty weird and like kind of defies observation, right? And he did fine.
The guy that needed a buffer. He needed people like when he did the Twin Peaks revival. It was like this is David Lynch without a buffer, with them telling him to do whatever you want, because holy crap.
It was out there, man. I liked it. I did not love the ending. I'm gonna be honest with you. I
mean, I didn't like, you know, everything in Twin Peaks after the killer was revealed until the Black Lodge, you know. So it was like the first season and a half, amazing, and then this lull, and then the ending, you know, which they left us on a cliffhanger for 20 years.
Yeah,
you know, so.
I love Fire Walk with Me though. I think that's the
I mean Bowie's so good.
Yeah, I could have used, you know, a lot more of him actually in the movie than like the one scene, but I haven't seen The Missing Pieces though. I need to go do that. But I loved Fire Walk with Me. It's the best movie I've seen in a long time. But like my point is like he's weird and he kind of like defies convention, but like he's also very famous and he was very successful. So like I wouldn't worry about losing people. It's okay to lose people, right, in your audience, from your audience. Like you want to retain as many as you can, especially starting out. But like it's okay, you know. If people don't get it, yeah, that's fine.
You got some questions here, so I'm going to shut up and let you read them.
Yeah, science question. Did I by chance base Hadrian's collapse of the quantum wave function on the quantum consciousness hypothesis from Hameroff and Penrose? This is a very big question, Steele, man. But a little bit, yes. I've watched. I don't read like a lot of white papers or anything, but like I watched Penrose on a lot of interviews. Actually, he's a very interesting fellow, and so like sort of, yes. Maybe not directly, because like really the way I do research, right, for really anything is I just kind of like amble about and kind of sponge up things that I think are interesting. And like sometimes that's listening to people like Roger Penrose talk about quantum mechanics. And I don't need to be right. It's science fiction. It's fine, right? I'm not trying to be like, I'm not a Verne school science fiction writer. I'm like more a Wells guy. And so it's okay if I'm just like, isn't this cool? Like this works for the story, right? Because we have there's a sort of tension in science fiction between science fiction as sort of predictive or educational and science fiction as entertaining. And actually, like to the extent that science fiction's real goal is to inspire people to like science and maybe to inspire children to care about it or even do science, both of those schools are the same, actually, right? You can become a scientist because you like Star Wars, right? Just as much as because you like Star Trek, and there's actually not really a conflict there. Please do not, Andy, share a small Christopher fact from long ago. I'm scared. But Lady Devil Dog, is this a spoiler-free chat? We actually have barely talked about the book at all after the first hour. We've just kind of ambling and rambling. So it has been fine. But yes, it is explicitly like I'm not talking about the content of book 7. Oh, there he is. Hey, man.
Hello. Hold up. It's coming through my speakers, not my headphones. Oh, I'm so
cool.
sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
This is like the voice of God. My goodness.
Well, especially the laugh. That was very man behind the curtain.
Sound like darkness from Legend.
Oh no! Give me 1 second. It's not. Why is this doing? I swear I checked this before I jumped in.
It's okay.
You'd think as a YouTuber, I'd figure this out. Okay, there we go.
You should have seen me trying to juggle PowerPoint and then the embedded videos earlier and talk to Petrick. It was embarrassing. It's not going well.
Oh wait, Mike, did I see you also holding?
Yeah, I didn't even finish Jay's new book before I started it because I'm excited.
Nice.
You know?
I picked it up and the first few lines made me sad immediately, and I was like, "Great, that's what I need."
Yeah, I was like, "Hey, thanks, Jim. I finally gotten over my depression from 4 years ago." But hey, I'm doing that business right now. You know, so.
Oh, Empire of the Dawn, sick. I feel so bad because I didn't quite finish book 2 before I sat down with Jay, and so I was sitting there like in the thing like, no one talk about anything in the last chapter of the second book. We're gonna keep it spoiler free.
Well, now I don't feel so bad about not reading his new book before I emceed for him. So yeah.
Good.
Because I had read at least book 2.
Also, Christopher, are we supposed to not see your face here?
Is it doing that thing again?
I see you.
I don't. Okay, that's fine.
It's been very strange today.
Yeah, he's doing Halloween Dark cosplay.
You're just invisible.
There we go. Now you're back.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, the laugh with the reverb is very funny.
It is.
Oh, are you still getting reverb from me?
Yeah, just a little bit. It's pretty great. But
it's pretty good.
Yeah, no. But yeah, no, it was weird. It kept disappearing me and no one else. But the audio was still coming through.
Is this any better?
No, it's still doing it. I wonder. Is anything
The king of book 2, you guys. He can't even figure out how to work a microphone. See? Happens to the best of us. Don't get discouraged.
I swear to God, like there was an author I was sitting down who was having technical difficulties, and once we figured out their camera issue, I realized that I was not recording my end the entire interview, and I at the very end had to be like, "Can we do that again?"
Yeah.
So sorry. Is it still happening? It shouldn't be at this point.
Yeah, it is. I wonder. Hang on. It's not like not anything happening on my end, is there? Because I always am doing something stupid.
Wait.
No.
Yep, that's the problem.
Yeah, it sounds like the thing where they call the astronauts while they're orbiting the moon.
better?
That's what it sounds like right now.
Oh
So
yeah, that's better.
I'm so sorry. So
there
I
he
had
goes.
my house cleaned today, and the person pressed a button that turned on an effect. So that was my bad. I'm so sorry.
Well, you should save it next time you need to do an evil laugh. It was good. It was good.
I'm here to confess my many crimes.
That's awesome.
And I don't know if this one's gonna sound like, but
Oh my god.
Like you huffed a bunch of helium. Yeah.
Oh, well, I just did. That's fine. No.
Oh yeah,
That was actually my real voice. What you hear normally is fake.
My real voice is a filter. Yeah.
So I got this in the record time, by the way. That's the fastest I've asked for a book and then gotten it sent to me. So thank you, Christopher.
It was all Laura. I was pretty shocked. Publishing is not known for its speed. So
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah.
And I also want to say the back quotes you got for this are fantastic. You have both. Okay. But also, James S.A. Corey is quoted on the back. That's bull, because which one? Did they say it simultaneously?
It was Daniel.
It was Daniel.
It was
Okay.
Daniel.
Hive mind.
Yeah.
Hive mind.
This was for Empire of Silence. My agent asked both of them, but Daniel was the one who did the actual reading, and then asked, can we credit you as Corey instead? And they both agreed. So, but it was Daniel who did the reading.
That's got to be mildly strange as like the author to it'll never be credited to me. It's always going to be the half me.
Yeah. That's gotta be weird. I think that was an inspired choice though, because I have this, I don't know if this is just me, but like co-authored books, you always are like a little suspicious. You're like, who's really done this? Was this really James Patterson? It was definitely not, right? It was the other guy. I know I've talked to people who've done it, and there's always like a different system. I know when like David Weber did a bunch of books with Tim Zahn, and like Tim Zahn wrote the book except the battle scenes. Like David did all the battle scenes because it was in David's universe. But like, but then I have people who like the alternate chapters or the alternate point of views, and I just don't think I could do it. I just like it gives me a headache just thinking about it.
The idea of collaborating with someone freaks me out, but Mike, I'm curious of your opinion on this too, as someone who reviews book. I'm almost drawn to dual authored books because I can't think of one I've given below like a 7. I usually just it feels like people like they feel like they need to show up because I have Hell's Gate, the original, the entire Expanse series, the Kate Daniels book, like all of them have like, I don't know, it feels like they're always more, I guess, by the natural part of the process, fleshed out by like bouncing it back and forth between 2 authors. I don't think I've hated or even really disliked a book that was dual authored. This is How You Lose the Time War, another example. Loved it.
I think with me, something I did that I think was really asinine of myself, and in hindsight, I hate that I did it, was when I read The Talisman, and I'd never read Peter Straub before. And things I didn't like about the book, I was blaming on him. And things I did like, I was giving credit to Stephen King. So that was kind of very, very mean of me, and I shouldn't have done it that way. So I felt a little bad about it. But I've never actually read Daniel Abraham or Ty Frank on their own. I have Long Price Quartet, but I haven't read it. Or Dagger in the Coin. But I love what they did with The Expanse. So I can't really say.
They met working for Martin, right? That's how they got
did.
together.
Yeah. They did. That's why everybody asks, Brandon Sanderson to finish Song of Ice and Fire. I'm like, I think that if someone did, it would be Abraham and Frank to finish it since they worked under him. But I don't think they would.
I'm going to sound so pretentious. People who ask Sanderson to finish the Song of Ice and Fire, that's just saying you have no taste whatsoever. Because, like, don't get me wrong, Sanderson's great at what he does, but what he does is so polar opposite. That's like asking a rapper to come in to finish a country album. It's just completely a different ballpark. Like, no. Like this, no, it's not chocolate and peanut butter difference. This is like wasabi and chocolate. It's very different.
Yeah, 100%. It's just you understand that thought process. Just like big writer, other big writer, it's going to be fine, right? But like the skills and the psychology are just not transferable, right? It's more like the food comparison is really apt. It's just.
I don't even think Joe Abercrombie's that big good of a pick, which a lot of people throw out there. Because like
I brought that up a while back.
Yeah.
And when I asked Joe about it, he said, I'm pretty much already ripping off Song of Ice and Fire. Why would I go right?
Well, for me, it's also Joe is so good with his own stuff. I don't want him to go kick off to another project, right? Like Sanderson finishing Wheel of Time, that was the perfect thing at that time in his career to give him that boost. Having a huge author switch over to finish out someone's career just doesn't make a whole. I would want someone who's like maybe popping off in the indie scene to pick it up. I know a lot of people have thrown out Ryan Cahill. I'm not familiar with his material, so I don't know how good of a fit that would be. But someone who feels like they could benefit and have like their career made by it, and like that way you also have the pressure of like they're going to be giving it their best. That's kind of what I want to see.
Yeah, the converse of that too is there's very little incentive for someone like Brandon or Abercrombie to make the jump, right? Because like what do they get for it? Trouble, actually. Right.
A lot of hate mail. Yeah.
Yeah. Like even if they bet the best case scenario is like everybody's like, yeah, okay. Makes sense. Like you're a good writer. You could pull it off. Whereas someone in like Brandon's situation with Wheel of Time at that point in his career, it's like, yeah, he actually could stand to gain substantially by it. And as big as Abraham and Frank are, in tandem, right, as Corey, right, and they're Daniel especially. I keep using first names. I barely know these people.
They quoted your book. It's fine.
It's fine. We're best friends now. But Daniel Abraham, he's well established in his own right. It's still like The Expanse is way big enough that I don't know that even they would benefit really from doing it. It's just their association with him that would that's like the closest to having a Christopher Tolkien, right? Because Frank especially was like his assistant, right? So like they work pretty closely, I'd imagine. I don't know what that situation looks like practically speaking, but
this might sound a little weird. I feel like I want to know who asked who to collab, because that's like it's gotta be like nerve wracking, like asking someone else on a date. It's like, do you want to commit to spending the next 10 years of our lives together working on something that's going to possibly pay off?
Yeah, I've been asked a couple times by friends, like, you want to like write a book? It's like the honest answer is no, I don't. I just think I would not. What did I say? I said it to Gala. I said I play a lot of single player games. I just don't I don't think I would be psychologically the right person to do something like that. I think I would be really worried about letting the other person down and working too slowly, and then really annoyed whenever we disagreed. How dare they mess with my writing, right? And I think it's better if I like get in the sandbox when none of the other kids are on the playground and just do my thing. And so I just could never do it. But it is super awkward. It does feel like rejecting someone for a date, or has at least for me. But I do wonder what that
I
story
like
is.
doing what we do, just doing it solo, not having to worry about the other person bringing you down or not showing up or flaking out, or you feel like you're flaking out on them, you know? So that's why I said with this, what I do, writer, director, producer, take it for what it is, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, I'm too afraid to look at chat. This is the first time I've been live like all year. Is my levels okay, volume wise, everything? Anyone complaining that I'm blowing out their ears?
No, sounds good. Everybody's been cool. There when the reverb was going on, one guy was like, "Fix it," but that was it. You know? So yeah. Still in. Good night, man. Oh, he asked earlier where I was going in Europe, and I have nothing booked for going to Europe, but I'd like to. You know, that's what I tell him every time he asks. But I would love to go.
Wait, you've never been to Europe?
I've been to Europe. I went to the UK when I was 14 for my uncle's wedding, but that's it. I haven't like professionally gone to Europe ever.
Mike, have you been to Europe?
No, I have never ever crossed the pond, even though Ireland is it. Actually, you know, Matt from Broken Binding keeps telling me he's gonna bring me out there, but I don't know if that's actually gonna happen. I think maybe for Worldcon or something one year. I hope.
I'm glad you said Ireland. I lived there for 9 months. I've been a few places in Europe. I tell everyone start in Ireland. Nicest people, pretty affordable, beautiful, easy to get to from America. If I could move anywhere permanently outside the United States, it'd be Ireland. Holy crap!
Yeah, lots of ancestral stuff down there. I'd like to go check down.
Oh, really? You're Irish?
Yeah, and I'm married to a woman who basically looks like the poster child for Irish tourism. So I'm sure she's got some out there as well. You know.
Yeah, that's actually you will never see more people who I'm like, oh, everyone here also wears sunscreen even when it's cloudy. Great, okay, I fit right.
Yeah, that's what she said. All my people get moonburn. Yes.
That's awesome. Oh man, yeah. No, my aunt's from Lancashire, so we went over there when I was a kid for the wedding, but we spent like a week there. But that was the only time. There were foreign publishers keep making noise. I would like my book one just came out in Spain, and they were like, "Do you want to come to Barcelona?" I was like, "Yes, please." And then that was supposed to be this month, so it didn't happen.
I gotta ask you about that. So having your book in a whole other language, that's gotta feel weird because I'm assuming you can't like read it. You don't know how well they do on the translation. So is it just kind of like I hope this because there's like been instances in history where they change stuff and they just are like, oh, this is what I wanted to do.
And hope it isn't as poorly translated as Witcher is apparently.
Yeah, don't start me on the Witcher translation. My best friend is Polish, and he's just like in Poland, he's like a great writer, right? And here everybody's just like the games are really good, you know. It's really a tragedy. I thought with the show maybe they'd give them a retranslation. It just so sad.
Nothing right with the show.
Yeah, no, don't. Yeah, oof. You know, the song was good in the first season. It was funny, but that's about it.
Hey, Cavill was a good Witcher too. I don't blame the cast for anything in
Oh,
that
of course
show.
not. Yeah,
the
no,
cast
of course
was
not.
good. It was just like the writing was on like a Wheel of Time season 1 level until the end, and that was kind of the issue. Where it's like,
yeah, I mean, even season 1 was tolerable, and that was about.
They kind of did the opposite. Wheel of Time went from bad to okay to this is going in the right direction to Witcher went this is all right to what are you doing, and now I didn't watch the last season.
Yeah, unwatchable.
Yeah. Oh no. Jenna just texted me, Daniel, and my daughter is watching us. Also, hi. But she's convinced that you are my brother for some reason. So that's fine.
I can see it.
Yeah. But so she's trying to say hi to her uncle, but
I'm deeply flattered.
Yeah.
I recently just got told that by several comments that I'm mildly balding on the side here, so maybe that's like the issue.
Oh no, yeah, I got a bit of that going on. My brothers, ironically, no, not at all, which is very devastating for me.
I can't relate at all. Yeah.
So yeah. Oh no, it's death comes for us all.
30 hits like a hammer, and I've told that 40 is just the follow-up hammer, but you kind of expect it.
Yeah,
I'm surprised I made it as far as I did. For it. So all right, it's time to get the Clippers.
Yeah, I've got one knee that's like, yeah, you're old now.
The second one will be following real soon.
Yeah, I jumped down off the stage to Gala because I needed because the alternative was climbing under the curtain again, and it seemed like the better option. I was like, this was a mistake the minute I hit the ground.
I was like, do you want me to stop, drop, and roll? It might be safer because I was afraid I was going to knock everything over going under that curtain.
Yeah, we did not set it up optimal.
Mike came and something fell on the author and killed him. Yeah, that's how I thought it would go.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to point out, like, I actually had like a Hadrian Marlowe moment with my dad because he, in 2 or 3 months, had both of his knees and his shoulder replaced. And in the days where he had his knees replaced, he was walking the same day. And then the day where he had his shoulder replaced, that same day, they were like raised above his head. And I was like, this is like some limb regrowing. Medical science has gotten to a point where I can't differentiate it from science fiction anymore. Like, he has new knees, and they were like, get up and walk, old man. That same day. It was nuts.
It's crazy, yeah, how good some of that stuff has gotten. It's such a blessing, I was just reading this like article. There's someone who wrote a treatise on grief in the 19th century, and there's talking about this father who like lost all 5 children in like 1 month to it's like measles or something. Jesus. And I just like can't imagine. Like, I'm over here complaining because like I have too much work because like my career is going well, and like this guy's whole family died. And I gotta shut up, right? And you still don't quite shut up about it. Actually, you're still like, actually, everything's terrible. We're so lucky to live in this century as opposed to any of the other ones.
Where they have aspirin, aspirin was pretty clutch, wasn't it?
Yeah, aspirin, Tylenol, penicillin. Just all of it. Thank heavens.
Not dying because I got a sniffle is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I gotta find this wonderful video I watched where it was like why anyone, if you can time travel, basically the premise was you'd never want to go before the 1980s. Everything before the 1980s was such an exponentially like lower bar of living compared to what we're in now. That
women were still dying in childbirth in the 70s, man.
Yeah,
what the hell?
Basically, and like people who say like I want to check out the 1920s. It's like you understand like body odor back then would be like a devastating thing for you.
No air conditioning? No thanks.
Yeah.
But I get the question. I'm sure you get this a lot, Dan. What fantasy world would you most want to visit? I'm like, well, none of them got air conditioning, so I'm not interested, really.
I feel like Ankh-Morpork would still be worth it.
I'm not familiar with what that is.
Discworld. Yeah, Discworld would be worth going to.
Mainly because I'm guaranteed death's pretty chill. Like, all right, cool.
That's a good deal. It's obviously Middle Earth for me, right? Like, there's some dangerous stuff, but actually, it's pretty cozy most of the time. Right, like it's you can make a living. It'll be all right. It's not Westeros. But
there's something about I would hate elves. I would just have such a beef with elves. I'd be one of those people who hates them, like because I'd be so jealous. I think I couldn't like cohabitate with them. I would be an
beautiful
elf hater.
And weightless and all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, you can go hang out with the dwarves, and you guys will get along.
Exactly.
Yeah, hang out with the dwarves because they don't care what they look like. They drink a lot. They eat a lot. I'd probably be a hobbit if I'm being honest. I'd be the tall hobbit. Yeah.
I would love to hang out with the hobbits, but I'd be hitting my head left and right. I'm 5'11", and I feel like that's way over the bar to be like, I'll be doing the Gandalf. Oh, that was actually an outtake moment every 10 seconds. I just whacked my foot last night so much that it's got a black bruise on it. There's no way I'm surviving in the Shire.
Yeah, I'd be okay.
Sounds pretty good though. Yeah, I'm down with that. 6 meals a day.
Yeah, I keep saying I need shorter author friends because every time I take a photo with the other writers, everybody just makes fun of me.
We need to get you in an event with Jay Kristoff.
He's like 6'4", right?
How many messages did you get about like, bro, I thought you were tall? It's like you don't understand. Jay is professional basketball player height. It's insane
6'6",
how tall
I think it's nuts. He's the only author I met who might be taller than Sanderson.
I was surprised how tall Sanderson was.
See, he doesn't look tall. Brandon doesn't.
It's the Utah. My friend Dave Butler is like 6'11".
I learned this weekend that apparently to be a fantasy reader or author, you have to be at least 6'4". Because I'm 6'1", and I felt like I was shorter than everybody except Christopher. I can always count on him, but that's okay.
Yeah, I'm here for you.
The great equalizer.
Yeah, me and my Bonaparte height. So, but every time it's like I take a picture with Ryan, and it's just like, Bert and Ernie or
Well,
something.
that picture of me, you, and Ryan, and it was like somebody was like, "Oh, it's like Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli."
Yep. Yeah, there were two Christophers when I started at Bain, and the other one wasn't tall, but he was a little taller than me. And my boss called us Frodo and Thorin, and I was so irritated just the whole time. He had a beard too, so really like, you know, Sanderson's
It's funny
like
because he didn't have
6'3".
an
He's like
amine.
Batman sized. He's like, yeah. I was really shocked. You know, people are always taller than you think they are, or at least than I think they are. Whenever I meet people, you know, from online, but like Brandon was like a giant. So.
Well, I saw Bookborn post a bunch of pictures at whatever convention she was at, and everyone was towering over her. And I was like, either every fantasy author is a giant, or she's like 4'11". I have no idea, or both.
I met her at Dragon Conf. I remember she's about Kayla's height, so I think she's like maybe 5'5", 5'6", something like that.
Wow. So yes, all fantasy. Like Andy Ploquin was like giant over her. I was like, oh my god. So I was like, all these guys are massive. So yeah.
Again, I am terrible at memorizing people's like heights and faces, though. That's why whenever I meet fans, I always like to say like, "Hey, you." I do the Jeff Goldblum thing, where it's like, "I remember." I hope.
Yeah.
I was reminded of a question though, because you mentioned heights. What do you think about Jim Butcher's issue with like the protagonist height issue versus the antagonist? Have you heard about this?
No.
So he made Dresden super tall, but that means every antagonist has to be freakishly tall because they need to be bigger and imposing. You've made Hadrian Marlowe's a big dude. Did you ever encounter like, well, now I got to make everybody giants?
Well, he mostly fights like
Cielson, like
he mostly fights the
right?
Cielson or like these crazy cyborgs, right? So it kind of solves itself. Hadrian is exactly as tall as Batman. I was talking over the weekend at the thing. I probably like when I started writing, I was just probably writing Batman in space. Actually, like when I was like 8, right? It's like, and then Batman got on the rocket ship and went to the moon. But he's still exactly the same height as Batman. Batman is 6'3", and like for the Palatines, that's middling. Actually, he's on the shorter end for them, but he's like a big guy. But like you know, they're like the Emperor is a little bit taller than that. They're like, you know, 6'7", most of them, right? A little bit taller. But then the Cielson are like 9 feet tall. So like, you know, that helps. You know, if you're fighting aliens, you just make them bigger, and that's okay. And then the robots, they can be whatever. But then you like, you know, you can have smaller characters pose a different kind of problem, right? You have a different kind of presence, and it's just different challenges, right? I'm trying to think if there's one that's like, I mean, Lorien is very small, but he's like, you got to watch that guy, right? Like he's not an antagonist, but you know, he's mean. You got to look out for, you gotta watch your shins, right?
Well, I mean, the scariest man in Red Rising, I believe, is the shortest of the group, and that's Severo. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, he's the shortest guy, but he's the one I'd least want to mess with.
Yeah, you know, this the Napoleon complex thing. That's a thing. You know, and yeah, I'm trying to think if any of the villains are shorter. Probably like some of the like Minos guys are, maybe, but it doesn't like come up. But you know, the villains don't always have to be bigger. It's just a question of like what kind of threat they pose.
I was about to say, some of your villains, I don't want to get into spoilers, but size doesn't necessarily apply to them, depending on whether or not they're going to turn out to be a villain. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Or they can just choose. There's some outrageous like JRPG shenanigans in the last couple books too. Anyway, so you know, so you know, it's okay. Because you can make the villain almost too big, probably. Probably have a little bit of that problem in a couple places. But,
yeah. Well, I mean, oh god, a spoiler. Sorry, I keep remembering. I don't know what your chat is up to. What's the policy right now for spoiler talk? Do we have one?
We haven't been talking about book 7 at all because it just, you know, it's out. But otherwise, I think it's open season.
I hate ruining stuff for anybody, so I don't even talk about book 1.
We've mostly talked about writing and around things. We're talking about, you know, pricing and how the industry works and stuff. I did a presentation at the beginning about like the new fantasy series and like other stuff. But
Mike, do you get messages from your, like, do you have a YouTube contact yet? Do they give you that yet or no?
A YouTube contact? No.
Like someone who reaches out. I get one and then they take them away. So I've had one, then they left, and I had one, then they left. It's weird. But the latest thing, the thing they've been bugging me to do is like YouTube Shorts, right? They're like, you have to do YouTube Shorts.
Oh yeah, yeah. I get the generic email. Yeah.
Yeah. But one thing I've wanted to do, and I specifically would love to start it by doing this, inside flap jacket reading, but I want to do it in like a very good Kermit the Frog impression. Just start going through this and just do that for all the different books I'm reading and love. Like, the end has come at last after he is victorious. I feel like it's a great way. The ultimate equalizer, right? Takes away all tone and pretense. It just
becomes Frog.
becomes Frog.
No, I remember when I first tried doing some shorts, they didn't. I think they actually like hurt me more. Like I'd look at the analytics and it'd be like 19 people unsubscribed from this short. Like, wow, okay. So I did start a TikTok, but it's so hard to do anything over there. It's too much trying to do all these socials.
I know there's a small age difference between us, but I think we're both considered like old guys for YouTube now. Because
I've said that I don't think the book talk I'm really the material that people are looking for over there. So
yeah. It's upsetting. I've had someone call me an OG booktuber, and I'm like, stop it. I don't like that you're saying that. Cut it out. But it's funny because Ruocchio, some people have said like the up and coming new young author, and I'm like, I don't know your age, but I feel like when people say like the young author coming in, I'm like, haven't you been doing this for a while?
Yeah, I mean, book one was 2018, sold in 2016, so almost 10 years, depending on, how you count. I'm 32. I started early, I have some jealousy for writers who like, that's their thing. It's like, got their first book published at 22. It's like, me too. And no one ever says a word. It's never gets brought up. I've just been ambiguously 30 for 10 years. Despite, actually only being 32. So, but yeah, no, only 32. So I guess it's young in writer years, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'd be interested in what the average is, but
I think it's getting lower, but at the same time, I think it's mattering less and less. Like Matt Denneman just popped off. I know he's older than us, but it's just now it's kind of the ultimate equalizer. It's just if it hits, it hits. Period. You don't need to be as established and all that. Speaking of, I have gotten in more and more to like old school author beef and like stuff that like used to happen back in the day, and I find it so funny how regular it used to be. Like authors used to respond to critics, and there's part of me that's like, bring that back. I really want that to come back. That's such good content. I think authors should be able to say like, that was a bad review, here's why. I don't know. I know that's controversial to say on BookTube, but like, I really want that. I think that's fun. As long as people can be adult and handle it, dope. Let's go. Let's get into it.
Well,
I think it's inevitable.
Sports reference, but Kevin Durant responds to his critics on Twitter, and everybody thinks it's like immature. I'm like, I think it's hilarious. I wish more athletes would get raw on these people who are just these couch warriors who think that they could play the game better.
Oh,
I think it's hilarious.
100%. Yeah. Oh my God. It's like the people who are like, "How'd you drop that ball?" It's like you can't catch a ball. Like, what are you talking about?
Like, yeah, get out of here.
You can't even get up on the couch without help. Stop it.
Oh my
God. Well, there's so many critiques that you get where they're like, why didn't you do this? Right. And I said this earlier at some point in this, mammoth live stream, but it's like, okay, that would be a great book. You do that. All right. Leave my book alone. Right. That's not really a critique. You just wanted it to be different. Shut up.
Which I think it's fine to include that in a review as long as you caveat it with, I wish it had gone this way, but like saying like that way is fine. But there's people who will act like it's objectively a wrong creative choice, and that's the kind of stuff where it's like, okay, this is bothering me. And that's the thing. Like, I think most critics I know and most authors I know are mature enough to make it a decent conversation, not to like start crap in the chat. But it's like the audiences that pile on and act like it's beef that make it the problem. I think like well thought out constructive back and forth can just be like, okay, we're both learning here, we're both getting better, or we're just disagreeing, and disagreeing is fine. But like, I don't know, like imagine, I just read this so it's fresh in my head, but like imagine if Michael Moorcock's The Epic Pooh.
Yes.
Yeah, like if that dropped today, people would be mad at him. I'm like, that's an incredibly valuable like response to Tolkien, where I disagree with him, but I think it's like, I'm glad it exists. I think it's a really cool piece he put out.
Yeah, I think he's dead wrong, actually. And that's actually put me off reading a lot of Moorcock for a while. But at the same time, that it exists, like, it was like it was a different world, right? One of the things I do a lot of is trying to explain to fans that are like my age or younger that like fandom did not originally mean a group of people who like a thing, right? It like was actually the people who went to Worldcon and like the associated Litfic conventions. It was a group of people, and you can like still meet them, and they're like all like in their 70s now, right? And like largely you still meet them at Worldcon, right? Because most millennial fans, Zoomer fans, they don't go to LitFit cons. They go to Comic-Con, they go to Galaxy cons, whatever, Wizard World stuff. So they don't see these people. But there's a guy I'm friends with called Ben Yallow, and Ben used to be the guy who held the record for like most consecutive Worldcons attended. He'd been to everyone since like 74 or something. And he just knew everything, right? Because he like knew all, like his first convention, he told me this great story. He met Campbell, John W. Campbell, and Campbell remembered him from a letter to the editor he'd written at like he was like a 14-year-old kid, right? And Campbell was like, you stay right there, right? Because he had like a bone to pick with him about that letter to the editor, and like made him stand, by beside his table for the rest of his little signing period. And then when he was done, he took him to the like hotel bar and like got him a cherry soda or something, and was like explaining to him why the letter to the editor he wrote was wrong. And while he was sitting there, Isaac Asimov came up and sat down because it was Campbell, right? And then Clark was there, and so he's suddenly like a 14-year-old kid sitting there with, I think it was Clark and Asimov, it was definitely Asimov and Campbell, right, talking about stuff. And like this guy is like this is living historical record, right, that like of this culture of loving these books that like is no one's writing down, right? And it's it's really tragic because there is all this like little idiosyncratic stuff about, like I was telling you, like Paul Anderson used to like be a cosplayer, and he would like dress up as his friend's books and show up, right? And like that's really cool actually, and like I would like to know more about that, but I also want to know more about when they were mad at each other and what they were mad about. And and it was like part of it is the whole community was so small that like everybody kind of knew each other, and if they had a problem, it was like kind of a neighborhood thing. You sorted out, and now the whole thing is just so big. I mean, what like the last decade and a half looks like, right? Like this awful, like career destroying slugfests over, really an argument about who deserves to win awards for writing like space books. Like let's stop it, right? So much of it was silly. Like maybe some of it like is actually ugly and intolerable, but it gets a loss, right? That I was saying to the Tudor Ramble guys, I think yesterday, it's like, it really sucks that we don't like have a field anymore where Ursula Le Guin and Gene Wolfe can be friends, right? Because they were, and like, they were like so different actually. Yeah. So like all this stuff is just sort of, it's a very different industry, but also like we're losing so much of that sort of memory, right? And it's a loss,
I'm going to sound like such a broken record, but it goes, I've said this a million times, I'll say it again. It's because we don't teach the basics of debate and rhetoric and all that in school. And so people don't know how to disagree. All they know how to do is fight. And it's a tremendous part of the like rhetorical decline that we're just seeing across the world. And it sucks. It's brain drain on a mass scale where people don't know how to communicate ideas. And it is so sad. The best thing I ever did in my life is taking public speaking and debate, because I'm not a smart guy, but I can put together a sentence. Okay. And so it's like, I get elevated to the point where I sound smarter than I am. And it also makes it so I can see a whole lot of these other content creators who are actually not very bright. They're just okay at public speaking, end up getting these mass followings. And I'm not trying to start beef. That's great. Get your bag, whatever. But
I'm right here, man. Jeez.
No, I'm talking about more people in like the political space. I'm talking both sides of the aisle. There are people who just like, they're political streamers, and I'm like, literally all you're saying is like textbook 101 stuff.
Oh
but
yeah,
because you're
talking points.
Yeah, but you're saying it somewhat coherently, and so everyone's thinking you're like so next level, and that's just because the bar is that low. It's sad. But it also, I actually think that's one of the reasons that like reading fantasy books and stuff can be really good, because people who say like, well, why this isn't political, I'm like, you're not reading it right. This is conveying ideas you're getting, especially through stuff like Suneater, Dune. All this is so politically charged, and at least in some way it can like plant seeds for people to maybe process the ideas that we just don't get taught in regular schooling anymore.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I brought up the fact, so like I have a rhetoric degree because I hate money, I guess. And the joke I've made for years now is like, now people think rhetoric is a spell that like politicians cast. It's like, I use rhetoric, but like no one teaches it anymore. And like it used to be like one of the 3 fundamental subjects of like the classical education, right? And no one can communicate
100%. And our politicians aren't even that great rhetoricians anymore. Go back and listen to JFK speak. He is like on another level compared to anyone who's ever been in politics in my lifetime.
Yeah, it's such a loss. I remember reading articles in like Time magazine from like 1910. I was just like looking online, and they were like making allusions to Homer, right? And it's like now it's like there's another Harry Potter reference, right? And it's like Harry Potter's fine, but it's like we did live in a society where like everybody knew who Achilles was, like enough that like the newspaper would just use it as like a metaphor for, I don't know, World War I. But like I'm not saying you have to know the Iliad, right? But like maybe it's better if you did, maybe, right? Maybe I'm being a snob. I don't know, but yeah,
It's funny you bring up Achilles, the Iliad, the Odyssey. I'm getting some heat in today's video I put out in the comment section because I saw people complaining the armor in the new Nolan movie doesn't look right, and I'm like, y'all are gonna be pissed when you see "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?" Like you're gonna be so mad.
Yeah. The armor does not look right for the record. But it's it's Nolan. Like it doesn't have to be a historical film. It does. It looks cool. We could use a little more color, I think. But
if you want it to be historically accurate, sure. I just get annoyed by people who are like, I care a lot that it's not accurate. And I'm like, no, you don't. You don't. You like people like you, Chris. I believe you are head deep in this kind of stuff all the time. But like I don't know. For me, it's I just trust Christopher Nolan was like, okay, I need this armor to be dark to match the tone I'm going for, and I'm like, cool. This is going to be a good interpretation of this myth. Run with it. But no, like people who are seriously into history, I get it can bother them for sure. But I saw people saying like Christopher Nolan's a sellout for doing this, and I'm like, what does that even mean? Like, to who? Big black armor? What the fuck? Sorry.
Oh no, I think what it is I think that those guys, because I watch some of those YouTubers, right? I think they feel like Christopher Nolan was their one chance to get a really like period accurate adaptation of the Odyssey. Because if anyone was going to do it, right, it would have been him, and then he didn't do it. They wanted the boar tooth helmets, right? And it's like now we're never going to get them. And I get that, it's like every movie you do get is like a hole where the movie you wanted could have been, right? I feel that way about like every Star Wars movie after 2015.
No, that's super valid. It is. Cause it's just for me, I'm more excited to see that he's doing something creative and different with it. Because we have accurate to the story, Odyssey adaptations. They use claymation or stop motion for all that, and they're back in the day.
Yeah,
but those are great. And well, I don't think the armor is very right in those. Now that I think
no. But they're different. They're good differently, right? Like this is like with King Arthur stuff. Like I like the King Arthur stories where they're like he is like a Roman aristocrat, and this is like Dark Ages, like early Dark Age, late Roman England. And then I like the ones where it's like actually like we're just going to use 15th century armor, and everyone's going to be glowing, and it's going to be because like. There are King Arthur stories that are like really grounded, attempting to be historical, and they're one where it's like I don't even know when Camelot is supposed to be happening, bro. Like, are there French people or yet, or do they not exist? It doesn't matter. It's fine.
I'm more of the "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" crowd. I like when you make it weird. I like when you take inspiration. We go, okay, the story's been done before. Let's put it in antebellum South and see what we can make happen, right? Because like to me, that's like okay, let's recontextualize. Let's do something fun. Let's do something creative and different and odd. So because like I feel like we've gotten a lot of the faithful tellings before. It's just that people my age don't watch old movies, and I'm like, you don't understand. It's been done. You just refuse to watch anything that wasn't shot in 4K digitally.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there's room for both, and I love "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?" That movie's amazing, right?
Sorry, what'd you say, Mike?
A lot of people have the attitude if it happened before I was alive, it doesn't count.
Yeah, which is a
so
shame.
Film, music, movies, sports doesn't matter.
One of the first times I really felt old was when I had to tell someone who Marlon Brando was, and they were like, I don't even recognize the name, and I was like, good God, no.
Hey, Christopher, somebody brought up the historical inaccuracy of Gladiator 2. I thought you might have opinions on that.
Oh no,
we have many text exchanges about that movie, you guys.
Oh no. No, but are you gonna make me do this? My big problem with it is that the emperors in that they're like every Ridley Scott historical movie like is actually just like about a frustrated democratic revolution that like was not happening in the period actually, right? Like he makes the Magna Carta and Robin Hood like a proto Declaration of Independence. Like that's not what it is, right? And so there's this sort of in the first Gladiator, right? Marcus Aurelius is like, we're gonna bring the Republic back. they didn't think the Republic was gone. Like the whole Empire thing was like a sleight of hand Darth Sidious trick, right? They still called it the Republic until Diocletian. And Caracalla in the second one, they're just making him this like crazy mustache twirling Caligula like clone. And even Caligula, like I think probably, you know, I think history is written by his enemies. And but like Caracalla in real life is the guy who like extended universal citizenship to all the men in the Empire, right? He's like actually closer to what Ridley Scott wanted his heroes to be. He's also a complete mess and like a brigand and like looted his own cities, right? And the citizenship thing was like for political advantage, but like he did do that, you know. So I don't know. I Ridley Scott's he's having a weird couple of decades.
Yeah, he's I will never discount him as a director. He made Alien, right? He made Blade Runner. There's stuff where it's just like, yeah, you are one of the greats for that alone. But I would say of the last 10 years of his movies, I've not liked one.
Yep, me neither.
And it's not like so let down by Napoleon. I was excited as hell for that movie. And Christopher told me, don't get your hopes up. And I was like, no, this could be it. This could be the one we've been waiting for. And it was not.
Yeah.
It's not even like it's historical inaccuracy stuff. It's like pacing and you know, weird writing choices that are just not doing it for me. Yeah, I don't know. Which go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was gonna just say a joke.
Please do.
I just it's not even really a joke. It's just that like I do love that one interview where he's like, movies are bad now. I just watch my old ones. It's like you don't even watch your new ones. You know.
No, I love that.
I remember telling Christopher I thought Last Duel was pretty good, and I'm like, in comparison to what he's been doing lately, is kind of what I meant with the Last Duel. So
I couldn't get past the armor in that one. I usually am not an armor guy, but that helmet.
Oh, you're a big black armor guy? Okay, I see. All right.
Yeah, I just have no idea.
You guys are history buffs. You might be able to help me figure this out. And also, there's a chat here. Maybe they'll know. I saw a clip of a period piece movie that I was unable to recognize. Had no idea what it was, but it was Robert Pattinson and Timothée Chalamet in knight's armor beating the crap out of each other. Is anyone know what
it's The
that was?
King on Netflix. It's
on Netflix.
Is it good?
It is not good. It is an adaptation of Henry V, and it is like completely colorless and joyless. But my big issue with it. So there's a really good fight in the front. It's actually pretty. It's pretty good. The like if you know your Shakespeare, it's the Hotspur fight, right? They do a little bit of Henry IV at the beginning. But my big issue with it is at the end of Henry V, Henry talks to Kate, right? And she, doesn't really speak English, right? So he's talking around her. So in this scene, though, in the movie, she like talks about how she's this like very modern take on like kingship and how like actually he's just been kind of duped by his ministers. He's like a figurehead, and no one really like believes he has power anyway. It's like nobody in the 1300s thought that way at all, much less a French princess. It was like I can forgive the like armor not being right, but like that's like a really deep sort of cultural, psychological, misstep. It's just crazy. Because it did some other stuff like kind of period for the period that movies never do. Like he has a menagerie in it that has like all these African animals, and like those kings like all had stuff brought up. You never see that sort of thing in movies. There's like a little clockwork bird from Constantinople that he's given in the movie, which like those existed. If you ever read like Guy Gavriel Kay, like his books are like all about those things actually. Yeah.
Daniel, you read GGK?
Yeah. Two of his books, Tigana and the other one that everyone's read.
The Lions of Valor or whatever.
Yeah.
I always want to call it
I haven't read either. And the thing is, every time I say I'm going to try Tigana, people yell at me not to start with that one. So I'm like, do you guys want me to read them or not? That's the one they own.
Yeah. Well, Tigana's great. But my favorite K is Sailing to Sarantium.
I guess I did Silmarillion. That counts, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
He never talks about that. I have a friend who's friends with him, and because they're like both big baseball guys, and he's like, I made a mistake of asking about that, and he's like, I'm not talking about that. Which was interesting.
People tell me that I like Robin Hobb, that I would like GGK, and then the next person will tell me, no, that ain't a good comparison. I'm like,
For me,
Okay.
you like Guy Gavriel Kay if you just like really talented authors. Like, and I mean that very literally. Someone who clearly is technically and like gifted with the craft, and also has a really solid imagination, understands the ins and outs of the formula of making a good story, isn't predictable, but they'll satisfy you. You read enough books, you start seeing the patterns, and Guy Gavriel Kay is one of those people who he is really someone who can weave together a narrative in a way where you're like, yeah, that great. It feels fresh. It feels fun. It feels original. It's standing the test of time. It is the satisfying conclusion, but it's not feeling like I'm just going through the motions. And that's to me like the magic of storytelling, right? You're doing the hero's journey or not, but you're doing it in a way that, okay, this is wonderful. This is great. I'm having fun with it.
Yeah. I appreciate too that he the people always say like we have enough European fantasy, right? This is a repeated sort of thing, but he picks parts of Europe that like nobody actually writes books about, actually, which sort of like gives the lie to that critique. Like maybe we have enough England, maybe, right? But even then there are periods of English history that like there's no fantasy about. But like he is a Song for Arbonne is like about Aquitaine, right? During like the reign of Eleanor, right? And so like the height is sort of the whole troubadour romance, and then he's got Spain with Alricin, which is that one's pretty great. But then Sailing to Sarantium is like about 6th century Constantinople, right? And so I appreciate the like historical attention to detail, sort of transported to fantasy and sort of remixed, changes things. And it's nice to, like he has a book that's set in like Croatia, basically during like the 1500s, like right after the sort of sack of Constantinople and all of that stuff. And it's all like this big sort of continuous history that kind of links together, and it's our world, right? But there's magic, and it's very sort of soft. It's very supernatural, and so it's like it feels extra special to me. I like the way he handles that stuff, but I also just he's got like a lot of Renaissance Italy fantasy books. That's cool.
I have the exact same issue where someone saying we have too much European fantasy is the same as saying we have too much Asian fantasy. It's like, okay, there's thousands of years to choose from, and there's a dozen different cultures. What the heck? Are you talking about specifically feudal Japan? Because that is the same thing people are doing when they're saying with like Europe. It's like, no, you're talking about English or French probably inspired fantasy when, there's so much more to go with. And it's kind of cool to see, especially like, obviously Jordan's the person people to go to like talk about blending cultures and kind of bring that to like the super epic side of fantasy. But it feels like we're in the era of like the rails are off, blend it, have fun with it, and see what you come out the other side with. And I hope we see more and more Mediterranean based fantasy, because I love that whole. I mean, the history of the Mediterranean is. I know I'm beautiful transition for you there.
Yeah, I was like, do you know?
You just set that one up like it's T-ball. I was like,
Daniel, did you know?
Specifically, the cross-cultural exchange of the Mediterranean, when you look into it, is so fascinating. How they would like build temples to like hybrids of their gods and stuff. Just like, hey, like it was like they viewed religion so differently in the way they talked and interworked and then warred. Oh my God, the fact that we don't have more epic fantasy based on the Carthaginian wars, I will never understand. There should be so much more that's directly inspired by that.
The Punic Wars are crazy.
Sorry,
I thought about doing that actually. That was on my to-do list, but it's just that would be a very long series. I thought about that. I thought about like post-Alexandrian period. But those wars are also completely bananas. But I went with Bronze Age because like it seemed like a road less traveled thing. So I was wondering if you'd heard, but yeah, the new thing is sort of early Greek, like pre-classical age Greek.
100%. I think you also have the problem where specifically Hannibal did so many things that even if you put him in a fantasy book, people would say that's not believable when it's just what Hannibal did. Hannibal was that guy.
He did it earlier, and I said, this sounds made up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's such a dramatic character too, because like he also like begins his whole thing with like a blood oath to the gods to destroy Rome. He's like he's not even real, right? It's just, how could he exist, right? And I'm gonna take the elephants over the mountains. They'll never see that coming.
And then the elephants did not make it over the mountains.
like 2. I forget how many. It's not a lot. Yeah. But no, that whole sequence. I mean, the Romans lost their whole army like 4 times, and they're like, well, we need more people. They'll be around somewhere.
It's also some of Rome's most impressive feats in terms of like throwing bodies into the grinder. They were able to literally just, here's another 100,000 men, deal with it. We don't know where they came from either. We just have them.
Yeah. Blemry's in the chat just said there's a Howard Andrew Jones has a sort of sword and sorcery series called Hanavar, which Hanavar is based on, I think, Hamilcar more than Hannibal, but it's sort of like a Conan take on like an older Carthaginian thing, but a fantasy setting. He passed away last year or earlier this year. I can't
Last
remember.
year.
Yeah. I knew him a little bit. He's a really nice guy. We had sort of a thing because he was the Carthaginian guy, and I am, of course, not. So we were.
Jason actually sent me his books, and I had them on my list this year. But then every author, Christopher, had to release 800-page books in like a span of 4 weeks in November and December, and that kind of just took over everything. So it's your fault.
Yeah. Yeah. Jason here asked if I had considered anything African. I hadn't really. If I were, it'd be maybe like Egypt or something, because that verges on my expertise more. Once you get past the Sahara, I don't know a lot of the history down there until the modern age very well. And so it would be a very different sort of thing.
Stargate fanfic when?
Yeah, one of these days. Yeah. But like Egypt's also like, you know, the West has had like a sort of love affair with Egypt, right, for like the last 200 years. You know, the whole Egyptomania thing in the 19th century, and you know, there's a lot of it. Like, isn't Islington doing like an Egypt thing with the new book? And yeah, so
which I can't get enough of. That
I'm gonna be accused of ripping him off anyway because I'm doing a Greek thing and Jamie Jones is doing my
how dare
covers.
you?
So
God, Christopher, no original
You know, when
ideas.
someone claims a time period in history to be inspired from, it's theirs.
Well, I have been reliably informed that Pierce Brown invented Rome, and so
And how could you ever write a story yet with a framing narrative? Patrick Rothfuss created that, Christopher.
Yeah. Yep.
Jeez.
So yeah, no, I mean, Trojan War is maybe a low hanging fruit post Trojan War, but you know, that's sort of my background anyway. So, you know, it'll be the new thing.
Yeah, anyone who mentions hell now is ripping off Dante. It's taken. Even
well,
Jesus.
Yeah, actually, right. Or yeah.
It applies retroactively.
Yeah. Did you see the they like got all this there's like this big data leak on the sequel to the video game from like 10 years ago. They're making a Purgatorio. Yeah, and I didn't like the plot at all because I was like, that's you remember they made a Dante's Inferno game that was basically
I liked it a lot.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was fun. I really liked all the environment building and stuff, but it was like a huge art leak and like a bunch of storyboard notes and stuff from the Purgatorio game. And I didn't like the plot at all, but it was like very Doom. It was all the art stuff was so cool.
I like you could like absolve or you could damn some of the people. I thought that was really, really messed up.
Well,
yeah.
The first one was a response to God of War, right? They were trying to make their version of God of War.
Yeah, they're trying to
very similar.
Yeah,
the game blew my mind because I hadn't played God of War, so I was like, "This is the greatest thing."
Yeah,
yeah, it's fun. God of War is so funny, right? Because it's like because of the two newer ones, it's like completely had this sort of reinvention. This kind of like very mature kind of meditation on everything. The first 3 games are just like smash everything in both
punch
senses of the word
as hard as you can. It's Mike playing D&D. Just punch it in the face real hard.
They're super fun, right? And of course, they're also just Devil May Cry, right? It's like you know, so the Dante game was like, you know, a homage to an homage, right? But yeah, so there's a whole art leak for the Purgatorio game. It's just incredible. I love concept art.
So you're saying the God of War games did the Berserk path, where it starts as dumb action, and then all of a sudden it turns into this like thoughtful meditation.
Yes,
it's the whole Berserk.
It's a good comparison.
Yeah, if you read those like rough draft early chapters, I mean, even if you read Black Swordsman, right, the first little micro arc, you're like, this is going to be okay, I guess. And then it's like, hold my beer, right? I'm just gonna.
What a Black Swordsman. I was like, it's like he was reading a fantasy book and he caught the end of Hellraiser and said, "How do I make this into a story?"
Yeah,
because that's what I got out of it the first, which I like. But yeah,
well, that was part of how I tried to convince you to read it because it's like they're literally just Clive Barker. Actually, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah, and I think it's like overt. He said directly that he just took from Hellraiser, right? Like I don't think that's supposed to be okay.
Yeah, it's like this. It's when it's things like that I, you know, talking about authors responding to their critics, right? When people are like, "Oh my gosh, Christopher, you just ripped off Dune," you're like, I saw someone. I ran the trailer for Doom Song, and people were talking about it on Instagram and stuff. One guy's like, "What series he's gonna rip off next?" Right? And it's just like, Have you seen?
You've
any,
reached that
like-
level of success now, though, Christopher. You're going to hear that with everything.
Yeah, of course, right? But like consider the relationship between Dark Souls and Berserk, right? Consider the relationship between Berserk and Hellraiser, or Conan for that matter. And it's just, why me? Why you gotta like this? It's so like, do you know how storytelling works? Do you know how people get their ideas? Like, it's like this, right? All the members of the God Hand are named after 60 sci-fi novels.
Wait, is that real? Hold on, wait.
Yeah, they are. Slan is a Van Vogt novel. Ubik is a Philip K. Dick novel. Conrad is a Zelazny novel, and Void is a Frank Herbert novel.
That's crazy.
Yeah, all
I
of them.
had no
Femto
idea.
is the one exception. That's a unit of measure. Yeah.
Anytime I hear an author accused of ripping off, I just ignore it at this point. It's so, unless you do something just overt and egregious, I actually regret back when I have a lot of criticisms of Good Kind, but I regret saying he ripped off Jordan, because it's like, no, he was inspired by Jordan and he did his own riff on it, and that's fine. I criticize him for a bunch of other reasons, but that's okay.
Sure.
If you can make content for 6-7 years consistently, and you don't look back on some things and say, that was probably stupid of me to say,
Yeah. Oh,
impressive.
I think I said something stupid in yesterday's video, Mike.
every day, right? Every time I get off a stream, I think of like 30 things I said that is this gonna be the thing?
Yeah, that's every video.
Yeah.
Man. And like I said, you gave me a microphone at an event for an hour and a half, and I was still invited to the stream, so I guess I didn't mess up. So it's like, geez, did I say anything stupid? I was really worried, like I said, when I had a drunk person the microphone, but it worked out okay because it was one of the funnier questions that you got. So just want to know if he was going to write more sex scenes, more spicy sex scenes in his book. And he handled it great. He handled it like a pro.
It was funny. I couldn't hear the final part of the question though, where she actually just said I know she said, are you going to write more sex scenes? But I still do not know what word she used. It was like purely down to the head tilt and the way the voice got quieter.
Do it some more like that, like when he was you were describing how he kissed her or something.
Yeah, it was flattering. Thank you, lady. I can't remember.
I get all my story ideas from Christopher Ruocchio interviews. I love it.
Wait, Christopher, when are we going to get a graphic Cielson sex scene? That's what I've been waiting for.
Definitely. Come on, make Lovecraft proud. Get some more tentacles in there.
Well, they don't have any of those. It's not Avatar. But we come close in Disquiet Gods, I think. Unfortunately for the human prisoners, but
I thought you were going to talk about him getting pissed on.
No, I forgot about that actually.
You forgot about that?
I forgot about that. Yeah. That actually, there's so the Romans, when they wiped themselves, they had these sponges they would keep in buckets of vinegar in the bathrooms. And if you will recall, in the Gospels, they give Jesus sour vinegar wine on a stick. And there are some people who are like, that's a toilet brush, actually. And I don't know if that's true, but that was my thought process. That was where I got the idea. Because the Romans would do horrible things to crucifixion victims. Because it's like the worst people got crucified, right? It's the worst way to kill someone. It's still the worst way I can think of to kill somebody. And
that's a really good question. The worst way to kill someone. That's
the Persians had some pretty awful ones about slathering you in honey and letting bugs eat you and stuff. But that the crucifixion is pretty bad because you effectively drown, right? And it's interestingly, actually, crucifixion is probably a Persian invention too. There's a book called Dominion by a historian called Tom Holland, and he talks about how probably the first person crucified in Europe was a fellow that Xerxes killed when they crossed. They made a little boat bridge to get into Europe, right? And that was probably the first one. And the whole book is about the influence of Christianity on sort of Western ethics, right? And how even if you don't believe that stuff, it's a good thing, right? And he talks about the introduction of this particular torture technique from into the West by the Persians during the beginning of the Xerxes invasion, right? Which 300, right? And how that's probably the first guy, right? And how it's interesting that too becomes the symbol of the West, right? And in a lot of ways, for at least a lot of its history. And it's a really great book. He's my favorite pop historian, right? He's just such a wonderful writer. But that book is really excellent. But that the Persians just had some really nasty ways of dealing with people. The bees one gets me. Think about Nicolas Cage.
I'm old school. I still think fire is most effective because you're in immense pain and it's over quickly. Where these other ones, you're like, okay, you ate something, you lather with honey and something. I think eventually you'll go numb, you'll go into system shock, and you're just waiting to die. You won't feeling it. You don't stop feeling the fire until you extinguish.
Well, isn't that actually? I thought fire actually killed nerves pretty. Like the monks who set themselves on fire. I thought the thing was like they actually didn't.
Yes, I mean, if you're lucky, I guess you go unconscious before you die when you're on fire, right?
I'm not sure.
I think it depends on
drowning. So that's
how the
my
fire
drowning.
is sort of administered. There are probably ways to make it better or worse, right? Because like you could see a way asphyxiation gets you before the heat does, but
also I just want to say we're also clearly speaking from experience. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's funny. This is like one of the areas of expertise that so many fantasy and fantasy adjacent people just have sort of by osmosis, right? It's like, thumb screws. Yeah. Oh, thumb screws are great. Nasty, horrible. We should use them more.
See, the bowl, I forget what it's called, the bowl one, I always find to be like really good nightmare fuel. But recently I've been on this deep dive of like the really brief period in history where cruise liners were the way to travel across the ocean, right? Because as soon as the first passenger plane was made, that whole industry died. But like the Titanic, the Lusitania, so many other great ships, and people sunk. And, it's terrifying to be one of the people who got off the Titanic and died, drowning next to it. But I've really gotten into researching, like, what happens to the people who are trapped in an air pocket as the ship is just dropping like a rock, right?
Oh, yeah.
The way they died is horrifying. You hear the ship just falling to pieces around you, and then you're also having all this pressure build, and then eventually, boom. Wonderful start. Hi. This is a normal conversation.
Yeah. Hey, Parker.
No, where the stream started today, I never thought this would be talking about. And someone mentioning boiling alive. There's Shogun. He describes guys getting just like boiled in giant pots alive. It's pretty awesome. If you're into that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, very.
Yeah. Japanese knew what they were doing on that subject too. That thing with
Welcome,
the hanging
Parker.
upside down. Yeah. Parker, welcome back.
Really uplifting thing. Dude,
Yeah.
I'm sorry about before. You added me in so fast that
It's my fault.
I wasn't sure, and I was like, holy cow, I'm on live. I'm ruining his stream.
No, there were a couple people who I didn't notice. So like Petrick came on like early while I was still doing my presentation at the beginning, and I like don't know how long Petrick was sitting there. So I've been pretty quick about adding people. So like my bad.
No worries, you're good.
Yeah. You're at like a philosophy conference, so like you arrived just for the torture part. This is like adjacent.
Oh, that's right. That's totally right. It's a philosophy. Yeah. I wore a turtleneck to kind of like mess with the other philosophers, and they're all just like, "Yeah, it looks great." I'm like,
oh, joke's on you.
That's
So
right.
like the Key and Peele skit with the hats that get bigger, but it's the higher turtlenecks.
We're just gonna wear it up there. And
Yeah, well, you could have gotten a beret to like complete the
that would have been too much. I have to have some self-respect when I'm done with this conference. So
Start monologuing in French. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
say ennui a lot. Yeah, it'd be good.
With Parker, no offense to you jumping in here, but I'm gonna take that as a good time for me to bounce. I do want to end this by gushing towards you real quick, though, Christopher, if you don't mind.
No, I'll take it.
Anyone who's watching who hasn't picked up the books yet, for whatever reason, you absolutely need to. I was in a serious reading slump, the longest one of my career, when I picked up Empire of Silence, and that book pretty much single-handedly made me be like, all right, let's double down and keep going down this path. I love it. It's going to be my next tattoo. And
oh gosh,
you now have a finished series. It's done. I just want to say congratulations. Not a whole lot of authors can finish an epic like this in a reasonable amount of time and keep it quality. I say, not having finished this yet, no pressure.
Yeah, we'll see. Warn me if it's really bad. Warn me like the day before so that I can get the crying out. So yeah, man. Well, thanks for being here. It's good to see you.
Yeah, Dan, before you go, I want to say you and Mike's videos on the book is what helped sell me on the book originally. Because my audience was saying that. My audience was just like blowing me up. You have to do Suneater. So I looked up both of your guys' videos and I'm like, that sounds pretty good. So thanks to both of you for promoting his work too.
I wouldn't
My
have done it
pleasure,
without
man.
Mike. So it all goes back to him. Not Christopher though. It goes back to Mike.
Yeah, yeah. Mike is the.
All I
beginning.
got to say is, Christopher, thank you for writing an incredible book, so people actually like believe me for once. It was great.
Happy to help. You know, I did my best. So, all right, Daniel, we'll see you, man.
I'm running away from the very intimidating mustache that's better than mine. Bye.
Have a good night, man.
Oh man.
Hey, did anyone force Mike to choose between Red Rising and Suneater yet? Has that
People
happened?
try to do it all the time. People try.
Yeah.
Actually, that panel that you guys couldn't hear at the event. Actually, Richard was trying to get Austin to admit that Hadrian has surpassed Darrow in his he was like he wasn't sure if he could do it, and he said, "Yeah, I think it has." And he said, "Well, Mike, what about you?" And I just said, "Hell Reaper." And I was like, "Well, this crowd, I'm glad they can't hear me because I might get stuff thrown at me."
Yeah, seriously.
But I didn't make any Red Rising jokes while I was on stage with Christopher. I promised I wasn't going to do that because I don't know how that audience was going to handle that. I mean, Christopher's used to be joking around about it, but still. Yeah.
My fans are cool about it. Usually it's the other way. Like every now and then, someone who is like a Red Rising supremacist will join the server. They like my stuff fine, and then like Darrow would kick Hadrian's ass, and my whole server is like, "You're stupid. Actually, why are you being so mean?"
Well, I mean that's kind of true, but
I don't think that's true. I think that Hadrian's got the magical, chosen one power.
No. I think the real question is, would I beat Pierce Brown in Elden Ring though? That's the real question. So only one way to find
what
out.
I said when I made that video about please stop comparing these two series is, guys, there's room on our shelves for both. There really is. Sometimes you want Dune, sometimes you want Star Wars. It doesn't mean that one's better than the other, doesn't mean one's lesser or less intelligent than the other. They're both incredible series.
Yeah,
and for one, I'm just waiting for the collaboration for the next thing. It's gonna be great.
True. We should just
Red Eater or Sun Rising. Yeah, Sun Rising. There we go.
Sun Rising. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Sounds like it's like a movie about like an old folks home or something.
Jonah, I recorded nothing. I said I just want to enjoy the moment. Remember we used to like go to concerts and we actually used to like watch the concerts? That's kind of how I treat events like this now. I just want to live in the moment, enjoy it. I hope that other people capture some stuff. I got sent several pictures and stuff, a couple of us on stage together. So that's really awesome. Kind of, keeping those for me, but I didn't take any footage. So I don't know if I'm bad at this or what. I saw Richard and Austin like the whole time they were hustling, getting video. Jacob was hustling, getting video and stuff. And I'm hoping they have some great stuff, but I didn't take anything. Christopher said we didn't really even get a chance. I mean, I didn't even get a chance to do like I did with Jay, just a quick little TikTok or something with the both of us because we were working hard.
It was a really busy day. No, that's for sure. I was at least counting on other people to take pictures for me, so like that worked out. But
me and Christopher didn't even get a picture together.
Did we not? Oh my gosh! Someone must have taken one.
I saw all the cosplay and I was blown away. I was like, that is so cool. I can't believe. I mean, I believe it, I guess now, but I was so glad to see it. That was sweet.
I was saying I was walking over there to ask the Cielson if I could take a picture of them, and they were like, "Mike, come take a picture with us." I was like, "Great, of course." And then they asked, "Do you think Christopher would take a picture with us?" Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would.
100%. Yeah, I was really surprised. No one had ever done costume before, and there were like 8, maybe 9. I still think it's funny. I've said this like 3 times in this giant stream, but no Valka, 2 Selenis, actually.
Because I think we all know the truth.
So, yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Who's Selene? I've never heard of this.
Who's Selene?
Oh, Celine.
Celine.
Oh, you're talking about Celine. Okay.
That's so good, dude.
Wait, Martian Luther back? He left earlier.
I have planted my flag in the Celine camp. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Martian Luther is back. He said, Red Rising is cocaine, Senator's wine. Both can be good if used responsibly.
Just don't do them at the same time. Yeah.
That's pretty good. I like that analysis, man. I'm the same way. Like with Red Rising, I did book on tape, and I think I shirked a bunch of responsibilities because I was listening to it. I should have done
totally cocaine. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So I was just like, okay, I have to get this done. But then, Christopher's like a slow burn. It's like, oh shoot.
That's true. I think I'll read a Red Rising book in like 2-3 days. And yeah, Christopher takes me about 2-3 weeks.
Yes.
Yeah, either way. Yeah.
Yeah,
well, the breath I made is that it's chewing your food. As first, just munching on some popcorn, it's chewing your food. And that doesn't mean that, again, that something's dumb. It's just that's the comparison that I make with foods here. But I like cocaine and wine better. It's much more sophisticated.
You know, Yvonne said Sealson cosplay made it look like a Satanist gathering. Sorry, I was just thinking about it. Yeah,
Kind of like a Motley Crue video.
I was talking to Father Gabriel about this, who's actually here. Hey, Father.
Hey,
and,
man. What's up, brother?
When I put the Diamond Edition out, right, it's got the Red Company logo on the backboards and the Marlowe crest on the front. So it's got a devil and the pentagram symbol. And I was like, oh no, what have I done? Like in the text, it's like, it's all fine, you know, but when it's like all there, it's like, this is too much. This is too edgy, right? Overdoing it. I went to a book signing in Austin last year, and it was Sunday, so I went to church. And by cosmic coincidence, one of my readers, his name was Esteban, met me at the door, and he's like, it's a Spanish mass, right? I was like, it's Austin, I figured, you know. So I sat with him, and as I was leaving, he's like, what do I tell my grandmother? She saw the book, and she's like, I don't know how to explain this. And I was trying to explain. It's like, well, medieval churches have devils on the outside to scare away the monsters. That's Hadrian. He doesn't know that's what he is, and like the symbols are all Gabriel and I were talking about, the symbols are all so void of their original context by Hadrian's time. They're like, nobody, like, they just use it because it looks scary,
Well, dude, like DePaul University is the blue demons.
Yeah.
And it started because it was a bunch of guys who hold up defense, D. And so then they were the D-man, and now their logo's a demon. So it's like, it does kind of work the way you said.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's so many. I mean, so many. That's why we put dragons on your medieval heraldry, right? It's you like use them. It's like what Batman is, right? He like dresses up like a monster to scare the criminals, right?
Always
Like
back to Batman. That's right.
It always comes back to Batman, especially when you're here. It's just what we do. But like it's the same. I've said this bit like before, but like, man, seeing the Diamond Edition, I was like, I've overdone it this time. The stream is still going. Where's the alcohol? It's just water. It's just water here. My voice is still intact somehow. Well, it's getting close to dinner time, so I probably won't do too much more. Although we're at, like, we'll go a little longer. How long are you to philosophy conference, Parker? Did it freeze? It froze.
Sorry, dude. I'm in a hotel.
It's
terrible. It's probably better than earlier today when you saw my nose. So.
No. How long at the conference?
Just a couple of days. I'm out here in Boston. We're
cool.
presented a philosophy paper this morning, and I was like, do I want to bail on this and do the Suneater stream? Kind of, yes, but
well, the presentation, it's important. So, let's see. Omar says, "What I say, Suneater is influences from Final Fantasy. For some reason, I get Final Fantasy vibes, especially Howling Dark, like a little tiny bit. Like I was never like a big Final Fantasy guy. I had the wrong consoles for it, but I played a couple of them. I played some of 10. It was just so long, I never finished it. I played 13 for my sins, and I played like I played like Tactics, and I played a couple of the others, but I was never like all in on it. I was more of a like Tales guy and a Dragon Quest a little bit, and then some of the other stuff.
Dude, Christopher, I've forgotten to ask you this a bunch.
Is
there any influence from 40K?
No,
because it's like there's like some overlap, and people are like, I recommend your book all the time. People, I've started writing a paper. I'm writing a theology paper on 40K, so it's like comparing Christ to the God Emperor. And I was like, there are some carryovers, but they're stealing from like Dune and Tolkien. And so I'm like, well, they have the same influences. That's why. But I had never heard you mention 40K. So I'm like, if he has, he hasn't told me.
Yeah. So I think it's that. I think it's that I am doing the same. I have the same relationship to Dune that 40K has. 40K is like sort of in the same boat as Star Wars in the sense that, like, as far as I can tell, it like has kind of pillaged everything. And like I do a bit of that too, but like it like Star Wars is made of spare parts actually, right? Like that's sort of and 40K does the same thing. But I never got into it because I didn't like the Space Marines. I thought the armor looked silly. I still do. And I just didn't like the aesthetic of it. And I don't like tabletop games that much either. So I kind of avoided it. But there is a weird thing that happened. So Karn Sagara is named after my friend Marcus Gibson's character from like games we would play as a kid, right? Where we would do a thing, he would name his character Karn Sagra. And I think, and I never told me, I think that Karn is a name from a 40K character because people have said like, oh, it is. People have said
he's a god of chaos. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know all this nerdy stuff. I had to research for the paper.
No. I mean, well, there we go, right? But I've never played it, but I think he named it after the 40K character. So I'm getting indirectly using a name from 40K as an homage to my friend, who did not tell me it was from 40K. So I think that happened.
I think you do a little bit. Well, I guess okay. So 40K does like a nod. They'll do more than a nod. They'll like take it. Jared Henderson called it like the yoink and twist when you take in the YouTube world when you take someone's title and you kind of twist it. 40K does that enough, I think, to kind of hedge their bets. But then they're really litigious, and they'll be like, "We copyrighted Space Marines," and you're like, "Wait, Space Marines goes all the way back to like the 1930s. What are you doing?" So I think your stuff more and more as I read science fiction, I see you like tipping your hat. Where I'm like, I'm just finished up Book of the New Sun, and I'm like, holy cow, dude!
Oh, did you like it?
It's amazing.
It's so good.
It was. I almost put it down. Everyone's gonna hate me, but when he ate that, maybe this is spoilers, but he eats someone's flesh. I'll say that.
Yeah, sure.
And I was like, what the heck, dude? And you explained like some Eucharist type stuff. And I'm like, all right, Gene Wolfe's Catholic. Like, I get it.
Yeah. It's also, do we talk about how like it's a weird version of like the Kwisatz Haderach thing? It's a very similar idea.
Dude,
Dude.
And I didn't see that. We didn't talk about that, but
okay. But,
I put it together and I'm like, holy cow. So does he mention Dune? Do you know anything that Gene Wolfe?
I am not aware of Gene Wolfe having talked about Dune at all. But it is this weird sort of like Jungian mysterious conjunction of like the two sexes, right? Mike's tuned out, right? That's what the Kwisatz Haderach is. I remember Tor.com did this read along years and years ago where they went through Dune, and the person who was writing it had this critique where it's like Paul should have become some sort of androgynous person, and it's like no, like he like part of becoming an adult, right? If you're like a grown man, is to like figure out like I'm a father, right? You have to like incorporate some aspects of like the stereotypical feminine to like be a grown man actually, because like you have to take care of your own kids and like be able to protect children and like live with them and deal with them, and like to also like live in a marriage, right? And that's sort of like represented too in like you become one flesh, right? And so Severian literally does that, right, in a really concrete way. So does Paul, right, in this kind of strange way. So they're like they have this incorporated sort of feminine element to them. In Severian, a lot more literally than in Paul. Because he actually has to do it deliberately. Paul, it's like always there genetically.
But then taking on a whole stream of, I don't want to spoil it for you, but like the autarchs or whatever, right? So like, like he is tapping into the collective unconscious in a different way than Paul did, but he's the chosen one. Like, come on, dude.
Right. It's very, very similar, right? And but it's got a twist to it, and I wonder if it's a weird critique of Dune or if it's a response to it in some way, in a similar way. Because they're so similar, a pair of ideas, but they're different because like for Severian, the purpose of this, right, is actually to become the Messiah, right? It's not to be this like sort of political puppet thing. In Dune, it's like all kind of like there's no bottom actually. It's just like all politics swirling around. But the purpose of the becoming the new sun, right, is to redeem mankind, right? I don't know if you've read Earth yet, but they call him the epitome of Earth, right? That is it's a very deliberate function to like Severian's role as the chosen one. Like he's supposed to represent mankind absolutely, and so he has to represent women too, right? But he still has to retain his identity as Severian. He has to be, and Severian's a man, right?
Well, and his mastery over the voices in his head too. They were there, but not like Aaliyah, who like got mastered by them.
Right. Yeah. It's
like a Catholic Dune, right? It's like, okay, there we go. And then you're doing something similar as well, saying it's okay to have a Messiah figure.
Yeah, Hadrian is not like Paul or Severian in this way, right? He's he's more normal because he's not like a sort of compound person.
Right.
But he is aware of all the decisions he could have made, and he like remembers the sort of different lives that he has had. So he's like always himself. Like his maturation process is more normal, right? It doesn't happen like he becomes a grown-up just the normal way, but he's aware of all of his possible selves and the ways that he could have gone wrong or made different choices. And that's a related thing, but like at a side angle. And but yeah, there's like I've thought about this a lot, actually, obviously, right? Because like those, like Severian and Paul are like kind of Hadrian's older siblings, right? And you know, it's super cool that you noticed that, because I haven't seen anything about Gene's feelings on Dune or anyone calling Severian out as a Kwisatz Haderach, but he is actually.
He is,
right?
100%.
Yeah.
But like in a good
you
way.
guys understand now why I say spoilers out of context don't matter, because
Yep.
I will not retain anything they just said.
Bam. Sorry, Mike.
That's a cool name. Severian's a really cool name.
It is a really cool name. Yeah, no, it's great. Those books are. Did you read Earth too, or just the 4?
Not yet. Just made it through. The fourth one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to reread it because Media Death Cult is doing a Suneater read along next year, simultaneous to a read along of all the solar cycle, all of it. And I've never read Short Sun, so I think someone asked earlier, like, I don't know if they're still here, but what Gene Wolfe am I going to read next? And I'm going to read Short Sun. I'm going to finish it out. And so I think I'm going to do that just because Gene is such a genius. You should totally read Long Sun, by the way. I think you would really like it.
Okay. I'll go next.
It's like a sequel, but it's kind of like it doesn't come back within Long Sun. I know later it kind of ties together, but
can I pitch a Dune thing to both of you guys, since you guys are the Dune guys?
Yeah, hit me.
Okay, I literally have a book pitch, so maybe this will ruin it if the guy sees this thing. But I think Herbert wrote Dune as a response to Plato's Republic, and everyone, like, we all like Paul, right? Mike, you like Paul.
Yeah.
Paul's the man. And so it's like, why how come Herbert was like, yeah, Paul is supposed to be, you're not supposed to like Paul. And I think he got this from Ursula K. Le Guin. She talked about how Tolkien personified or split the psyche of Frodo into Bilbo and Smeagol. Smeagol's the shadow self. And like, I don't know if Tolkien was all that, maybe he did it unintentionally. But I took that over to Dune, where Herbert is intentionally messing with Jungian psychology. And you got the 4 world supporters that Mohiam tells Paul, hey, the justice of the just. If you want to rule a world, it's these 4 things.
Yeah.
Later in that chapter or whatever, Paul's like, oh, Gurney is one of those. He's the pious. Or Duncan's the pious and Gurney's the valiant. And you go, well, what's left? You got justice and wisdom. Justice is his father, and wisdom is Hawa. And so if you have those 4 things, you can be a good ruler. You can be the philosopher king that Plato talks about. But then what happens to those 4 characters? Or 3 of them die, and all you're left with is courage. And what's courage without wisdom? What's courage without justice? What's courage without piety? It's just bravura. And that's what got his grandfather killed. And so I think Herbert intentionally did that to say, like, look, he can't be the philosopher king because his virtues have been sucked away. But then he made him such a good character. All of us are like, Paul's the man. Dude. I kind of like Paul. What is he supposed to do?
Yeah. Well, Dune is a bad experiment because like all of the variables aren't controlled for, right? Like Paul is just too likable. The Harkonnens are too bad.
Yeah.
Right. There's no shimmer of virtue or decency there at all.
Right.
And so every normie who reads the book, right, is, and then goes and reads Messiah is like, he's not Hitler. Frank, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, you just can't buy it, and like if you'd written a book between Dune and Messiah that showed that and earned Messiah, maybe, right? Maybe the first book, right, could be thesis, antithesis, synthesis, right?
Yeah.
Or, something, but that book doesn't exist. He like wimped out writing the Jihad, and it's just not, you've heard me do this before, but it's just, it's so frustrating because you talk to Dune fans, and that's a difficult demographic to communicate with. Mike and I know.
What do you think about Messiah?
So I like it on its own, but like I like the first book so much, and it just
Christopher, I know you don't. You're a hater.
Mike, I'm sorry. Yeah,
My
yeah.
thing is, it's like ask me when I was 15 and reading for the first time, and ask me now. It'd probably be different because when I just clicked with Dune so hard, and then I'm like, oh wait, you're telling me Paul isn't the hero of this series? That was rough for me to take at 15. Now I'm like, I think it's genius. That's why I always recommend people. If you treat Messiah and Children as like the sequel to Dune, because if you just treat just Messiah by itself as a sequel to Dune, most people are probably gonna be disappointed.
Yeah, that's.
But I think if you do it with Children together, I think it's great. And we got someone in the comments, William here, asking, was it William who said, Carmen, is God Emperor of Dune good? Well, it's from a certain point of view, I think, because there's people like me and Christopher who love it. And there's other people who are like, it is dog water, So I don't know. It really just depends on how navel gazing you like to get, I guess. I don't know, because it's if you get to the end of Children of Dune and you're not like just completely upset, I think read it. But I would absolutely recommend you stop there.
Yeah, I completely
Do you
agree.
go to the Lion Throne, the 4 books, the Golden Path?
Yeah, that's how I read. Yeah. I've read Heretics twice. I read Chapter House like 0.8 times.
Yeah,
I've never finished it.
You said, I think when we were talking once, Christopher, you're like, I read you read Heretics as like a teenager.
Yeah, it was not
a great thing for a high school kid to read, probably.
It is very.
Oh man, reading God Emperor as a teenager.
God Emperor at least is like it's kind of philosophical. You get into Heretics, you're like, someone check on Frank. Are you okay, dude? Like, what's all this horny stuff? Why are you so horny? Calm down.
It is very disturbing. This is the stuff with like baby Miles, like young Miles in the 6th book. I just can't handle. It's just too gross. The Shiana stuff, I can't do it.
I always say stop at God Emperor. It's like, dude.
Yeah, stop with God Emperor.
Yeah, because if not, you're gonna get an incomplete story. And don't give me Brian Herbert.
No,
because dude, what was book 7 technically? What was it called?
Hunters.
I remember getting it, low expectations, and literally reading it on release day. About 30% in, I just started crying. I was like, "This is fucking terrible." How did this happen? And Brian Herbert is like, "Oh yeah, I'm going off my dad's notes." It's like, "Well, can we see said notes?" No, those are very personal to me.
Chair dogs.
The chair dogs are pretty great, though. I'm not gonna lie. This stuff I like about Heretics in particular. Miles Teg is really cool. What do
you think about the
Miles Teg
fighting?
What?
The speed fighting, where he like enters into warp speed.
It's fine. It's like, where's the precedent for that, actually? But
I think once Leto the second story's over, it's
I think the thesis for the whole series is in book 4. Really, like everything Frank needs to say is said in that book, and I think 5 and 6 are just unnecessary, frankly. And they're because there is no 7.
Maybe if he finished it, I might feel differently.
Yeah, maybe, right? Because I just don't. Frank's version of the jihad is not the same as Kevin and Brian's, and I kind of like their jihad books. Fine, they're like pretty decent 90s, space opera books. Actually, they're not really, but they just aren't what Frank was talking about. Frank is talking about like the Butlerian jihad is really against people like it's against technocrats. It's against the Zuckerbergs of it's not Terminator.
We don't need to be afraid of the conscious AI. We need to be afraid of people controlling it and controlling what facts we believe are true. And Herbert nailed that with like a paragraph, right? Like,
and it's like I just find I like Star Wars Terminator. Like that's cool, Like this character in those books, Erasmus, is like a thinking robot. He's like a fun villain, but like it's not it's not what Frank was talking about.
I gotta randomly pivot. The high matter, your high matter sword.
Yeah,
is that also a reference to Book of the New Sun, where he's always talking about high matters?
No, there's so in physics there's exotic matter, right, which is like a weird category. Like we get weird particles when we do particle collisions at like CERN or something. We don't really know what to do with them because like all the normal matter in the universe has 3 quarks right in it, protons and things. But we do sometimes make 4 and 5 quark particles, and they don't last very long, right? and we don't know what to do with them or what they're for. And I just I needed a weird material, and I wanted the blade to be like a single large molecule, right? That could also just go through things. And so I had to. I got this, by the way, at the gala. Somebody made one.
Damn, that's sick.
Which is really
God,
cool.
He was just playing with the one that someone gave to me.
No. Oh yeah, Mike's got one too.
That's great. So that wasn't the original hilt either, though, right?
No, this is Mike's. Mike got one 3D printed, which is actually it's really awesome.
Yeah.
I just
It's
mine's
sweet. I love how the handle came out like that. That was a later once you went with the other dude, the other artist.
Yeah, this is James's handle. Yeah.
That's right, James.
This is my favorite design for the sword because it's the most distinctive one, I think.
Totally.
Yeah. And I think this is made for a left-handed person though, because my thumb should go here, and there's a little thing on the
stickler.
I wonder if Isaac was left-handed, the guy who made it. That would do it. But
That's awesome.
But anyway.
I love when Mike trolls you. Every now and then I'll see your poster will come out on Instagram or something, and Mike will be like, "I love Star Wars." Cool.
Yeah. such a jerk.
That's my favorite. I love that. He didn't hear that, but I was complimenting Mike.
Yeah. No. But
can you tell me, dude? The best part about Star Wars is the lightsabers. Like he also took a lot of stuff and kind of agglomerated and cool. But lightsabers were pretty unique. So anyone who does lightsabers, I'm like, this is great. What's powering your high matter hilt? What's in there? It's not a kyber crystal, but what's in there?
Yeah. Okay.
So totally is.
Yeah.
So, it is. Yeah.
Well, so my thinking actually is that it's mostly mechanical, actually, because the thing is the particle basically. Sorry, not mechanical. It's mostly electrical. I'm very sleepy. You remember in Batman Begins when they run a current through the memory cloth, and so the idea is basically that this weird particle, right, is it's built to take the form of the blade. And then when you run a current through it, right, it changes from its compressed state to its expanded state, basically. That's really it. This is never important to the text at all. So I've never explained it, but the idea is that.
But
right?
people need to know this is great.
Yeah.
What wins between a lightsaber and a high matter sword?
Someone asked this at the gala. The high matter sword does, because the thing that holds the lightsaber together, right, assuming it's a plasma blade, is got to be magnetism, right? And so there's no actual substance to the blade at all, right? The high matter blade is a single monomolecule that you aren't going to be able thermal the plasma blade is probably 5,000 degrees, which I don't want to hold a lightsaber anyway. It's not safe, right? Right.
Unless you have the force to protect you, put a force bubble around yourself.
Yeah, well, and of course, right? It can explain that away, but the point is the 5,000 degrees is not going to break the bonds in this single molecule, right? This single giant weird. It's not even a molecule. It's a giant non-atomic particle, right? So the stuff that's holding it together is probably the strong force actually, and not molecular bonds.
Yeah.
And so you're not going to break it with heat, actually, right? So the lightsaber is actually going to go. The high matter blade is going to go right through the lightsaber, actually. I think personally, but it has weight to it, so it's safer to use. Actually, you're not going to cut your own arm off. It's like waving the flashlight. You cut your own intestines
depends
out.
on which lore you believe, right? Because there's the heavy lightsabers, and there's the ones you have to use the force to control instead of magnetism or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm glad you thought through that, man. That's the people needed to know that stuff.
That's my theory. So with the swords, I never really cared about the material science that much. It was never my focus. I wanted to think about more because I'm more my science, to the extent that I'm grounded in any kind of science, it's softer stuff, right? So what I was more worried about with the swords was how the blades working the way they do impacted sword fighting technique. Then I was worried about how the swords worked. And I need to know both, right? Obviously, but more of my effort went into how does sword fighting technique change? Hadrian's Guard, he does it's called a Spanish lion, right? He he will extend his arm out straight, kind of at an angle like this, down a little bit, and try to keep the blade as far away from himself as possible. Right. And that's kind of there are other, you do a full hanging guard or something you see saberists will use a guard like this. Griffith does in Berserk. but you'll do, you know, different lines or stuff because you want the blade as far away as possible. You're not going to do like a scimitar thing where you're fighting like this because that's not going to be a good time, right? And so like the techniques have to change, and I put a lot more thought into that stuff than you know, into how the darn things actually worked, which is funny. So,
but not everyone has one. I forgot why. It's really hard to make them. But are they made from a sun? I forgot how it's.
no, you have to use a particle accelerator to like kind of mine the high matter, but it's almost more akin to like mining Bitcoin than it is mining whatever. Because the way you know you wait for like the right particle to be produced over time by like like semi-random chance, you know, smashing together, and you're like, oh, we got one of the right 5 quark particles. Let's grab that one and another one and another one, and that just takes forever. Is the idea?
Did you think about? Did you? Yeah. Sorry, I'm cutting off. I'm so
no, it's okay.
About swords. Did you think about making like that's a really valuable thing, and it almost would attract its own band of like bandits who are following him around trying to steal his sword. Right?
Yeah,
like, I have a problem in Star Wars a little bit too, but like you don't want it to be so expensive that now he's got to fight out all these bandits all the time.
Yeah, well, he also mostly is hanging out with like higher society anyway in the story, and so you know, he isn't running afoul of these people. Also, if I did that, I would just be we'll be doing the Book of the New Sun plot, you know. Right. So I had to skip that one, but part's so fun. But Agia is like, she's like Team Rocket, but like actually evil. It's great.
Yeah, like seriously, like she's the worst. Yeah.
So just such a hideous person. It's great villain. But yeah, no. So like there's like future Suneater stories like that might be more of a thing.
It's I always want to encourage people who like Suneater to go read the stuff that inspired you, because like I feel like I know you way more now that I've read Book of the New Sun. I read the Foundation series after reading maybe book 1 of yours, and I'm like, oh, there's Foundation Wars. That's interesting. Like rereading
that was a name,
yeah. Lord of the Rings, like it's cool because you're not stealing. You're just like tipping your hat to anyone who's read that. And it's pretty cool.
That's what I wanted people to get. Obviously, like there are places where maybe I did too much, especially in the first book. Like there was a review on book 7 my dad found yesterday and sent to me. I didn't I can't actually read Goodreads because I blocked it on my computer, but I saw the little excerpt he highlighted, and it was like,
funny, I did the same with Reddit.
Yeah, I did that too. And it was like, Christopher clearly has taken like all of the valid criticism that he's gotten over the years, and like, ouch, hurts. And like listen to it actually. And like I was doing that, but like who gave that guy the right to say valid criticism? What a jerk. And like sure, I did too much of that. Totally did too much of that in the beginning. And because you don't think about it, you're just like, oh, I can make a Gene Wolfe reference. Oh, I can make another one. And you don't realize that you've made like 48,000 of them. And then when someone lines them all up, you're like, shoot me, officer. Right? I'm guilty. And that feels bad, right? So I try to do a lot less of that moving forward. But like this is how I think, especially like in science fiction, we sort of think about stories anyway. If we were trying to make them, we're like, you watch a movie and you're like, that was cool, but like it would have been better if, and you get enough of those left turns when everybody else is taking a right eventually, and you have a new thing actually. And like science fiction has meant a lot to me, and I said this at the Gala too. It's like I wanted to sort of synthesize all these thoughts I had about science fiction growing up, a fan of science fiction, so that I could make the book that I felt was missing.
Yeah.
Right. And now it's done. And hopefully that's more clear now. I have had a lot of people say book 1 is better now that they've, read the rest of them. Right.
It was always good.
Yeah. Mike, it was always good. Thank you, Mike.
I want to know, Mike, how did you discover the book? Book 1.
How did I discover the book? Someone asked me this at the gate. It's pretty funny. Was I literally was just going through. I know everybody's right now. They're doing it in the comments. They're kind of trashing Goodreads, and I was literally just going through where it was like books similar to this, and I just kept on going, and it kept getting less and less and less known. And honestly, I saw his name, and I was like, "What kind of name is this?" And I clicked on it, and then like someone I know on I don't think he's around anymore. It was like our channel was still really early, and someone was a viewer, actually saw me say something about it on Twitter and actually added Christopher and said, "Hey, here's someone I think you should send your book to." Christopher, and I showed it earlier. I still have it. I still have the one and the date in the front of it here that when he first sent this to me, and it was just like it was fate.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah, that was Nexi Shadow, wasn't it? Was that the user?
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Is he around anymore?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a long time. His real name's Giovanni. He went through Facebook. He bought like all of my books at once, right? But like not at once. So I had to go back to Quail Ridge, like like a couple days after each other. It's like more for Giovanni. Nice. Okay.
Well, really, I was just trying to find more sci-fi because I was getting a lot of trash for saying my channel was fantasy, sci-fi, and horror, and they're like, "You never talk about sci-fi," and I was like, "Well, I read a lot of it." Honestly, just because I love Dune so much, so that's why I was actually like just kind of perusing through Goodreads and clicking on, if you like this, you might like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And when I saw the name, it stood out, and I was like, "What the heck?" And at the time, I think maybe Brian Lee Durfee was the only one, and that's how I learned how to say your name.
Yeah,
he might have been the only one who had a video for it on YouTube. So he was actually before me.
I owe Brian so much for that video. The amount of time I have not lost because Brian taught the whole YouTube to say my name. I probably hours of my life that Brian's given me for just saying my name correctly, but in kind of a funny way. It's funny, but it's funny you say that though, because I like really wanted to get a pen name actually, because I thought it's too hard to figure out. And so if my weird name helped, I'm glad I didn't. Although it does make me, I guess, easier to find. So
I do remember after I read it, I was like, dude, this guy's got 12 reviews on Goodreads. I was like, what the shit? There's probably all his family members too. That's what I said at the time. I was like, why are not more people talking about this? That's why I made it a point to talk about it, because I was like, this is way too good to be this unknown. It really was. So
yeah, well,
it worked.
That's awesome, because like Mike, I'm a big part of it was you and Daniel, and then my audience just pestered me nonstop. And then I saw Jared Henderson was talking about it, and then people started mentioning Dune and philosophy, and I'm like, all right, dude, I got to read the book.
Well, that was the thing is he actually got me and Christopher in touch with each other, and then there was a couple of videos on my channel where I talked about a book I didn't like that much, and Christopher thought it was very funny, and then we just talked about Dune back and forth in emails for a few weeks, and I said, okay, this guy's a real one.
I loved your guys' streams of the movies. I think I watched them like twice. I was like working out, and I'm like, this is good, dude. Finally, someone talking like for real. So yeah, I've enjoyed your guys' stuff a lot.
Yeah, Christopher has no problem saying how he really feels, and that's why I love to have him on.
Well, no, I have no ability to stop myself is actually the problem.
And I just get out of the way and I let him do it.
So the Dune Part 2 one though, there was a lot of grumpiness about
got nasty, and I basically told him, yo, that's my dog. Y'all need to stop it.
There was one dude in there who literally said something like, well, if you don't like it so much, make your own thing. And I was like, no one alive has thought more about his criticisms of Dune than me and done something more productive with me, actually. Wrong guy, move on, right? I think I did respond to that one. There were a couple of comments on that video I actually responded to. So, Daniel was talking about how like writers should, they should push back. So,
dude, we need to follow up with Gibson, your boy. I loved that video you put out. That's like way back.
Oh, dude, we should talk about that actually. Yeah, no, that'd be cool.
He's a philosopher. I'd love to get him on my channel and talk medieval philosophy as well.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, he's at Princeton.
Are you talking about Tor Gibson?
No, so Gibson is named after. So my best friend from when I was a kid. He's the guy who also is Karn Sagara, right? That was his character name. No, his name is Christopher Marcus Gibson. He teaches at Princeton. He's a philosophy guy. He's like one of my oldest friends. I have not talked to him in a long time.
Is he the inspiration for Tor Gibson?
Tor Gibson is named after him. So the Scholiasts take like old philosopher names. And so, in Hyperion, how like there's like a Nightinghelser University. Keith Nightinghelser was Dan Simmons' roommate. So I was like, I'm gonna put Marcus in this.
Awesome.
So
and he's a scholiast, but your friend studied scholastic philosophy. So it's just like too perfect.
Yeah. So it's him. There's a bit where Hadrian's talking about like a bust of he's mentioned actually by name in Demon in White, because there was a bust of him in the Scholiast archives. There's all these old obscure philosophers. So I put my friend in there.
Yeah.
That's a little. There are a couple like more personal cameos like that. People from my life show up in some form.
That's awesome. Maybe in his fantasy series, Christopher can put me on one and kill me.
Yeah. Well, there's like a fort in book 7. That's like there's a Fort Kern actually.
All right. I hope it blows up.
Yeah. I think it does.
All right. Outstanding.
I think it does. But yeah. I think my brother said he was on his way over here at some point, like 20 minutes ago, and it's like 8 hours in.
Yeah.
So maybe
we made it, man. We made it.
Maybe we should wrap it up because I don't know where my family is, and if I'm responsible for dinner, I better find out. So Mike, you've been here like all day, dude. I thought you were like,
unlike Patrick, I followed the rules. I didn't try to get an exclusive, and Christopher told me what time to be here, and that's what time I was here. So I was here for the maximum time allowed. I want to let you have your hour to celebrate first.
Well, man, after the whole weekend, flying out and everything, I was expecting 5 minutes. So it's really cool you'd have been here all day. So
no, work from home days are usually pretty boring anyway. So
yeah, well,
you saved me from watching like 5 episodes of Survivor while I worked. So thank you.
Well, there we go. Hope you got some work done.
Before I need to
Parker,
encourage you guys. Yeah, Mike, dude, I've already said it a few times, but seriously, thanks, because I kind of feel like invested when I see Christopher's books in Barnes and Noble. I'm like, we made it. We did it. So you were the
I used to take them all and make them all front facing when I would find them in the store.
1000%, dude. So like, thank you for all you've done with this, and I wouldn't have read the book without it. And Christopher, man, thanks for doing what you do, man. This is a great series. As like a fellow Christian, I'm also like, bro, thanks for writing. As a Christian, it's I like that as well.
Yeah, doing my best.
Or like this is like a perpetual gift now. I get to give to people. I'm always like, all right, here, start with Empire of Silence. You don't like it, you don't get to stop reading. Read the second one, and then if you don't like it, whatever. But so now I have a perpetual gift to give to people. So thanks for that, man.
No, gosh, and thank you for everything too. Every bit helps. It's always so fun to talk to you. We need to talk about Digimon or something.
Digimon.
That's our thing.
Well, I thought you guys were going to start describing how Cold Fusion was made a minute ago. So
yeah, something like that. But no, the real serious stuff, Mike, is Digimon. So
that's right.
There's a friend of mine who's been clowning, personal friend who's been clowning my oldest about Pokemon, saying he needs to get more into Digimon, and my oldest is convinced that Digimon is completely made up. It's not real. So.
No, it's great. The first couple of seasons are awesome. It's great. Good show.
Well, no, look, Christopher, the biggest reward to me this week was how many people thanked me for introducing the series. That's awesome for me. And seeing all those people come together to celebrate it was just really, really great. And like I said when Daniel was on earlier, I'm just glad that I said something was really great, and apparently I wasn't alone. Everybody else thought it was really great too. So maybe they all actually listen to me now. So I owe you a lot of thanks as well.
Yeah, it helps your credibility, maybe.
Yeah,
but
you did.
But I've said it 1,000 times already, and on like a dozen different streams. But this is like the appropriate one, the biggest stream I've had. So I'll say it again, Mike. I was selling like 20 books a week in the middle of 2020, and now it's like 3,000. And you push the first rock off the hill to start that machine moving. So
yeah, I remember our conversation when you saying you hope that the Doom movies come out and you could ride that sandworm to success.
It helped, and that helped too, I think, but not as much as you. So
no, I remember I put that video out. I sent you the analytics, and then you sent me back analytics of like how it was taking off on Amazon after that video. That was rewarding for me as well. So.
Yeah. So really from the bottom of my heart, Jenna thanks you too, and the girls, even though they don't know yet. I said this at the gala, but like and this is true to all of you listening too. My girls have both their parents at home every day because you guys like the books, and there are not a lot of kids in this country or in the world at this time that have that, and they aren't grateful for it yet, but they will be one day, and I am now. So. Thanks, guys. And I really hope everybody enjoys the last book. Some of you've read it already. But if you haven't, it's the ending that I wanted. And I really do think it's the least compromised of the 7 in terms of, like industry pressure and, paper shortages and all that stuff. This is really the ending I wanted to write. It's the book I wanted to write from the beginning. So I really, really hope you'll enjoy it, and I hope you'll stick around. Some people were asking where the Adaman trailer was and the Doom Song trailer. They're at the beginning of the video. You can go watch them now, but I'll post them separately, hopefully tomorrow. But I got a lot of books left in me. But I have a tour to get to and a plane to catch tomorrow. And food to eat. I've been in this chair for 8 hours. So I will see you all next time. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Farewell.
Yeah.